Can't hear. Do you hear it? Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to round 2 of round 3 of the Nierdc North Island Endurance Series, live here from Pukekohe. Unfortunately, yesterday we couldn't get to go racing, but the weather gods have turned it on for us today. A couple of puddles out on the track, but it's looking like it's going to be clear skies for the day, which make a nice change for us. The 1 hour cars are currently out on track at the moment for their 10-minute scrub session. They'll then be followed by the 3 hours doing their 10-minute scrub session. No qualifying today, the cars will line up on the grid as they stand in their current championship positions. So everyone, stay tuned to our live feed. It's going to be flat out racing all day. Have a great day.
Anyway, if you have got an old school green Mitsubishi station wagon, the keys have been handed in and they are with Tony in the safety car. So if you find the safety car, he'll be in pit lane somewhere. Cheers, copy. Okay, apparently the keys have been picked up. So that was fast. I tell you what, God, that guy was off the line really quick. Okay, we're going to take I'm going to just take a bit of a break here while we've got scrub session going on, while we then dive into the live stream as well, and we'll talk a little bit about that because the commentary could otherwise seem a bit disjointed throughout the day. James. Welcome back for the second day.
Yeah, good morning, John. It was good to get the call back.
Well, we were all looking to go to the speed show today, but I went last night, so it was quite cool. But look, for the people out there at the track listening to the commentary, if it sounds a little bit disjointed throughout the day, that's because we're actually doing a live feed online. And so all the people out there in internet land, welcome to the ENEOS North Island Endurance Championship. Now, I think we might have played you a clip a little bit earlier on that was the prenup to the event with Adam and myself being interviewed. That we'd done yesterday because obviously that was before the race got underway. And then obviously the whole thing got canned, and so we've into the 1 hour now. So that's how we're going to run for the day. There's no qualifying. We're going to go straight into the 1 hour race, and that'll start at 10 o'clock on the dot.
Yeah, obviously following the 3 hour scrub session that's just coming up now.
Okay, yeah, well, yes, sorry, do apologise. We've got the 3 hour scrub session coming up, and then we're at 10 o'clock, we'll be into the 1 hour race. It'll run till obviously 11 o'clock, and then we will have a half hour break. We'll have prize giving or presentations down here on pit lane. Unfortunately, we don't have a live microphone, so we can't talk live. Although I think Fast Files will be doing that themselves, so that'll be going out online. But here at the track, we won't be able to do a presentation live. So then at 11:30, we'll be underway with the 3 hour. So out on track now, they're coming, and this is the 3 hour scrub session. Interesting little car out there first, James. That's the Seat Leon Super Copa. That's actually a ex-Spanish touring car championship car, running the Super Copa series over there. And that car did the Daytona 24 hours. It did the 6 hour race here a few years ago, and has now come back for the 3 hour here. Did the 3 hour at Hampton. So a very, very short racing history on that car.
Yeah, looking at the tyres that people are choosing to go out on, there seems to be a mix of people just chucking on your old tyres that you don't really care about, and some are chucking on new tyres, probably just trying to get a heat cycle. But you'd be struggling to get a heat cycle through anything, given how cold the track is, cold and wet the track is this morning.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. It is certainly, it's very, it's damp, but I mean, that won't take long to dry out.
It's probably also come as a surprise because yesterday it was forecast to be wet the whole day, so you would have budgeted on that. Whereas today we're actually not looking too bad at all. So you're looking at a new set of slicks is probably the best thing to have at the moment. Yeah, sure. Now there's a car. Now this is a car we're going to need to talk about because that's the BMW M6 twin turbo V8 of the Trass Motorsport Group with Sam Fillmore and Danny Studdard behind the wheel. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what times they come in with, because I was talking to Robin, who runs or helps run that team, and he was pretty set on they won't be making any changes for the rest of the day. They're pretty confident with what they've got, although they said the cars themselves they're pretty well set up from the get-go. They're set up for people who are sort of arrive and drive drivers. They're not you don't need a full comprehensive team to get them running right. Yeah. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting car. Here's the two Audis. There's the International Motorsport one going past us here, and then there's the Smeg car going through next. Yeah, it looks like they're just circulating. They're literally doing a scrub in the scrub session, not trying to prove anything. No, well, no. I'm picking that they're picking that the track's going to dry out for the race, so they're not going to really learn too much from this morning. Yeah, that's right. It's as I say, it's just a scrub session. I mean, just to get the cars warm, really, get the oils warm, the tyres. As you say, if they're putting a brand new set on, it'll just be a bit of a scrub. But you're quite right; they're not going to get a heat cycle through. There's also the consideration that all the rounds till now have been wet, and they would have been thinking it was going to be wet yesterday. So in terms of setups, this is sort of the first crack at the season on a dry setup. Yeah, well, that's true. But it's the same for everybody. You know, so potentially we'll see teams getting faster and faster throughout the race as they learn their car. Given that we've had 2 wet races so far. Well, yeah,
We've had 2 wet meetings there, so, well, 2.5 actually, if you take yesterday into account. So, but here comes the, that's the Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan Commodore, and Elton will be joining us up here a little bit later. He come in there, and he just landed right on the bump, hit the braking marker on the bump, and just got it completely out of shape. So,
yeah, what a track to actually have a dry meeting at. That first turn you're taking at well over 200 k's an hour at least before you tap the brake.
Yeah.
And then it's just all up to driver commitment, how fast you want to go for the rest of the corner.
I'll tell you what, I reckon I was working it out one day. I reckon I've been around that corner, I don't know, in my career probably 15,000 times, and every time I go around there and come out the other side, whether I get it right or whether I get it wrong, I go, yeehaw, what a ride. So that is an awesome corner.
And it doesn't seem to matter what car you're in. I'm betting that every driver will be going yeehaw when they exit.
Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. One of the Hondas right in the middle, right in the racing line, just as the BMW arrived at great speed. So they were telling me that BMW's got 550 kilos of downforce on the back of it.
Yeah, they were saying that the aero package is far superior to the Ferrari that they've been running earlier in the season, and that BMW have kind of got it right. Everything about the car is better.
Yeah, well, it's a couple of generations newer than the Ferrari for a start. So they've gone through that, as all the, although GT3 technically is just a gentleman's racing class, all the manufacturers worldwide are into it, and they're developing these cars.
Yeah, and the GT3 themselves, they do have a mid-season kind of performance balancing session where they will apply penalties to particular cars to get the performance profiles more even. But it's hard to say what kind of performance profile these cars are running as such. So in terms of the times, there's nothing spectacular here. We've got number 84, Lance Hughes, has currently got the best time of a 1:15. But once we see a dry session, we'll see those times drop to the low minutes, like a 1:02, 1:03 possibly. And following the 1:15, we've got 1:01 Sam Fillamore with a 1:18. So no one out there is trying to prove anything at this stage. It's still a scrub session. And seeing as it was wet yesterday, they're all just feeling out the track. You never know when dirt's come across the track as a result of the water. And so you just go out there and scrub it in and try to set yourself up for the race. So I was just talking about the lap times, John. We're not seeing anything spectacular at this stage.
Oh, no, I wouldn't expect to. Really, I mean, you can now see a dry line starting to appear quite quickly. The down to here through turn one. You made the comment, actually, when we got up here this morning, that's the best you've seen turn one look on a wet morning.
Yeah, well, generally on a day following rain, you would still see puddles on the exit of one, and there's usually a puddle just after we tap the brakes on the outside of turn one.
Yeah, but don't forget, John Hume yesterday, who basically runs Pukekohe Park, got his front end loader out and he dug those big channels down there to help everybody out, and it drained all the water away yesterday. It's obviously still effect. And we've got a big thanks to John too, because basically he's gone out of his way to put this day on today, because he also had he had other commitments here, and so huge thank you to Pukekohe Park for putting the effort in to have us here for a second day. So there we go. So yeah, back to our on-track stuff. As you say, nothing really exciting happening out there at the moment. I mean, when you're looking at times of 1:13 for a New Zealand touring car, that's nothing impressive at all.
No, at the same time, we've got to keep in mind that we do have the kink in the back straight, so we can't think of old Pukekohe lap times. So they're going to be a little bit slower, but definitely not that much slower.
It's about 2.5. I think it's 4 seconds a lap slower. I think.
Okay.
That's an average over from everything from a 2K Cup car through to a GT3 car. So it's about 4 seconds difference on the long track to the short track. So. So one of the Corvettes going through there. We've got 2 or 3 BMWs out there. Good to see Kent Bajan and Simon Lucas back out too. I mean, those two have had a nightmare of a run for this endurance series. At Taupo, Kent couldn't get the M3 GTR working, had engine problems with it. Then they ran the 135, and unfortunately he had a real bad moment at the end of the race in the rain, aquaplaned off the track and hit the wall. Then while they were rebuilding the car, they re-engined the other M3 to run at Hampton Downs, and then that wouldn't work either. So they've finally got it sorted out, and they've got it here, and they're both smiling. So hopefully we'll see Kent and Simon out there. I think Simon might actually be running. They might be running the 135 in the 1 hour and the big one in the 3 hour.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's racing sometimes. Luck can not be on your side, or it can be on your side.
That's true.
And we'll probably see that during the races today, that people will get hard luck and others will make light of that.
Well, that's it. I mean, it's, motorsport is, I've always said it's probably 50% talent, 45% or 40% preparation, and 10% luck. So,
Yeah, and speaking of luck, that M3 GT6 hasn't had the best of luck when it's raced in Australia, from what I believe. It's got a checkered history.
Yeah, well, it had one Tony Longhurst behind the wheel, and he, I forget who was driving. It was Tony Longhurst, I think John Bauer, and I forget who the other one was. There were 3 of them in it, and anyway, one of them, it had a rather nasty accident at Bathurst. Then it was rebuilt, and Danny bought it off them. I think Danny's had a couple of moments with it as well, and then it's come here. Sam's bought it. So
yeah, well, sometimes when you've gone through that, something's gone wrong, and you rebuild, you do find better ways of doing it. When you pull it apart, you find particular ways. I'm sort of citing my own build at the moment, but yeah,
I was going to say you would know that, wouldn't you?
You can learn from the mistakes and work around for them next time, or help it cope a little bit better.
Yeah. So actually, judging by the
Comms check, camera 1.
Just open pit lane for the 1 hour race following the conclusion of the 3 hour scrub session. And we've just got the safety car probably doing a sighting lap at the moment. quite a silence here, John.
It is quite a silence. Sorry, I was dealing with because as I said, we're going out live. We're going out live online, and of course I've also got 2 radios up here. One I'm talking to Fast Files with their control room down there, and because we've got no live feeder here at the moment, although it is being worked on. And then, of course, we're also got the race control as well. So I'm trying to listen to 2 radios, talk to you, talk to the crowd, talk to the people out in the big world.
I almost feel like we could call a flash sale currently at Harvey Norman. Pukekohe being the only track in New Zealand that's got some retail stores right next to the track. They can probably hear us now if we say, like, I don't know, free TVs in aisle 9.
Hang on a minute, what's that? That looks like the manager standing out the back waving his fist at you, James. You've got Mitre 10 right next door as well. We've got Harvey Norman's over there. We've got
Noel
Leeming's. We've got the Godfrey's vacuum cleaner people. Why are we talking about all those people?
Yeah,
In fact,
well,
what we
speaking
should
of
be
free
doing
advertising,
is
we should
talking
actually
about our people.
talk about ENEOS.
Yes, ENEOS oil. Now, ENEOS, actually, what's the biggest company in Japan, James? Do you know what it is?
Well, it's probably ENEOS.
No, it's not actually. It's Toyota. Toyota is the biggest company in Japan. And the next biggest company in Japan is a company called JX Nippon Oil and Energy Corporation, which is ENEOS Oil, is a division of that. So if you go to Japan, you'll see ENEOS oils at petrol stations all over the place. It is the second biggest company in Japan. They've been involved in motorsport for many years. They were the fuel and oil supplier to Honda Bar team, the Bar Honda, when it was run by Ross Brawn. Then they're involved in NASCAR, they're involved in motocross, they're involved in World Rallycross. There was another one as well. I can't remember what it is, but they don't sell retail in New Zealand yet. They're a supplier to all of the major manufacturers: Toyota, Honda, Mazda, in Japan. So any car that you buy out of Japan brand new has got ENEOS oil in it already. You can, when you have your car serviced at a gas station, when you take your car to a service station, you can have ENEOS oil as a requested when you do an oil change. I've got to take a break. I've got to go back to talk to some people on the radio. I'll be back with you shortly. Where you go, James?
Yeah, no worries. So for our other around sponsors, there are Hamilton Asphalts, Race Brakes, Harris Race Radios, Michelin, who supply tyres, and Futura Trailers, Vortex Racewear, Pacific Resort, Squawking Magpie Wines, and our media this weekend is covered by Fast Files and Velocity. Velocity having a website that shows a lot of racing content, and it typically shows up in my Facebook feed, and it's the first time I ever read about any motorsport related news is usually when it's come through Velocity. They're right on the pulse there in terms of getting onto the stories.
Okay, just had the word that online we've got the leaderboard up online at the moment, which obviously is about who's doing what in the series. And at the moment, it looks like we've got, obviously, is Matt Whitaker still leading the series in the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car. And then you've got right behind them, John DeVette and Glenn Smith in the Commodore Super Tourer. That's actually the Super Tourer development car. That's the one when they were building Super Tourers, they used that car as development. It is actually a Holden Commodore. It's not the space frame version, but it's got all the running gear in it. In Class 1, you've got Matt Griffin. He's leading that one. New dad, Matt. And not too far behind him, you've got Rick Cooper and Alexander Whitley in the Ford Mustang. And they are running second in the Class 1. Then in Class 2, is Graham Fraser and Nick Archibald are very close together on points, and that'll be a good battle there for those two guys. Then you've got, in Class 3, it's Ollie Haycoop in the Honda. He's leading from Jack Milligan in the Toyota 86. And then you've got Jordan Baldwin, who's going to follow them up in another Toyota TR86. In fact, Class 3 is pretty much a Toyota 86 benefit at the moment.
Yeah, there seem to be a stack of them next to the race control building there.
Yeah, there is, and one of them is I can't pick up who it actually is that's driving it. I think it's from. I missed the name, but I know you've got, well, I've seen Tom Alexander walking around down there at the moment. He's helping somebody out as well. And I see Kenny Smith hovering around in the background as well. So there's some probably good advice coming out of that young fella. And first man out on the track, it is Bruce Kett in the shed.
Yeah, so fill me in what's happening here. Are they just going to go out?
They're going to go out and do a warm-up lap and then form up on the grid proper for the start of the 1 hour race. So, and here out of the next one out of there, this is not a Toyota 86. This is a Subaru BRZ. So that's I think we talked about that last time at Hampton Downs, James. That was a joint venture between Toyota and Subaru to develop the 86. I mean, it's predominantly. I think Toyota did the body design and chassis design or suspension, and
I believe it's and Subaru provided the boxer motor.
Yeah, that's right. So, okay, well they're all getting a bit slow coming out of the garage there.
I think they're probably trying to figure out, do they go for a semi-slick or a full slick? Just looking at the track, it is dry, but it's going to be pretty greasy for the start of a 1 hour.
Yeah, but it's going to dry quickly. 28, 29 cars all barreling around fairly close together for the first few laps. It's going to dry it out reasonably quickly. There's nothing in the right way of precipitation coming in that I can see in the near future. I've got a mate that lives out at Patamahoe, and I've got him said to him, the moment it starts spitting out there, give me a call. So anybody in pit lane who wants to know if it is going to rain, I'm selling that information. So, here comes Graham Fazer out of the pit lane now, and
he's giving it some stick and trying to heat up those rear tyres. I believe that's got a S54 B32, which is the E46 M3 motor.
It's a very quick piece of kit, that car. So, you raced one of those for a little while.
Yeah, I've raced various iterations of E36 M3s, I guess you could say. But one thing I always wanted to do was get that motor that he's got in that car now, because it is a step up from the E36 M3 motor. It's another 20 horsepower, but it gives you another 1,000 revs, so you can be a little bit more lazy with your gear selection.
Yeah, it's number 53 coming out of pit lane now. There's Ollie Haycoop, pops out of pit lane. Here comes Rick Cooper now. It could be Rick or Alexandra. No, it looks like Rick behind the wheel at the moment. She's sharing. Now they're running that car in the 1 hour and the 3 hour.
Yeah, which given yesterday's schedule wouldn't have been too bad, but today they are almost back to back. Yeah. So there'll be some quick checks over the car to make sure nothing's come amiss during the 1 hour, and then straight back out for a 3 hour.
Yeah. So there's Ian Hare out of pit lane now. Okay, we've got is Jack Milligan, the Corvette's car. He's out next. There's one of the Utes. Now, who's that number 94? Just trying to pick up who that is.
Yeah, the Utes are probably going to be the most interesting cars to watch, given that it's not a dry track and they've not exactly got the best grip in the rear.
No, that's true.
But they sure do have heavy feet, so it could be a definite watch.
Okay, there's Matt Griffin in the Mortimer Motorsports gold-sponsored BMW M3. That car was originally built as a Targa car by Andy Colpin at Race FX, and then Warwick bought it and converted it into a race car. They're going to form up now on the grid proper.
If I was starting this race, I'd actually want to be on the outside of the start, because the outside's a lot drier. You'd be able to give it a lot more stick. I wouldn't be too confident putting the foot to the floor on a rolling start on the inside.
No, you're dead right, and it traditionally is. Well, you can see the dry lines actually really sort of down the middle of the track.
Yeah. So it'll be all about the guy next to you trying to push him off the middle of the track and get that middle for the ultimate
Okay, so
start.
they're all coming out here now. Here comes Bernard Verreit, and he'll be followed out by Barry Kirkbanan. So we've got three of the Mustangs in here. There's Chelsea Herbert in the BF Falcon. Or BA Falcon. And Simon Lucas in the Lucas Machinery 135. He's out of pit lane as well. And then here comes a guy who's had some not too clever luck through this series. And that's in the Burrow-sponsored BMW M3 V8, and that's Andrew Nugent.
Yeah, it's a magnificent piece of kit. It's running the GT2 aero kit on it, which BMW Works team, like they ran that car in that aero kit only a few years ago.
Yep.
And I think it ran in this America in that configuration.
Well, of course, the other thing, I mean, one of the reasons that car's so beautiful, it's built by Neil Allport Motorsport. And anything that comes out of Neil's workshop is absolutely pristine and built to the very, very highest quality. So, you know, and Neil will be wondering, Neil is not just builds it, he actually spanners on that car for Andrew as well. So there they go at the moment. They're now getting themselves all lined up, and we'll be able to give you a grid proper. So let's have a look at... we've got an unusual looking grid actually for this company. I'm looking at our grid on our screen, and it doesn't appear to be what we're going to have on track. But,
yeah, and so this grid's been done off championship position rather than qualifying position, obviously, because we haven't had a qualifying.
It is. Now, I tell you who is missing from this, and that's John Midgley. I can't see him out there at all. Now, I know the car's here, and the car was on track yesterday. So yeah, I can't see John Midgley out there at all.
There's still a fair few gaps.
We're still waiting for them. Yeah, but I mean, let's face it. If John was out there, he'd be a lot further up the grid than that.
Well, yeah, I mean, being off the championship position as John finished.
That's true. Yes, yeah, we're not doing qualifying. I do apologise. Yeah, you're correct. So
yeah, so this is set. This could create some upsets in terms of starting positions, but being a 1 hour, it should work itself out.
But having said that, I still haven't seen John come out of pit lane, so I'm picking that he's either not running or... And he may have decided that it's not worth running, because if he's...
Is he also in the 3 hour?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No.
I really don't know.
We've still got we've got three missing positions there.
Yeah. Well, that could be from yesterday. I mean, I know we're not going to see in the 3 hour. I know we've lost the Sanyong Super Ute through no oil pressure. That's why they're going to run the Mustang in the 3 hour as well.
And then the other side of it is some people may have made plans for today that they can't miss.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, there may be, bearing in mind we were supposed to, for those of you out in Intellect world, we were supposed to be running this yesterday. So this is a big thank you to John Hume and Pukekohe Park Raceway for really bending over backwards to give us a second day to run this.
And to be honest, I don't think there'll be one driver out there on the grid now that's thinking, I should have raced yesterday.
Yeah,
given how much better the conditions are today.
I agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. So, let's have a quick run through our sponsors to thank them. We've talked about Anios Oil, but we've also got Hamilton Asphalt's McCullough Limited and Race Brakes, who are series sponsors. And then race sponsors is Harris Race Radios and Michelin Tyres, so we thank them. We've also got Futura Trailers, Vortex Racewear and Pacific Resort. And then we go for Squawking Magpie Wines. And the food is provided by, when we have our barbecue, from Foodstuffs by Pack and Save and New World. And, of course, our media is Fast Files and Velocity. And, of course, the other thing, too, is this is put on by the historic HRC events. And...
yeah, we can see straight away they're trying to get as much temperature into those tyres as possible.
Yeah, so... 722 goes through there. That's Cameron McCormick in the Porsche GT3. There's right down the back here we've got car number 53. That's the car that's being helped by being run by I haven't even got him online here.
And so for the start of this 1 hour race, the temperature's currently at a pretty cold 11 degrees, which is, I think it's the coldest temperature we've seen at a race this season.
Were you not at Taupo?
No, I was not at Taupo. Was it freezing there?
It's always freezing at Taupo. It was so bitterly cold, it was unbelievable. In fact, I think we had one marshal taken in with hypothermia.
Oh.
It was cold, I can tell you. Wet and cold. Mind you, it was better than the year before. It was just cold. We couldn't see anything. There was fog. So... Okay, so they're behind the safety car now. Tony Rutherford got them in control. We're going to talk about Tony throughout the day. He's a very seasoned campaigner and behind the wheel of a race car himself, and he's currently leading the Class 2 in the Australian Historic Trans Am Championship.
I think he's leading this grid at the moment, isn't he?
He is leading this. He leads a lot of races around here. So he'll pull off now, and it'll be in the hands of Matt Whitaker. Now, given that John's not here, I'm picking, and we've had a couple of Porsches taken out at Hampton. I'm picking that this one will, all Matt's got to do is keep his nose clean and just rely on the mechanical reliability of the German Porsche.
Yeah, they come over the hill for the race start.
And Ian here on the outside. Matt, start's been aborted. The start has been aborted. So, aborted start because everybody down the back is crawling around the track, and I mean, this is, this is just not on. I mean, look at these guys at the top of the hill here. I mean, why are they way back there?
Yeah, I think it's easy for... It's sort of Chinese whispers down the grid. Everyone leaves an extra car length than what they need to try and get a run on the guy in front, and it just multiplies throughout the field. Yeah, but I mean, a car length is a car length, James. I mean, there were about 32 car lengths between, that bunch there. I mean, some of these guys are just asleep. And there is the thing that it only takes one driver to create that gap, and everyone else has got to follow behind that driver.
That's right.
To create the gap.
That's right. So,
because you'll be penalised if you jump him just because he left a gap too big. Yep.
So that's why rolling starts can be a good thing because it's easier on the gear. But by the same token, they can also be a real problem because you get these these situations where you get guys who just... the other one is safety cars as well.
Safety car restarts, it's not uncommon to see that go completely wrong. Either the guy's too eager and he just sits on the tail of the safety car and never lets the safety car escape, or he's not paying attention at all and the whole thing falls apart. Okay, so aborted start. We're going to try this one again. Hopefully they'll get themselves a bit closer and bunch it up a bit. And we'll be underway in the not too distant future. Right. Under the Sanyong Bridge, or the first Sanyong Bridge. We've got two of them here now. And Sanyong, big supporters of Pukekohe Park Raceway. We've got the two Sanyong bridges, and we've got the Sanyong sweeper down the front here. And they're definitely bunching up the field this time.
Yeah, I think they've wised up to this now. So up the top of the hill they come. Matt Whitaker again in control in the 991 GT3. Alongside him, it's Ian Hare in the older model GT3. A 997, that car. Has been hot-rodded a bit, but it's not going to be a match for the... Although, talking to Craig Baird, he prefers the older model to the new one. Okay, here they come. Down under the bridge for the first time. Heading for the start line. Is it going to go this time? Yep, there they've got to go. The lights are out and they're gone. And Ian Hare gets the jump on Whitaker down into turn one. Is he going to come across the bow? Whitaker, no. Whitaker manages to hold him out. Look at this. Matt Griffin and John DeVeth had it, the two of them, into turn one as well. So the BMW of M3 GT3 of Matt Whitaker gets past John DeVeth. So... Sorry, Matt Griffin, I do apologise. You got Matt Whitaker in the lead, and he's, as I said, he's already opened up James.
Not one car decided to go around the outside on turn one. That's how everyone's thinking of a safety orientated plan, rather than getting that one position, taking a lot of risk. Yeah,
I tell you what, it was what a flying start. That was a great start there. Took them two goes at it. Now you can see some of the guys at the back who are in championship position further down are starting to move through the field, James. You can look at Andrew Nugent powering through there in the Burrows seating BMW M3.
Yeah, well, given that it was off championship position, we are going to see some passing under power to start with. There's going to be some raw pace coming into effect.
So down through the gap they come, up over the hill for the very first time, under racing conditions anyway, and it's Matt Whitaker. Ian Hare's trying to hang on to him in the GD3, and then you've got John DeVeth, or it could be Glenn Smith in the car. Already, look how much they've dropped off Griffin, and he's already lost the position to... Who's Griffin lost the position to? I'll tell you what, that was a little Subaru there of... fantastic, that little Subaru of Nick Archibald up there, and he's got past Graham Fraser. Those two are fighting over championship positions.
You know, I'm just looking at these two Porsches at the front, and I reckon Ian Hare's got Matt Whitaker under brakes. Not past him, but definitely has the edge under brakes. So
yeah, but yeah. I don't want to sort of play Matt up too much, but that is a very, very good piece of kit, that car. And the GD, whilst the one behind it's also a nice piece of kit. With Porsche's evolution, they just take leaps and bounds from model to model. I mean, when you look at something that was designed originally in 1959 or whatever it was, they've not changed shape much. So here comes Hare down here in the Scarborough GD3. I'll tell you what, though, DeVeth's hanging on to them. They're not getting away too much. They're all doing that lap round. Whitaker was about a second and a half quicker with a 13.078 from Ian Hare on a 14.563 and DeVeth on a 14.575. So there's not a lot of difference between them. Matt Griffin, then we'll go next man back on a 15.902, and then a big drop. Then we go back to Nick Archibald and Graham Fraser, who are having a ding-dong battle, the two of them. The little GD Class 2 cars. And the little Subaru has got it over the BMW at the moment with a 22.074 to a 22.276. Right down the back of the field here, James, we've got the two Utes having a battle, and then all of a sudden we've got the little Toyota 86s in there as well. Here's Kel McBeath comes through in the Panos American. That's an American-built sports car, and designed and built by Don Panos. And Kel is the one of the leading men behind the North Island Endurance Drivers Club, who are putting on this North Island Endurance Series, ENEOS North Island Endurance Series.
Now, I tell you what, looking at the way no one was willing to go take any risks getting off that dry line, it's going to be interesting once Matt Whitaker catches the back marker. He's not too far off him. We could see that gap that he's managed to gain disappear in one lap.
Yeah, could do. I mean, it's the same for everybody. They've got to thread their way through the traffic, as you quite often hear them saying in Formula One, or even in supercars, it's the first guy that arrives has got the problem, because nobody once he's got there, they're sort of awake to everybody else coming through.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see if they obviously, being a lap down, they've got to let them by, but it's up to them when they let them by.
Yeah, that's true. So good bunch of cars coming down in here now, and I've got I can see Barry Kirkman has got past Bernard Wright. And then behind them, they've got Andrew Nugent in the Burrow seating BMW M3. Now another spot back there, and I'm just trying to pick up who that is. I think that is...
well, here comes Matt Whitaker over the hill. He's passing. He's got the lights flashing. He's made it. But he's going to be... Is this RX-8 going to get in the way around turn one?
I tell you what, Ian Hare's had an issue somewhere, because he's slowed it. Well, he's lost a lot of ground, and John DeVeth has got his nose of that big Commodore right under the back wing of the GD3 Porsche as they come down the front straight. And I tell you what, look at him. DeVeth's all over him like a cheap suit trying to get through that, past him on GJ Gardner's corner. Down the back straight they go, and watch the Porsche now with the 7-litre V8 Commodore behind it fire up, and see the under brakes. I'm picking the Porsche is just going to go away from him again, and no, they're pretty even under brakes.
Pretty even, so yeah. I'm guessing DeVeth's is going 100%
yeah.
to stay with that Porsche.
Now just look at Rick Cooper here in the Mustang. He's fighting his way through, and he's managed to get himself past Graham Fraser now, and he's hovering around looking for 4th position.
Now, something's gone amiss with the timing here because we've got John DeVeth currently in the lead.
Okay, well, that could be... is there a penalty involved here? We'll need to talk to our timing people. Do you know somebody in timing, James?
No, I don't know anyone. But in terms of track position, the Porsche's definitely still in the lead.
Yeah. Look at this battle going on here now. Look at DeVeth down the inside, having a look down there. It's not a very wide line through there. And he put his nose in there, but Ian had him covered. Now, when you're looking at the track from up here, James, looking across now through turn 1 into 2, 3, and 4, you can see the sheen off the circuit, and then there's that very dark, dry line right through the middle. There's not a lot of room offline, is there?
Yeah, well, in this situation, it's not necessarily who's got the fastest car, but it's who's willing to constantly test how quickly they can get their car through the corner. It's about reassessing at every corner, literally as it dries, how fast you can get through it.
Yeah. So, of course, if we don't get any shit... Look at this battle going on down here between the Subaru and the BMW. They're having a great time, those two. That is Graham Fraser and... actually, our timing system is a little bit up the chute, and I'll tell you why it is. That's better.
Oh, yeah, we've got the sort mode correctly, so we had it in qualifying mode. But back on track, that actually... confirms that John DeVeth is currently the quickest car on track, which is interesting. Being in 3rd, we could see him, although he's having trouble. He's having trouble catching up with Ian here. There, he hasn't got the extra gusto to get past.
Yeah, he's now John. We'll have a shout out for John here, and that's in the Farmlands Commodore. He actually does all the work on that car himself. Right? He manages farms. That's what he does for a living. And he keeps the car in his shed at home.
So you're trying to say it's quite agricultural in the way that it's put together?
No, he's actually reasonably... He loves working on his own car and preparing his own car. So he doesn't have a big team or a big workshop behind him with mechanics crawling all over it. He does all the work himself. So
in some ways, it's one of the better ways to do it, because as soon as anything goes wrong, you know exactly what's gone wrong, because you know exactly.
Oh, hang on, we've got a safety
together.
car issue. We have safety car. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, we've got somebody off somewhere. Let's see if we can pick it up. Still got no live feed on our screen, so I can't tell where that is around the track. And
they've rolled the safety car out pretty quickly, though, so it must be in a precarious position.
We'll try and see if we can pick up where that is. So while we've got a bit of a brief...
So our current lead is Matt Whitaker, number 1 Porsche in 1st, and then followed by Ian here in the number 80 Porsche. And then in 3rd place, 23 John DeVeth. And not too far back, we've got Matt Griffin in the number 77 BMW in 4th place. And then Rick Cooper in the Ford Mustang in number 302 in 5th. So current class leaders are Matt Whitaker, number 1 in GTB class. And then in class 1, we've got Matt Griffin in the number 77. Class 2 is currently being led by 142 Graham Fraser in the orange E36 M3. And then I believe that's all the classes we've got here today.
Yeah, we didn't have a class 4 because we only had one 1600cc car entered. So they got moved up into the... So what we're going to do is we're going to welcome Elton Goonan to the commentary box, and James is going to hover around, and we're going to swap around the three of us while we're all here and have a bit of a chat. And just for those of you out in the internet world who don't know who Elton Goonan is, he's the track manager for Hampton Downs. I think he's run Silverstone as well and a few tracks overseas and done a bit of racing in Europe as well. Welcome, Elton.
Thanks, John. It's good to be here. It's nice to actually be away from Hampton and see another part of New Zealand for once.
Yeah, sure. So, and picking up some secrets from the opposition, I guess.
Absolutely. No, I mean, in all credit, what John and his guys do here is pretty good, and what they've done over the last 12 hours to get the water away has just been fantastic, so we can get racing again today.
They've put some real effort in there. As I said, I've been taking my hat off to the guy all day. He's done a fantastic job. And his team. I mean, it's not just one man. As you know yourself, it takes a whole team of people to run a racetrack. But, okay, now you've been out this morning you're racing in the 3-hour with Lance Hughes in the Hamilton Asphalt TLX Holden Commodore. Tell us, you didn't get a run yesterday. Tell us what it was like when you went out there this morning. I don't know if it was you in the car or Lance, but somebody had a little bit of a moment under brakes down here into turn 1.
Yeah, Lance went out and just shook the car down this morning. We were just trying to make sure we'd made a few setup changes first thing yesterday, which they worked, thankfully. So Lance went down and shook out, we scrubbed a set of tyres in, just made sure everything was running well. And at the time when we were out earlier on, it was definitely on that margin of still needing wets. But luckily for us, these guys out here in the 1 hour are making a nice dry line for us. So the 3-hour guys, we're going to be, I'd say, bolting slicks on for the right from the word go.
Yeah, so basically, considering we've had 3 meetings, there have been nothing but rain, I guess everybody's got fresh slicks sitting in the garage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a nice way to finish the season for the 3 hours. Like I say, I'm standing in this weekend for a young Andre Heimgartner who's over in Sepang racing. So I had the call from Lance a couple of weeks ago. So for me, it's going to be great to have a run on Lance's car with the slicks. But yeah, for the rest of the grids, it's going to be good for them to get a run on those slicks.
Okay, so just for the folks out in internet land, Elton, we'll give people an idea of why you've been asked to step in for Andre, because Andre's a pretty capable race driver, and you've got a bit of a history yourself. So tell us a little bit about what you've done overseas, so they know.
Yeah, well, I moved over to the UK back in the late 90s and got into Formula Ford over there and sort of worked my way through, did some Formula Ford, Formula 3 stuff in the UK, then got into GT stuff, managed to do some British GT, come back and done Bathurst 24-hour in one of the 2 years that they ran it, which was one of those bucket list things that any driver really wants to do.
I bet, yeah.
I was fortunate enough then to be working as an instructor at Brands Hatch. Went in there and also started being the deputy chief instructor. So I got a lot of track time doing that stuff. And then I moved over to Sweden. Actually ran a track in Sweden, and I was quite fortunate. Did some Danish touring cars. Went off and did Nierdc 24-hour, and did some testing for the LMP2 class. But as we all know, money talks, and I didn't have enough money at that point to talk.
So I believe the call came for a track manager at Hampton Downs once Tony had taken it over, and that's where you're sitting now.
Yeah, well, I'd actually came back from Europe in beginning of 2010, and I hooked up with Formula Challenge down at Taupo, which do the V8 drive experience, and I ended up running that for a couple of years and got to know Tony Roberts, and so when TQ came in and took it over, Tony Roberts and a few others threw my name in the hat, and I had the phone call from TQ, and 2 years later I'm still there, which is a good thing apparently in Tony's world. And but no, I've been fortunate enough. I've done some V8 Ute racing, raced in the endurance series back in 14 and 15. We had a Radical 1 year, and then we had a Skyline the following year. And so it's good to be back in the series, and it's great to see how over the last 3 years it's developed, and just how the cars have developed and the driver skills have developed as well. And it's just really bringing it up there. And from my point as a driver coming into the series so far into it, it's good to see that progress. And as a driver, it's the type of category that I think is going to grow in New Zealand.
Certainly, I totally agree with that one, yeah. And okay, so there we are, folks. That gives you all an idea of who Elton is. So he's more than a capable replacement for Andre Heimgartner in the Hughes Hamilton Asphalt's car. So we've had a whole swag of pit stops while the safety car's been out. So they've all done their pit stop, because I think the pit stop window has obviously been open for a little while, so because they have to do a compulsory pit stop, and you still see how wet it is there. Barry Kirkman just come out of pit lane, lit it up, and got a real tank slapper on. So it's very wet out there, Elton. Not flying anyway.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, the pit lane obviously is under the shade at the moment. but especially with the cold set of slicks on as well, it's not going to be the best place to put your foot down coming out of pit lane there.
No,
but,
that's true. That's true.
Gives the marshal something to smile at.
Yeah. So James was referring to it earlier on. Hang on, I think we've still got. We're going to go. No, we've still got. Tony's got the lights on, so we're still going to do another lap behind safety car. Let's try and pick up what the actual issue is, because I don't know where it is around track. Because it's probably been put out online on camera. It's somebody over in, looks like in the...
So turn 7 from here.
Turn 7, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, I can't see that. Now, pit lane apparently has just been closed, so we've been told. So not quite sure what the story is there. So we can't... So we're just waiting for... I've got...
Okay, so it looks like that's the Archibald car.
Oh, no, that's Nick Archibald's car. So... Okay, so, well, that's a great shame. Apparently, Nick Archibald, and unfortunately, folks, you've got to sort of forgive us because we've got no live feed up here. We've got an issue electronically somewhere in the system, and I've got no live feed on screen, so I can't see what's happening over the back of the track. All we're doing is we're way up in the top of the grandstand at Pukekohe, so we can see a lot of the circuit. We can see turns 1, 2, 3 and 4 all the way down the back straight. We kind of lose things once it gets into the complex. Then we can pick it up. We can see the hairpin again. Then there's a bit of a gap as they go down through the dipper, and then up over the hill we've got full view again. So for those of you that are watching online, we do apologise if we kind of miss stuff, but there's not a lot we can do about it at the moment. We just have no live feed. So Elton, James was referring to it a little bit earlier on, getting offline when you're trying to get through the traffic. In something like a V8 touring car, what's it like?
You've actually got to be very, very careful. I mean, the car we're running, the TLX that Lance has got, is we're pushing 700 horsepower, 800 newton meters, so we've got a lot of torque there. So when you're offline on that slightly damp stuff, you've got to be very, very cautious on that throttle. Really make sure it's straight. Okay, yeah, and it is the Archibald car just on the back of the flat deck there.
So that's a great shame because there was a good fight going on between him and Graham Fraser. They were at it hammer and tong, those two.
Yeah, and considering it was a 1 hour, they were pretty hard at it really for a 1 hour race.
Yeah, well, that's true. So I'm wondering if somebody leaned on somebody. You just don't know, do you?
Yeah, that racing instinct really doesn't come out, does it?
No
matter what you do, you can't really beat that out of you.
No, that's right. And if you ask either driver, it's always the other one's fault.
Absolutely.
No matter what the incident is. Ask Vettel.
No, there's always that huge book of excuses from a race that you get when you first get your race license.
Yep, and you kind of add to it as the years go by.
Absolutely. And guys like Kenny Smith and Ray Williams, God, there must be about 6 inches thick by now.
Yep. Now, we had Kenny up here. We had Racing Ray up here with us yesterday, and he's off doing the speed show today. And and he was because we had an hour and a half to talk about nothing.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, it's a bit of a shame that we've had that clash with the speed show this weekend. It would have been great to top and tail with one or the other.
Well, one thing I've got to take one guy you've got to take your hat off to, and you have quite a bit to do with him too, Elton, and that's Chris Watson from HRC. He's been sort of one of the guiding lights amongst all the promoters and all the tracks, trying to get everybody to get their dates in a row. Unfortunately, the speed show kind of fits in somewhere, and it's an oddball one, that one. We can't do much about that.
Yeah, and I know Chris had set these dates quite early on, and then there was an issue with ASB, and the speed show did have to change because of something at their end.
Is that what the problem was?
So it was one of those unfortunate things this year, because I don't think the clash has ever happened before, and it's always good when you don't get those clashes. But I know from my side as a track manager, we sit down with Chris and John particularly, and we try and manage those dates so we don't get those clashes. We try and reduce the amount of overlaps, so we don't wear the drivers out, but also we need to look after the volunteers as well.
Oh, that's right. I mean, we could actually, in talking of volunteers, Elton, that was one thing I do need to bring up. For all the drivers here at the track, drivers and crews, we've got our volunteers gift box in the sign-in room. if you've got a bottle of wine or a gift of some description, box of chocolates, whatever it may be, go and drop it in there, because we give it to the marshals at the end of the day, and that's really appreciated by them, because they stand out here. They don't get paid, do they, Elton?
No, absolutely. And I mean, considering those guys were here, we called the race off at.
Okay, we're going to go live here.
Going green in a second.
So, yep, and we've got at the front, it is Andrew Nugent in the Burrows seating car, and there's Chelsea Herbert's actually the race leader at the moment as she comes across the line.
So
And Peter Ward is running second place. So we've got, who we got there? Ward, and we've got the Scuds running third, and Matt Griffin's fourth. So and they're all basically line astern on track at this point in time. And I've got a funny feeling Matt might have actually done a pit stop.
Yes, that's going to be actually interesting, seeing the likes of. Wardy and Brett are good battlers in the Ute series, so having those two close together is always interesting anyway.
Yeah, so now look at the Porsche coming through the field there, and Matt Griffin in the M3. That M3 is fast in a straight line.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Porsche's only just starting to pull it in under the brakes up there now, so. And actually nearly collected Scud on the way into the corner.
So, young Max, he's certainly been a find this season. I mean, he's two years in a row he's won the BMW E30 Championship, and the Mortimers decided he was good enough to throw him in this car.
Yeah, and I mean, Warwick and Andre have got a lot of history in motorsport, and if they've seen something in Matt, then that's a real positive. And just from what I've seen from Matt just out on the track over the last sort of 6 months at Hampton on his days there, he's definitely got some talent and definitely got some skill there.
Okay, look at this down across the line. This is Andrew Nugent. Now, he's going to be going for it because he does not want to go down a lap. And now he's not going to go down a lap to these guys, because this is Chelsea Herbert and...
Nierdc, isn't it?
Whoa, look at that. Oh, who's that?
Whittaker,
Matt's offline. He's got that completely out of shape through there. That was a great save, because that Porsche was at a 45-degree angle of the track.
Absolutely. Let's just let Matt get right up on his bumper again. But looks like Matt's just maybe missed a gear on the way out there and just lost a few car lengths.
So down the back straight they go now, and Chelsea Herbert's trying to get past. She's the leader of the race, and I think this is going to be putting Whittaker back in the lead under brakes, and there's the pass for position.
It's a nice dive under there, yeah, and he's holding her out just through turn 6 there, and he's going to get the run.
I'll tell you, hats off to young Chelsea. I mean, she's only 18 years old, or 19 years old, I think she is now, and she's pedaling that big Ford Falcon around, and she's a tiny little thing as well, so she's doing pretty well.
Yeah, well, she's just talking to the guys, talking to Lance, and that she's definitely a hard racer. She sticks her elbows out when she needs to, and she knows when she needs to do it as well.
Yeah, so it's okay, across the top of the hill here comes Nugent again in the Burrows seating BMW M3 GDR.
He's got himself a bit of a buffer here, but I think Matt Whittaker's going to...
Oh, he's not going to hold Whittaker out. I tell you what, look at Matt Griffin, though. And look at Chelsea now climbing all over. Rick's not going to want to... Oh, it's actually... This is the battle of the girls, because that's Alexandra in the...
so she's... that's going to be an interesting one. Yeah. It's going to be good.
Yow! The claws are going to come out now.
But Matt's pulled another couple of lengths just coming into the complex there, and so I don't think Matt Whittaker's going to have it all to himself today.
No, he's not. I tell you what, he's that BMW of Nugent's has got some stick in a straight line, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, I was fortunate enough. He was actually at Hampton a few weeks ago doing a test session, and just seeing the technology under that, and just seeing that thing run around the circuit, it's quite an impressive piece of kit. And
when you consider it's a New Zealand built car as well.
Absolutely.
You know, when you compare it with Kent Bajent's car, which is a European car, they're pretty high-tech cars.
Yeah, and you kind of feel sorry for Kent at the moment. He's still got a lot of gremlins with that car, but I think once those bugs are sorted, that's going to be a very, very quick machine in the enduro spec. Yeah,
he's been having a bit of a nightmare run with it, hasn't it, since it arrived. Whittaker's not closing him down much.
No,
Andrew Nugent's Nugent's a lap down.
Okay, so the timing's sorted itself out now, which is...
We're having problems with our timing system. It's okay.
It looks like Chelsea's got past as well, which is missed that one over the back. Must have been under the brakes into turn 5.
Okay, so the running order on the road, folks, for those looking for it, is Matt Griffin, who's leading in the Porsche 991. Matt Whitaker. And then I think Matt's at the front. Matt Griffin is in second position in the BMW M3. Then it's Chelsea Herbert and the Ford Falcon in third, although she hasn't stopped. Ian Hare's the next man on the road, and his good mate John DeVeth is right in behind him in fifth position. Then we go back to Peter Ward and the Scud Rudd in the two Holden Utes, and then right behind them we've got Rick Cooper and it's actually Chelsea Alexander Whitley at the moment in the Mustang, but so they're a lap down. Now Chelsea's going to go a lap down, and so's Ward and Rudd and Cooper when they stop.
Their pits, yeah.
And I tell you what, Whitaker is not closing Nugent. I reckon he's just driving at pace, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got sort of looks like a 2-second gap over Griffin. He's got a clear bit of space with Andrew in front of him, so I think he's just sitting there, just maintaining his laps. No point in pushing the car and risking it. I mean, there's just over half an hour left to go, so he's got a good break between Griffiths behind him, and might as well sit there and just leave it as it is.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to give you a rundown of the top 15 at this point in time. It is Matt Whitaker in the 991 at the front, then it's Matt Griffin in the BMW M3. We go back to Ian Hare in the 997 GT3, from Chelsea Herbert in the BA Ford Falcon. Then it's John DeVeth and Glenn Smith next out in the Super Tourer development car. Then Rick Cooper and Alexander Whitley, with Alexander behind the wheel at the moment in the Ford Mustang.
We got Ruddy and Wardy going side by side down the back straight again in the damp. It's always...
Yep, well, they're running 7th and 8th on the road at the moment. Then it's Graham Fraser in the BMW, then Bruce Catt in the what we call the Shed. That's the Ford Falcon with a Chevy engine in it. And then we've got Graham McCormick, Barry Kirkman, another Mustang, Andrew Nugent just in behind him, Bernard Varight and Charles Rollo. That's your top 15 as they're running on the track at the moment. So for those of you out there watching online, once again, we do apologise if the commentary is not kind of lining up with what you're watching, but unfortunately we don't have a live feed at the moment. We've still got a break in our system here, so we're doing this live from up, so we can't see what you're watching online, but that gives you an idea of what's actually happening out on track at the moment anyway.
Yeah, but as we're getting further into the race now, the dry line's actually getting wider now. We're almost got two lines through turn, or two car widths through turn 1 here as well, which is just going to create a few more passing opportunities down into here as well.
I'll tell you what, I wonder why I've just figured out why you were so eager to come up here and give us a hand. You're picking up a bit of info.
Absolutely. Any inside info we can get is always good. Always good.
Here comes our second place man across the line now, Matt Griffin, and tell you what, he's going well. He's doing 1:10.3 is his fastest lap that time. Oh no, his fastest time is a 1:09.1, which is pretty impressive for that car.
Absolutely, and he's still keeping Ian out behind him as well. He's still maintaining kind of a 3.5-4 second gap.
Of course, the other thing too is he's fighting with this man just going past us here now.
Into the championship at this point. Just seen the point.
The inside of Begovic through down here into turn 1, and there's our Commodores again now, and they've got one of the Porsches, McCormick, between the two of them now, between Rudd and Ward. And there's Simon Lucas in there, although I think we might now have Bajent behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, and Simon's only really just got that car back up and running as well, which is great.
Yeah, there's that battle still going on between DeVeth and Hare, and I tell you, something tells me that that's going to boil over.
Oh yes, yeah, and Cal Macbeth nearly squeezed one of the Porsches there going through turn 3.
And the interesting part about it is they're actually best mates, those guys. So. Oh, look at this. Here comes the pass. DeVeth down the outside of Hare as they go down into the complex. And he's pulled it off. I tell you what, that's late on brakes.
Very, very late. He must be so confident on those brakes. And the downside with John is actually he's running in the 3 hours. So
yeah, well, they're running the Camaro in the 3 hour.
So they're actually getting better intel than I am.
Well, yeah, they are. That's right. So now... So well, I suppose you guys don't know, do you? You don't know what the pace difference is between you guys and the Camaro.
No. I mean, testing on Friday was very much hit and miss, just the amount of water we had. But Lance was very, very confident in the car and the pace we had. It was my first half a dozen laps, so it was a bit iffy for myself. But
Okay, now here comes DeVeth down here now. I think it might be. Is it DeVeth in the car or is it
Going to
Glenn
go
in
around
the
the
car?
outside of Barry, is he?
Actually, I'll tell
Yes,
you what.
he's just cut Barry.
I think it might be John in the car now. I think Glenn might have started the race because the car's a lot more aggressive than it was in the previous, before the pit stop. Now, yeah, I mean, you would know yourself. When you're the co-driver, you're not going to be as aggressive as the guy who owns the car, are you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And ultimately, you just want to make sure you get that car home.
That's right. You know, and Glenn is an incredibly good peddler. I mean, you know, he owns the Camaro that we'll be seeing out here later on, but he also runs that 1,000 horsepower GD1 Porsche.
Yeah, the Crawfords, yes.
Yeah, the Crawford Porsche, which was actually the speed show last night. An awesome looking car. So 1,000 horsepower. That's a. In fact, I think doesn't that hold the outright lap record on the international track?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, sorry, second fastest. We still have the AGT running slightly quicker.
Hang on a minute. Isn't Kenny? I think Kenny's got it with the Formula 5000, isn't he? I think.
Oh, you've got me thinking there now.
Yeah.
Actually, had that many laps around there, you kind of lose track of it a little bit.
Well, there we go. So it's who have we got down here in the pool?
Is that Matt washing right again? Matt Whitaker just coming washing wide as he came through one again.
So
No, so that would have been Ian here. Just pushed a little bit wide going through turn one there.
He did.
Lost a place back.
okay, so I tell you what, John has absolutely bolted in that Commodore. He's gone. Let's have a look. What's his times? 105.
105, so
Yeah.
he's a good second and a half clear of the next fastest car on the track at the moment.
He sure is. What's Matt doing? Matt's 107s, yeah. So
Matt's last time was a 108.
yeah, and John's was
John's sitting on a 110, but obviously he's in a bit of traffic at the moment.
and Ian's dropped well back, 112s that time. Rick Cooper put his fastest lap in the last time round, or Alexander, I should say. And so did Bruce Kett. And those two are running together on the road. Hang on a minute. That's Whitaker. There's DeVeth. That's getting really close.
That's getting very, very close. I think they're within 3. I think it's about 3 seconds on the looks of it. The distance. So John's really got the bit between his teeth at the moment. I think he can see the tail lights going.
So I'll tell you what, Elton, I'm going to throw a challenge out to you now. I'm going to give you James to talk to for a little while.
That'd be good.
Here's another up-and-coming race driver. Back over to James Watson.
Hey, Elton.
Hey James, good to see you back. Good to see you back. It's a bit different from the Atlantics you've been running.
Yeah, well, it's a typical, not the best track for the Atlantics, but I will say that Matt Griffin's definitely pushing the limits of that car.
Yeah, I think he's seeing that third place and seeing Ian here getting a little bit closer ahead of him. So I think he's just trying to him down. But somehow I think that Porsche is just gonna be a little bit too quick.
Yeah, the race seems to be stabilising in terms of position. The lap times themselves, I'm not seeing any bests come out apart from Bruce Kett, number 351, has just set a personal best.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got John DeVeth. He's sort of still knocking out lap times, which are a couple of seconds quicker than Matt Whitaker. So it'll be interesting to see whether John can make any more.
Well, you're saying a couple of seconds better. The gap's only 1.5, so potentially we'll see this time round that he's actually on the tail of the Matt Whitaker's Porsche.
Yeah, just trying to pick them up around the track there. I think they're just coming out of the hairpin now. So here comes Matt, by the looks of it, up over the top of the hill. But they're starting to get into the traffic now, which is actually going to work in John's favour, John DeVeth's favour. And he's
actually
just going for the pass.
Oh, eager down the inside. Going into turn one, we've got the Porsche. He's now looking left, he's looking right.
And John's actually quite confident going down the inside of 2 at the moment. Is he going to make the dive? So just a slight hold up there by Kett for Whitaker. So
I think John fell back just a little bit to try and get a run out of the corner, but it's sort of backfired. Although actually he's closing in.
He's closing ridiculous speeds.
So maybe it's actually worked for him, getting that run. under brakes. He's right on the tail of Matt Whitaker's Porsche.
Yeah, and another bunch of traffic just going through 5 and 6 there, so this will be interesting to see what kicks out of there and down into the hairpin.
So that last lap through, he was John DeVeth's car is still 1.5 seconds a lap quicker, but he can't get the pass. Although he had to come out of the hairpin side by side, I believe.
I actually think he's got him. Guys don't.
So the portion of the Falcon have just touched, I believe. It's just call over the radio. Commodore, sorry.
So John's now got the lead. Ian's dropped back, so there's definitely been some contact.
We're missing the Porsche. Has he gone? The Porsche has just come into pit lane, so series of events have unfolded there with John DeVeth's Commodore coming into the lead, and the Porsche is now in the pits. So in second place will be now Ian here.
So hopefully that's nothing serious. Hopefully it's maybe just, well, I'd hope it'll be a scheduled pit stop because it's right getting towards the end of the pit window.
You never know with a touch. He's got a couple of 100 metres to the side. If anything doesn't feel quite right, whether he comes into pit lane or he takes turn 1 at full speed and potentially sees something in the wall.
Yeah, and that's kind of the last thing you want here at Pukekohe, because you're touching well over 200 k's going into turn 1 here, particularly in something like the GT3. So yeah.
So the team will probably have the car. He's coming out now, so they've probably had a quick check just to make sure nothing's bent or out of line.
Yeah, there's definitely a nice few rub marks down on the left-hand side in front of the rear wheel, so there's definitely been some contact there.
And Honda's actually looking to pass him, so he's taking it fairly gingerly just to start with, so he's maybe still not 100% happy with what he's feeling through the wheel.
Yeah, which is a shame. That could have ended up being quite a good battle for the lead there between those guys. But
John DeVeth has no sign of slowing down. He's just set a best lap of the race at a 105.6, which is a good second better than his previous best lap. So he's definitely got the hammer and tong out.
Yeah, and he's just over 7 seconds ahead of second place.
Yeah, and Ian here's half a second a lap slower, so that gap is going to hold, or if not increase.
It's going to increase, yeah. Which is going to be good. It's going to be good, which means that young Matt Griffin can hopefully.
Well, Matt Griffin's 19 seconds behind, so
yeah, and Matt's still running relatively close pace to what Ian's doing. So hopefully now Matt's on third, he might just get the bit between his teeth again, realising he's got a podium and maybe even getting a second out of it.
Although the gap that time's come back at 11.9 seconds, so.
Yeah, I mean, definitely watching Matt Whitaker's car come through down the straight here and into turn 1, the attitude of the car's definitely calmed down a lot. I think he's still a little bit ginger about that car at the moment.
Yeah, JC back here again. Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, just looking at that, that's 44 seconds down for Whitaker. To be honest with you, I don't think he really cares because that's not a big enough points difference.
No. So he's still got the championship.
Yep.
Which is great. I mean, it's as a driver, you've always got that personal pride. You always want to win. You always want to get as high up as you can.
Of course you do.
And particularly it being the last round. But at this point, I think he's just happy to finish.
But look, I was saying before the weekend we got here and when we did our piece yesterday morning on online. I said I was picking that the supercars and the supercars and super tourers and the TLX cars were going to come into their own on this track as compared with the GT3 cars because of the bumps here, realistically, and the high-speed nature of the circuit.
Absolutely. I mean, although I only had a few laps yesterday in the TLX. We've got the pace in the straight line. For us, the GT3s obviously they've got the aero working for them, and that makes a huge difference, particularly under brakes into turn 1 here and into turn 4 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's going to be an interesting race. It's going to be a bit of that cat and mouse. One lap here, one lap there.
If it was in the dry at Hampton Downs, GT3 cars, because of the nature of that track, it's very, there's a lot of flowing, there's a lot of corners, it's high speed, low speed corners. in the dry there, the GT3s are going to have the edge. Here, I think the edge tips towards, and I'm picking the Chester's car is going to be the one to watch. Not that you guys won't be there, mate, but you know.
No, I mean, for us, definitely, I mean, Chester's are ahead of us in the championship.
Yeah.
So for us, they've got the target on their back. We're gunning for those guys. And 3 abreast into turn 1. John DeVeth one side, Cal Macbeth in the middle.
I tell you what, he's looking in his mirror and he can see Whitaker coming. Because let's have a look. Now hang on a minute. I'm looking at the sort mode. Running order on the road is John DeVeth, Ian Hare, Matt Griffin, Matt Whitaker. Now I can't see out there where Matt Whitaker and Ian Hare are between the two of them. So is Whitaker a lap down? He can't be.
No, he's definitely not a lap down.
Well, here's Matt Griffin here. Has our timing system gone up the chute, or has somebody been penalised? I'm not quite sure.
Because there's definitely at least the length of the back straight back to Matt Griffin.
Yeah, well, I mean, according to this, if they're all on the same lap, right? I mean, we can see DeVeth and Whitaker. Oh, hang on a minute. No, Whitaker is a lap down. Now, I wonder where did he lose that?
Well, he did spend sort of 30-40 seconds in the pits with that check. So if the guys had lifted the car and just done a quick tuck underneath and just checked the wheels, they would have eaten the time up. So he would have lost 50 seconds trundling in and trundling out. So, wouldn't actually not surprising.
Yeah, he's really got a nasty rub on the side of that, isn't he? Now here's Hare. He's coming hard as well. Now we're looking for Matt Griffin. Where's Matt Griffin?
Matt Griffin's just...
He's a fair way back. So, I mean, look, he's leading class, so he's not going to be too fast. Although he is a hard charger. There's no two ways about it. You know, he wants to be at the front.
Absolutely, and just talking quickly to Matt last night at the dinner, he's definitely got that twinkle in his eye of stardom and wants to be up there.
Oh yeah. He's a man who's driven, but unfortunately, and I think you alluded to it yourself a little bit earlier on. It was money's always the issue, isn't it?
Absolutely, and that's motorsport.
Well, I mean, hang on, that's Matt Griffin in the pits. Now, what's going on here? Has he done his pits? Did he not do his pits? No, he didn't. I don't think he did a pit stop earlier. But he's got track position. He'll certainly have. He's got track position over Cooper
he's got and 50 seconds
and Whitley
ahead. So.
Here comes Hare now, and he's reining up on Whitaker. I'm not sure if that car of Whitaker's is performing well this weekend.
No, I think Matt Whitaker's just at the point now. I think he's had that damage. He's had that contact. I think he's realised that he doesn't need to push.
We have a safety car. And what's happening here? It looks like, well, have we got a safety car yet? I see the lights are on. I haven't heard the call. We've got a yellow down here. Yep, we have a safety car coming out. Now let's try and pick up where that's going to be around the track. Now that's going to play into...
it's going to help Matt Whitaker, definitely. Pull Ian in. And...
actually, it's not because Ian's going to be right on his tail, and he's a lap in front.
Yeah, but I mean, Matt's running just over a second and a bit quicker than him.
Well, you've got. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Well, Ian Hare is in front of Whitaker on the road. Sorry, on the time.
Yeah.
But Whitaker's ahead on the road. So basically, this is a lap difference between the two.
Between two of them, yeah.
So
just trying to pick up what the incident was. Looks like something coming out of there.
I'll have a word with. Now let's have a look. We've only got 12 minutes left to run. So let's hope whatever that incident is, it's going to be cleared quickly. I'll have a quick word with race control and see if I can find out what that might be.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to finish the final round of the 1 hour under racing conditions. Obviously having a race finish under yellow from any driver's point of view isn't a great thing. So hopefully the guys, Gary Devon and his guys, can get that cleared up as quick as they can, and so we can get racing again.
I can see the car.
So it looks like the field's just starting
Okay,
to
we've
bunch
found out it
themselves
was car number 16 into the wall at turn 3. So we can't see that. Car number 16 is...
up. It's Peter Vigovic
yeah, it is too.
in the Holden, in the VY.
So that's a bit of a shame. And hopefully they'll clear that quick. Oh, yeah, we can see him there. He's down the back straight there, just under the Pukekohe Park sign.
Just hidden behind that the horse marker.
That's it, number 14 there. So he's there between the Porter Group and the Mount Shop. You'll see Pukekohe Park sign, and that's where Pete Begovic is parked.
So I'd say he must be just as he's come out. There must be a little bit of water left in those curbs on the exit underneath the ward demolition signs.
Yep.
Got those, and must be just run a little bit wide and touch the wall on the outside. So easy to bend a tie rod and steering in there.
Yeah, it is. So okay, so let's have a look. Where's all our protagonists on the road? I'm just trying to pick. There's the two Porsches. Now in here, okay, so you've got John DeVette is obviously behind Tony Rutherford in the safety car at the moment. Then we've got Graham Fraser in there because he's well out of position. And then you have Matt Whitaker, who's technically a lap down, and then Ian Hare, who's in second position. So Ian's going to be a little bit frustrated because he's going to have great difficulty getting past Matt, and he's after John, who's just 2 cars up the road.
Yeah. But you like to say it's going to be an interesting one. Good finish, good sort of final 4 or 5 minutes to the race, which would be great once they get this cleared.
Yeah, well, that's it. Then there's the old saying, isn't it? Safety cars breed safety cars. So let's hope that they get it all underway. And,
and it's I suppose for Tony Rutherford, this is getting some good practice in. I think he's back off to Oz at the end of the month.
Yep, so he's given us lots and lots of information here about him. He's driving for John English in the '67 Ford Mustang, which is maintained by Fat Ass Competition Engines. And out of 6 rounds, they have 2 left, and I think he's won just about everything so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he shocked a few of the boys over there when he went over there for that first race. He kind of came out of the blue. And I know we had those guys over here at Hampton Downs for the festival beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And he was talking to them then, spoke to John English and managed to knock something together. And
of course, you'd have only been basically a real young fellow when Tony was racing, and he was racing that rapidly fast Mazda RX-2 Turbo. Wyndham Shirts sponsored car. How's that from memory?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's actually well beyond my years, John. No, it's I mean, I only really got into motorsport sort of back in the sort of mid '90s. So I got in and only really got into motorsport in New Zealand for about a year before I got off to Europe.
Right. Yeah.
And sort of coming back for me and having to be able to talk to guys like Tony, Kenny Smith. Those guys, it's just a real dream.
Oh yeah.
Walking down the pit lane and chatting to these guys, as any driver, it's a great thing. And we're pitted next to Kent Bajan, years ago, touring car champion, and it's.
Well, I actually pit crewed for Kent Bajan, the 1981 Benson and Hedges race at Manfield. I was racing the Formula V, and then I pit crewed for him in the enduro race on his fuel on the Toyota when he and Graham Bowkett won that race. So that was. 1981, so that's going back some years, and that's before he went off. And Kent, a lot of people don't realise what a driver Kent is. I mean, he partnered Brocky, and he raced in Europe. He's raced BMWs and raced at Bathurst as well, so he knows what he's doing. Yeah,
and I mean, for us at Hampton, we've got the GT membership package, and talking to a lot of those guys who are part of that GT membership package, there's so much racing history within the 100-odd members we've got there. It's unbelievable.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. I'm going to let you have a free ad. Go on there. Go and sell your GT membership. No, it is. Hey, it is a great concept. I mean, one of the things that I do like, it's being an apartment dweller there, gives me plenty of entertainment watching those guys play during the week. Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's great. You get a great mix of car. I mean, we had a day on a few weeks ago, and we had Greg Murphy there running around in the Super Tour, and we had Warwick Mortar there with the McLaren Can-Am car, and just a variety. We had a couple of guys there in GT4 Porsches, so it's just a huge variety of cars.
Yes, I noticed actually, I was at the speed show yesterday, and there was an Aston Martin, and I see Greg Murphy was out there throwing that around on Thursday. A bewinged Aston.
Yeah, Richard Giltrap for some reason had the great wisdom to throw Greg a set of keys to a GT8 Aston Martin Vantage, which had, I think when it turned up, had 89 Ks on it. So, Greg being Greg, obviously returned it with slightly more Ks on it. But he was very, very impressed.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a beautiful car, actually. Okay, we just had the call that the safety car is going to go green this lap. So let's give you a rundown. Who's running where? Okay, it's John DeVeth and Glenn Smith at the front in the Super Tourer. Right in behind them, it will be Ian Hare, although he's fourth in this queue at this point in time. Then it's young Matt Whitaker in the BMW M3 GTR. Just trying to pick up where he's sitting in the queue. He's actually right in behind Ian Hare on the road, so how he managed to pull that off, I don't know, after his pit stop and squeeze himself back into the end of the queue. That was a pretty cheeky little move. Then look where Andrew Nugent's popped up in fourth position, just in front of Rick Cooper. Then it's Bruce Kett. Then Graham Fraser in that little orange BMW. He's second on the road at the moment, but he's running seventh in the race. Then it's Matt Griffin. He's down in eighth position at this point in time. So he's behind Rick Cooper on points. And considerably behind him, actually. So that could be a change of position in the championship, because I'm just looking at it here, and young Matt is on 173 and Rick Cooper is on 138. Now they are, I'm just trying to do some maths in my head, which I'm not very good at, so I'll try and work that out. So I don't think there's enough points to change it. I'm not sure.
No, I think there's still going to be that gap between them, but then saying looking further down, Barry Bernand actually sitting there quite nicely, so he's going to be moving up, possibly up the points as well, maybe.
Yeah, well, of course, Barry bought that car because Rick blew him off last year with the Mustang, blew his BMW off. So Barry went to the States and bought that Mustang.
And it's actually a very, very impressive car. If you ever get a chance to wander down the pits and have a look at it, it's a very, very trick bit of car for the spec that it's sitting at. So it's great.
But okay, over the top of the hill they come, and we have got a green light on them now as Johnny DeVeth brings them over the top of the hill.
Very wide there by John.
And look at Matt Whitaker out there. He's just absolutely going to grab everything he possibly can get. Here's Andrew Nugent down the inside of Barry Kirk-Bernand as they come down into turn one. Fraser in the BMW jumps to the left, lets Whitaker through. Hare goes through. Matt Griffin follows him through as well. And then, DeVeth's gone. He's got that big 7-litre pumped up, and he's gone.
God, you've got to feel sorry for Fraser there, losing sort of four or five spots just off that restart there. But yeah, DeVeth's got 5-6 seconds on everyone at the moment.
But he's Graham's he's lost spots on the road, but he hasn't lost his position in the race. There's no two ways about that. Although Matt Griffin is going to be coming at him. Actually, Matt Griffin would have got him, so that will be a pass for position, because Matt was behind him at that point in time on the race. So down into the hairpin they go, and we have just on 3 minutes 10 seconds left to run. So which is about 2 laps.
2 or 3 laps, yep. Which will be good. Nice way to finish the 1 hour series. Good little sprint, bunch everyone back out.
Okay, we've got a spinner at the hairpin, and it looks like a Porsche from here. Is that Ian Hare? It is. It's Ian Hare. Ian Hare has flicked it round at the hairpin.
Oh no! So that's going to bring Matt Whitaker back up into second place.
And not only has it flicked him off into the hairpin, I'd say, judging by the amount of water we had yesterday, he'll be axle deep out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the session on Friday, there was definitely a pond out there, but it was draining. But it was going to be soft out there, and I think we just had the call that the last lap board's going to go out next lap round as well, which is. So it's going to make it a good dash.
So let's just hope that they're going to just run this under a localised yellow down there. We certainly don't want another safety car with 1 lap to go. And I know the race control here do a fantastic job, so I don't think they'll let that happen.
No,
DeVeth through the hairpin now.
No, I think their Porsche's far enough offline to not warrant it. And we should even be able to get away with actually not having a yellow down there, so we can still manage some passing.
I can imagine how blue the air is in that Porsche at the moment.
Yes, I definitely would like to have an in-car camera on that one.
Yeah. Last lap board out now. Here he comes, Johnny DeVeth across the line with him and the co-driver Glenn Smith. We'll see them again. Whitaker, who is now going to pop up into second position as he takes and he sets his fastest lap of the race in the process with a 1:07.029.
Yeah.
I think he fancies he might still have a crack at the lead Commodore, but I don't think he's got a hope in Hades, to be honest with you.
Well, saying that, I mean, John DeVest's lap was only 0.2 of a second off the fastest lap of the race at the moment anyway.
Well, you're wrong there, yeah. So as they go down a good scrap down here between the Toyota 86 and the V8 Ute, and there's a whole gaggle of cars in there. There's only one car I haven't seen there. The one car I haven't seen today is young Ben McDonald in the McDonald Halligan Motors T86. I don't think he turned up today.
No, there was unfortunately the change of date, to change from Saturday to Sunday, just did put a few of them off, other prior engagements and stuff. But I mean, we were lucky. John Hume was able to accommodate us.
Here he comes, Johnny DeVeth. Put your hands together for him, folks. Across the line, it is the Farmlands Commodore of John DeVeth, and Glenn Smith takes out the 1 hour race. In second position, it is Matt Whitaker in the International Motorsport Porsche 991 GT3, takes out second place. In third, it will be Andrew Nugent. And here he comes down in the Burrows seating BMW M3, and young Bruce Catt and Rick Cooper is going to take out fourth. And here he comes across the line now. Rick Cooper and Alexander Whiteley. Oh no, it's Rick at the wheel actually. And then Bruce Catt will take out fifth. Matt Griffin from sixth, he's gone across the line. Barry Kirkman comes through in eighth. Great job from Barry there.
That's a great job from Barry, definitely.
Yeah, and then it will be Bernard Wright comes up, and that's John DeVeth's brother-in-law. He comes up in a ninth. And Cameron McCormick takes out 10th position. Look at the battle here between the Utes, all three of them together.
Close together. And then 286 is following.
That'll be young Milligan in one of the 86s. Hello, we're getting a call at turn two. Somebody's gone off at turn two. What's happened?
I think one of the boys was just doing a little bit of a nice sideways.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, well, look, there we go. Now they're all going to come around and form up on pit lane now. On the track now for the presentation. Unfortunately, we don't have a on track mic, so we can't say thank you. But I'll tell you what, big thank you to you, Elton, for coming up and joining us, though. Appreciate having you here.
That's great. Thanks for inviting me up here, John. It's been good. It's nice getting a bit of info on watching the track and seeing how it's evolved.
You can pay me later.
No worries. But no, I mean, from my side, it's a big thanks to the Motorsport Club, to the North Island Endurance Series, just for being able to put this on. And like I said, particularly to John Hume.
And Pukekohe Park Raceway.
Pukekohe Park. I mean, they were lucky enough to rejig their schedule and allow us to carry on today. Without that happening, we wouldn't actually had a race. So I can't really thank John enough for what he's done to change.
You know better than anybody how hard it is to rejig things to accommodate people, don't you?
Absolutely, and as a track, I mean, it's a venue that is well used, and being able to switch things around such short notice, and even the work they've done overnight just to help with the drainage has been fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, I know Hampton's a fantastic circuit. You know, I live there. I love the place. But Pukekohe Park's always been my home, and it is a lot of history here. I mean, you know, names like John Surtees, Graham Hill, Jim Clark. You know, the place just reeks history.
Absolutely, it's one of those nostalgic places, and in a way you can actually fit it in with the likes of Goodwoods and Brands Hatch Grand Prix, because it's got such a big history in it, and it's had so many various winners across various classes throughout the years.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, well, thanks again, Elton. We'll say goodbye for a little while. We'll wish you and Lance all the best this afternoon. We hope you have a great race, and wish you well. And we're going to take a break now, folks, while the presentations are being done down in pit lane. And I'll be back with you with James Watson after the break.
Which camera is live? Copy.
Audio. Camera, handheld mic. Thank you.
Overall,
Cool.
no, but which
Overall for the series, Matt Whitaker, John DeVere, Nick.
we'll just do those three first.
It's third overall for the series.
Hope this is right.
Okay.
Race control from Toti, we're in pit lane.
Yep. Can I have Matt here?
Aren't you interviewing?
Yep, I'll wait for Matt Whitaker.
Matt.
Matt Whitaker.
Where's Matt Whitaker?
Whitaker.
Hop to it, boy, hop to it. Oh, I don't let me in. So there we are. You
So
go
can
for
you
it.
speak out loud so they can hear you?
No?
You just go for it.
Okay, guys.
Has anyone got another
Just
line?
like to say we will be handing out trophies for this round as well as the series. So thank you for parking so far away from the trophies. We have sprinted
John
up
the
here.
best fault.
But what we'd like to do is say congratulations to our series winners for the 1 hour. Matt Whitaker, congratulations. Series cups, where's the series cups? Yeah. Big one, big one. There we go. Thank you. Sorry, I put my hand. Well done. Would you like to say something, Matt?
No, Karen,
Not
she's,
yet.
sorry, she's being. She's,
Okay.
Lucy's doing the interview. You
Second,
just.
John DeVere. And third overall for the series, Matt Griffin.
Yes. Looking over this way, mate. Give us a yay.
Woohoo!
Bloody good stuff. Okay, you boys, just let's have a photo with the three of you together. Just like that. Yep. Awesome.
I want some pops on.
Okay. We'll do another one. Yep.
Come on, boys.
Come forward. All right, we're down here, third place overall in the series. Matt Griffin, what a ripper series you've
Oh,
had.
mate, what a race. Went off about 3 times, I think. Had a flat tyre. It was just all on. So I'm just bloody happy that I could finish. Thanks to my team, they've done a fantastic job with the tyre change, fuel stop. Oh, mate, it's so hot in that car. I'm just glad to be getting some fresh air. But no, very, very happy. And yeah, thanks to my team, Mortimer Motorsport.
So how did you actually find the track out there with the drying conditions?
Oh, so slippery. It was terrible, to be honest. Just had to try and be very careful, keep it on the track. I had a left front tyre which was going flat every lap, so just very happy to finish.
Well, congratulations, and definitely got a bright future ahead of you, so best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you, I bloody hope so.
Moving on to second place overall.
Oh, second overall.
Oh, overall,
Yeah.
Here we are. John, how
Yes.
was it out there?
Oh, awesome. This car loves Pukekohe. I like Pukekohe. And my mate Glenn drove first half and kept it on the track and did a bloody good job. So all they do was take over and just keep the pace up.
Excellent.
And I was fortunate, probably Matt let me get this one because this car wasn't turned in probably with the suspension, and she's a pretty bumpy track, so I'll take it, and I'm really wrapped, and enjoyed the race. Actually had a good battle with a friend of mine, Ian here, but unfortunately his car let him down. But I had a good battle with him, so it really got my heart going, and enjoyed it, so it's good.
Well, congratulations, and what can we see from you for the rest of the year?
Well, I'm in the 3-hour race next with my mate Glenn. We're doing half drive each in the 1 hour and a half each in the 3 hour, so in the Camaro in the next race, and she's going to be busy, full on and hot, and but I'm looking forward to it. It's a good track.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you back here shortly.
Thank you.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Matty.
Yeah, thank
How
you.
was it out there for you?
It was a bit of a wild ride, really. The car was, it was the first sort of dry run, so we didn't quite get the setup right, and it wouldn't go over the bumps or get over the hill or turn into turn one. So we were always destined for second place. Well, probably third if Ian hadn't had his issues. So yeah, it was just a matter of getting home, and we had a couple of incidences during the race. So just lucky to make it home, really. Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and what are we going to see from you for the rest of the year? What else can you win?
TBC. Yeah, I'm not too sure. We'd like to go to the South Island, but maybe the 101s. I don't know. We'll have to see.
You heard it here first, everyone. Well, congratulations, and look forward to seeing you back out on the track soon.
Appreciate it. Good job. Cheers. All right. Thank you. Cheers.
There's no sound on this video.
Thank you very much. So just very quickly, we're going to chat the 3-hour cars are running over. This is this race. So, in class 1,
Might be getting hot from this before we get down. The caravan.
sponsoring they're part of JS Oil and Energy Corporation, and very big involved in motorsport worldwide, supporting NASCAR, MotoGP, and the World Rallycross Championship as well, and anything else making their way into New Zealand. Not every time at the moment, but if you're having your car serviced, you can obviously request to have any spoil put into your car. And also big thanks to Hamilton Ashdots, who are also a round sponsor. And not only sponsor around, but providing our co-commentator for my race in the shape of Elton Gooden. That's Hamilton Ashdots. Last year on the team down there, and Macau Limited, a race also round sponsors as well. And race sponsors are Harris Race Radios and Rex, and the boys are only working in, so we can work in speech as well. But those provide supplying all radios for the team so they can hear what's going on. So Harris Race Radios, and they also do helmets, neck braces, overalls, anything you want as well, so you can go on to the Rex down there just opposite the exit of the bridge. Michelin also sponsors the series, and also thanks to Futura Trailers, Vortex Raceway, Pacific Resort, Squawking Magpie Wines. I tell you what, that is a really good quality wine. Next time you're in the supermarket, or don't get in the supermarket, next time you're in your wine shop, request Squawking Magpie. They are very, very nice quality wines. So those are our sponsors now. Also HRC Events, who basically put this whole thing on for the North Island Endurance Racing Drivers Club. These guys are the ones that are responsible for organising this, Chris Watson and Tim at HRC. And you can go in and see the calendar, the racing calendar, it's a wall chart, that you pick those up once you get there with the sign-up office. If you go over the bridge, you mount the bridge, at the exit area, there's a shed there, and that is, if you only see Chris, walk in, ask for a calendar, then you can have, there'll be one of those. They're great wall charts, because every event on the North Island in the country 12 months. And also, if you've got something you want to donate to marshals, bear in mind these guys put in a lot of work and effort, free of charge, to come out here and stand there on the points on all weathers and the tow trucks, and all weather and all conditions, and do it for nothing. So, but at the end of each event, we have a prize giving for marshals to thank them for the work that they do. So, all you guys down there who've got your very expensive race cars, you can put a spare bottle of wine or something, or a gift that you might think is adequate, please do drop it off to Chris and Tim in the sign-up office, and we'll put that for the prize giving to the marshals at the conclusion of the event. Okay, so not too far away, we're getting underway with 12 o'clock, we're getting underway with the 3 hour. So it's coming out on track at the moment in the ITM Porsche Cayenne safety car.
My shop looks
And
better.
let's have a bit of a talk about Tony, because he's a bit of a celebrity around here. Tony Roberts, sorry, Tony Rutherford, does a lot of time sitting behind the wheel of that safety car over here and downs, and puts a lot of time into it. And look, to drive a safety car, you've got to be a pretty experienced sort of guy, you know what's doing. Tony's been around for a lot of years, raced a lot of cars. I remember watching way back in the early 80s when I first started racing, and piloting a rapid Acura RX2 with a turbo shower, sponsored by Wyndham Shares, if I remember right, Tony. And currently he's flying across town.
And he's racing in the Australian Trans Am Championship, driving a legend and Aussie Post champion John English's 1967 Ford Mustang, which is maintained by Fat Ass competition engines. So out of the 6 rounds, there's 2 left. Out of the 16 races, he's won 15 of them. He's won 13 of them, and he's coming second in the in 3 of them. Sorry, so I'm just trying to work out the figures here. There are 3 rounds left, held at Queensland Raceway, Willowbank, Ipswich, and 3 at the Lakeside Raceway in north of Brisbane. So Tony's doing extremely well in that at the moment. And we're just reading through some notes here. He's looking at driving an open class Trans Am space frame car, because there's another class that's starting up over there. It's an American class. They're much to our old Trans Ams that we used to race here, which I'll get onto that in a second, but because we've got a revival of those coming up. They've got a space frame class with that run effectively the Dodge Challenger, Chevy Camaro, Ford Mustang on bodies on a space frame chassis, much a little bit like our Super Tourers and New Zealand touring cars are here. And they're running a class for them in the States, and Tony's having a crack at trying to get into one of those as well. So that's a little bit about Tony Rutherford. Now, talking of Trans Am, coming up this year, Dennis Running from DIFs R Us and his son organising getting the old Trans Ams. You remember back in the late 90s, we had Trans Ams running in New Zealand here. Well, they've got a group of them together, and we're going to be running them at some of the historic meetings this coming season. And we're looking to have 10 or 12 cars out on track, and it'll be a challenge series, and they'll be running to the old Trans Am and USA Trans Am regulations. So we'll have Jaguars, Jaguar F-Type, or sorry, whatever model Jaguar it was, we had a body show running with them, Mustangs, Camaros, and a Dodge Viper, run by Robert Bergeron, or the Burger Man as we call him. So we're going to have about 15 to 16, hopefully, Trans Ams on circuit this coming season. They'll be matching up with the historic muscle cars and the Formula Libre class also that we'll be running here as well. And just watching Lance Hughes come out of the pits there in the Super Tourer. In his TLX car, and he was locking the front wheel, so I think he might have just given himself a flat spot on that tyre. So it was definitely locked as he was coming out trying to warm it up. Here comes Neil Foster or Johnny Reid. I mean, it'll probably be Neil Foster behind the wheel of the International Motorsport Audi. That's coming out of pit lane now. And here's Warwick or Andre Moritz. Warwick behind the wheel, judging by the look of the overalls. Then we have the Grigor Yort Honda Civic, that's leading that class 3 at the moment. Then there's our boys from the South Island in the RX-8. Just heading out now on track. And here's a bit of a heads up too for anybody that's been running in the 1 hour race. If you've got a rental transponder on board your car, could you please take it back to Chris Watson or Tim Hill in the race control? A rental transponder, can you please take it back to Chris Watson and Tim Hill? That's in the 1 hour race. Any rental transponders, please return them. Okay, so let's have a look who else is out on circuit now. Car number 191 heading out. That's Sean Van Beers and Scott Smith and Ford Falcon XR8U. And just coming out behind them was Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the GT3 Camaro, the Sarani Camaro from Reiter Motorsport. There's Kent Bagent coming out in the BMW M3 V8, so he'll be heading out on track soon. So watch for the fight between him and, although he'll be starting well down the back because that's him and Simon's points. They are well off. They haven't actually completed anything at the moment. So that's an M392 coupe. Smallest car out on the track there. Car number 110, Todd Forsyth and Nigel Griffiths. They're coming out. There is the Smeg Racing Audi. So just looking, so bearing in mind, folks, these guys are starting in position of their series points. They're not starting as per their practice times or qualifying times because we didn't have qualifying due to the rain yesterday. there was no qualifying and there was no racing. There was nothing happened yesterday. So we will have, they will be starting basically as they are running in the championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how they work out the grid for the who starts from pole position, because both Simon Evans and Gene Rollison and Sam Fillmore and Danny Studdard are equal on points. The Smeg Racing Audi R8 won at Taupo, and the Trash 458 Ferrari won at Hampton Downs with Danny and Sam on board. But they've, as per the rules of the North Island Endurance Series Championship, you can change one of the three main items in the team. You can either change a driver, or you can change the car. So basically, Sam Fillmore, so they're going to start him off second on the grid. I suppose it doesn't really matter over a 3-hour race, really, over one grid position. But so Sam's bought this BMW V8 twin-turbo M6 GT3 car. He's bought it off Danny Studdard, who bought it off of Tony Longhurst. And he's bought it here, and the Trask Motorsports team are going to effectively run that car for him. So the Audi is going to be up next, and he'll be coming up on the pole position. Now, I'm pretty much picking that it'll be Gene Rollison's start, and will be in behind the wheel at the start. He started all of the 3-hour races to date, so I'm picking he'll start again. And once I don't know whether it's going to be Danny or Sam in the car to start. We'll soon be able to pick it up. If it's Danny, we'll pick it up off his gloves, because you'll be able to see those through the windscreen. But the car to watch, look at the next row back now. That's an interesting scrap there. As you can see, the Lance Hughes Hamilton Ashfelt's car, shared with Elton Goonan, is in 4th position on the grid. And as you heard Elton say earlier on, they are looking at the Chester's car as being they're way behind them in points, but they're looking at Chester's car as not being too far in front. The Chester's car is being driven by obviously Nick Chester and Cam Jones, who are great mates who run in the GT1 class. And I can tell you now, this is going to be a real interesting scrap, because on Pukekohe Park racetrack, this is a track that kind of suits the New Zealand touring cars, which is what the Chester car, the Hamilton Ashfelt's car is. The Chester's car is actually an ex-Aussie supercar. No, it's not a supercar at all. It's a hypercar. It was built by from scratch to be one step up from a supercar. Now on this track, and James will come in a moment and we'll talk about this. On this track, being fast, open-flying circuit that Pukekohe is, it's going to suit the high horsepower cars more than it's going to suit the GT3 cars that have got their big downforce. And the bumps are going to even that out as well. What's your thoughts on that, James?
Oh, definitely horsepower comes into it, and also having a heavy car that can ride through the bumps. I mean, those GT3 cars will be lighter, but they'll also be more affected by the bumps. I mean, suspension will definitely take a lot of that element out of it, but still, a heavy car rides bumps better than a light car.
Certainly does. And the other factor in here is, as we were talking to Elton before, and we saw it on track with the Devet V8 against the GT3 Porsche. Horsepower in a straight line is a big thing, and you've got a couple of big 7-litre monsters out there that are pumping out around about 800 odd horsepower. And those, I don't know what that BMW's putting out. Apparently you can wind the wick up in that thing because it's twin turbo, and you can get some big horsepower out of it. But the Audi, naturally aspirated.
Yeah, I mean, and the turbos are probably going to start with more fuel load than the naturally aspirated cars, just because they consume less. The turbo cars will consume more fuel. So what we'll probably see at the end of it is the pretty parity on performance, but I expect the turbo car to carry a bit more weight. And what we'll also see there is the GT 3 BMW is also a lot bigger in terms of size. So we might see the Audi's got that little bit of edge on lapping people. He's got a little bit more room to play with.
That's true, he has. So here they come. They're going to come up over the hill now, and they're going to head down under the bridge for the first time. And they'll get the, hopefully the grid looks well lined up. So it doesn't look like we'll have the same shambles that we had in the 1 hour. Here they come. Well, who's it going to be off the line? I'm picking that the... look at the keep an eye on Chester's car. Look at the 2 GT3 cars. They're keeping them. They're trying to keep those 2 cars at bay. Here comes Chester down the inside. Look at the big horsepower there. Straight in under the Audi. Into turn 1 he goes. And that Audi's fighting back, but he's got no answer for that sort of horsepower as they go in through the S's, out into the turn 4. Now watch the back straight. Watch the car in 4th position. There's the Audi. He's going to try and run with him. He's probably picking up a bit of a toe there off of the Chester's car. So he's got some horsepower in the straight line. Look at the Hamilton Asphalt's car in 4th position. They're trying to stay with the, look at that, under brakes. The Audi's straight underneath the big Commodore V8. And I'm picking that is Gene Rollison behind the wheel at the moment. They go into turn 1. Gene started all 3 to 2 to this state, so I'm picking it's him in there at the moment. So out of the hairpin they come. Chester's now. This is we're going to get back into the V8 territory here. Under the bridge they come. The Audi's, I'll tell you what, he's really got the hammer down in that little Audi. He's trying to get that big V8 as much as he can. Across the top of the hill now. Watch the big 7-litre as he comes down here. Has the turbo BMW behind him got the answer. Vance Hughes dropping a bit over the back of it. Into turn 1, and it is the Audi from the Commodore. Go back to the BMW, another Commodore. Then we're back to the Mortimers in the M3. Then there's the other GT3 car. There's the big Camaro. He coming through next in 5th position. We drop back to the next Audi. Then it is Cooper in the Mustang, and then it's Frew and Barrett. And then look at it. There's the little giant killer in there. That is the Seat Leon. He's up into about 7th or 8th position at the moment. Doing a great job.
You can definitely tell Chester's raced at this track a fair bit more than the Audi, and it's not the way that the lines are taking, but it's just the way it rides through the bumps. It's just absolutely on point. Whereas the Audi and BMW are definitely showing signs of those bumps having the better of them, especially into turn 1. There's one right on the inside before the ripple strip that seems to be really unsettling those 2 cars, whereas the Chester's car is just riding straight through it like nothing, didn't even know it was going through it. But talking to the Chester's team, they said they go through, they're looking at replacing tie rods here every race meeting. They're looking through steering wheels and whatnot.
Well, you know, that's they do a lot of racing here because in the GT1 series. Now, I tell you what, Gene is absolutely got the hammer down in that Audi. He is trying everything he can. He knows he needs to get a gap to that Camaro. Hang on, I'm just looking at here. It's actually showing that the Chester's car is in. Hang on. Once again, our timing system's taking a bit of a dive. Okay. The fastest man on the track at the moment is Gene Rollison, the 103.712 from Chester on a 105.117. Now, I know for a fact that Chester can go quicker than that. It could actually be Cam Jones behind the wheel, because I know Nick can do a 102 around here. Now look at this at the hairpin there. It is, I think it's Danny Sutter behind the wheel of the BMW, and he's right under the back wing of that. Here's one of the back markers. This is the number 110, the smallest car on the circuit, 1600cc Honda Integra. And he's about to get a big fright as he goes into the turns 2, 3 and 4. He's going to look in his mirrors, and all of a sudden he's going to see a massive Commodore coming at a great rate of knots. Gets online, does, oh, look at this, he's got right in the way there. And Chester, and I'll tell you what, Danny Sutter did a great job there to give Nick room. Otherwise that could have turned very, very nasty as they went in there. Down the front straight here. Here's one of the Darryl Barrett and Dave Frew. They've come through in the little RX-8. Just in front of Kent Bagent, who's making his way up through the field in the M3 GTR. But he's got that Seat Leon Super Copa breathing down his neck. Or has he just put the pass on? I think he may have just put the pass on him as they go down the back straight. Now, for a 3.5 for a 2-litre car, that little Seat is very, very fast. Under the bridge comes our lead car, the Smeg Audi. He's got basically the whole front straightaway at the moment. They are trying to run for cover because they're going to need everything they can get when that big Commodore finally gets to them. So as they go through into the S-bends on the back straight now, and that BMW is sitting there. Look at the scrap going on here. Now, I'm not sure what's happened to Lance Hughes. He must have had an off here because he's dropped back down behind the Foster Audi R8 and the Smith Quebec Commodore, where he was in 4th. He's dropped a couple of positions down now. He's come back to 6th position as they go down the back straight for the 4th time. I think they've gone past now, 5th time, as they come over the top of the hill. Who we got here? This is Dave Dovey and Matt Dovey in the Dovey Motorsport Commodore. It's just being passed now by the Rickaby Orem Corvette. And there's another little car in there. There's that little CRX in there, James, with the big Honda motor in it.
Yeah, I'm noticing Chester's got his indicator permanently on turning right. I wonder if he's trying to indicate to anyone he's coming up on, I'm going to be passing you on the right, but given this track's mostly right-handers, it would make sense that he'd be going down the inside into most of the corners. Down this back straight. My God, that car's got a lot of grunt, that Chester's V8. I've put out around about 600-700 horsepower. 800 horsepower is what it's putting down. So he's got a couple of hundred horsepower on the GT3s, which coming around the 500 to 600 horsepower mark. So currently the GTB class is Nick Chester in the V8 Hypercar.
Looks like it is going into the pit lane, so early stop there for the Paul Verich.
Leading class 2 down in 12th place with Brian Symes in the number 26. And then class 3 is in 15th place.
Say that again. So, yeah, early stop there for the Parsons and Verich CRX. So I'm going to be reporting to you throughout the race with courtesy of Carter's Tyre Service. The commentators that are commentating the race don't have the live feed that we're seeing online here, so you'll hear little bits of commentary from me and also little bits of commentary from them.
He's not coming through the cams, but he's going through this, so that's right. So, so he's now on
2 seconds a lap. Sometimes it is better to come off and make a change and then go back out again. Sometimes the difference in time is worth it.
Yeah, we might we'll see Chester coming through here now with the lights absolutely blazing on the front of that thing. I tell you what though, it doesn't look like Danny and Sam have got the pace. Oh, look at that, say it, big lock up there as he's trying to get past the bright Parsons Honda, and he gets right in the way of the BMW. Now, Nick's actually got some pace. Well, actually, it could be Cam Jones behind the wheel, although it is traditional that I find the owner of the car tends to start the race. which is pretty obvious why.
Yeah, definitely is if you're driving someone else's car, you never want to be the guy that has something go wrong and the owner never gets a chance. But then to be driving a car with someone, usually you're reasonably close in terms of friendship or what have you, so it's not the end of the world if the driver doesn't get a chance, but you never want to be that guy that ruins it you never want to be that guy that takes the drive away from the owner of the car. Ultimately, you'd like to see everyone have a go.
That's right. Of course, Cam Jones, and in fact, I think it could be Cam in the car, judging by the look of the overalls. Because Cam and Nick are good mates, and they race against each other in the New Zealand GT1 Championship, because Cam Jones actually runs a space frame Trans Am Camaro with a quad rotor in it.
Yeah, so looking here, the pace is sort of leveling out. Everyone's getting into their routines for their 3 hour and probably trying to figure out when they want to do their pit stop. At this stage, everything's pretty calm. There's not a sense of something. There's not too much bulking up. Everyone's spread out pretty evenly throughout the track. And we're just seeing kind of routine pass. There goes the 9 spokes Holden Commodore up the inside of the Spoon S2000. So, yeah, everyone seems to be giving room, allowing passes to go through and relatively spread out. And coming down the hill here, we've got a sort of gaggle of cars coming down the straight here with Chester in the middle, or the hypercar. He's flashing the lights, making sure he's giving advance notice, but it's always a bit awkward when you're passing cars that you don't race with day or weekend out. You never quite know whether they're going to get out of your way or they're going to hold the line, which is the more standard way of letting people pass. You don't change direction. You try to be as predictable as possible, and it's when you actually try to get out of the way that you can inadvertently get in the way. But as I was saying, it's all looking pretty status quo in terms of everyone's spread out and letting each other pass.
Okay, just watching the Gene Rollison now in the lead Audi, and he's lapped everybody up to Callum Quinn, who's in 7th position, and that pass is about to happen on the back straight now, although the Super Tourer does have a fair amount of wick in a straight line. The Audi just manages to ease its way past him as they head now down into the complex. So there's just a heads up there that Gene Rollison and the Smeg Racing Audi R8 as now leading the ENEOS North Island Endurance Championship final 3 hour here at Pukekohe Park, has lapped everybody up to 7th position Callum Quinn. So the first of the Class 1 cars is Andre Mortimer and Andre Warwick Mortimer in their M3 GTR. And they're just in behind them, it's Kent Bagent and Simon Lucas in the Bagent M3 GTR. So we've got BMWs are leading first and second in Class 1. And Rick Cooper and Alexander Whiteley, who are racing against the Mortimers for points in Class 2.
Well, it looks like we've got a car in the wall there. That's the number 69, which is Andre Mortimer and Warwick Mortimer. Trying to work out where that is. Looks like it's probably over by the new section of the circuit. I think that little piece of debris on the track there was left over from the BMW CRX incident. But yeah, that looks like it's reasonably heavy into the wall there for the Mortimer car, which is a real shame. That will, the safety car boards are going out there now, so that's a definite safety car. So that will close the field back up, give everybody a little bit of a breather. We're only quarter of an hour into this race and it's action aplenty already, so Going to be interesting to see how this all pans out. This will be a good opportunity to give all the guys a bit of a break, catch their breath. It'll be interesting to see if any cars come in through the pit lane and make any adjustments to tyre pressures or bits and pieces like that. The track is fully dry now. You can see the driver's moving his hands around in that car but hasn't got out of it yet. So the tow truck heading out to scoop him up. The Andrew Sims sponsored ute is there now to make sure that the driver is A-OK. So the rest of the field trundles around under safety car. Looking for a little bit of damage on that CRX there.
Interesting conversation over the dinner table in the Mortimer household tonight, isn't it? So there we go. Warwick and Andre Mortimer currently leading Class 1. Now currently sitting on the side of the track with their nose up against the wall in the complex, and that means that Bajent and Lucas would have passed them on track by now, but more importantly would be Rick Cooper and Alexander Whitley have got past them for the
yeah, so we've seen the gap shrink right back down.
Okay, hang on a minute, this is not good. We have the medical car coming out here. So we're just trying to see. Now I'm seriously concerned that that's not good, but okay. Okay, so we're looking for a driver sitting in the car.
We can see
Yeah, it looks like it was Warwick Mortimer in that car.
Car arrives. Hopefully, it's just a preemptive kind of.
Yeah, he might have bruised his ankle or something going in there, because I mean, let's face it, if you've got your foot on the brake when you're going into and something and you hit something, it can tweak your ankle.
Yeah, well,
quite bad.
unlike a road car that's nice, roomy car, they're actually kept up quite tight so that you don't have nothing's too far away.
That's right.
And what happens in a crash is, well, there's no room for play. You're hard up against your pedals, and you can hurt yourself with a relatively soft impact on a bit of concrete. But yeah, the medical car is now on site, so I'm sure he's in good hands, whatever's going on.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. So there we go. So running order on the road at the moment, let's go back to that, will be Gene Rollison in the Smeg Racing Audi R8, and then right in behind him will be, I think it's Nick Chester in the Chester's Racing Commodore.
And Chester has closed up the gap somewhat, but he's now got a whole lot of cars between him and the Audi, so something to consider on the restart. He'll probably have the grunt to get through maybe 2, 3 going into
Yeah,
turn
but he's
1.
got a couple there that he's going to have a problem getting past, and one of those will be the
9 spokes Holden Commodore.
Yeah.
He's probably got the grunt to match.
Yeah, well, he's probably down about 100 horsepower, but it's still 100 horsepower. when you're starting to get up around that 600, 700, 800 mark, 100 horsepower is not as big a handicap. So there we go. As I go past us, it is the Dovey Ford Falcon in second position. That's got a pretty trick engine under the bonnet of that thing as well. That's not that slow, and he's running in Class 1. But they had a bit of a rough end down at Taupo, so they're out of the points hunt for the. They were just keeping an eye on what's happening out on track.
So the drivers got out of the car and they're just working towards getting him off track.
So, okay, we're just waiting for a few things to happen now, get a few things organised. we'll keep you up to play with what's happening out on track as soon as we have some feedback from race control. They've got their hands a little bit busy at the moment, so I can't. I don't want to disturb them to find out what's happening out there. Okay, so let's give you the running order, shall we, while we've got a few moments of peace and quiet. We've got Simon Evans, Gene Rollison leading the race from Nick Chester, with Sam Fillmore and I'm picking it will be Sam behind the wheel in the BMW twin turbo in third position. Then we have Neil Foster and Johnny Reed in the International Motorsport Audi R8. They're up in fourth position. Then we go back one spot to Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the Sarani Reiter Racing Chevy Camaro. Then it's Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan in the Hamilton Ashvelts Racing Holden Commodore TLX. Then we go back to the 9-spokes car of Callum Quinn, the 91 car, and he will be he's currently sitting in 7th position, just in front of Rick Cooper, who's now taken the lead in Class 1, and Alexander Whitley. Then it's the Barrett and Frew Mazda RX-8 up into 3rd position, our South Island visitors. Then we go back to Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes in the Seat Leon Super Copa Racing car. That's the ex-Cristiano Aguasari car. And anybody knows the story on that will get a laugh. And then it's the Alan Rickaby Oram car in 12th, from Dave Dovey and Matt Dovey in 10th, and it's Hayden and Preston Johnson in their Honda up in so they'll be leading the Class 3. And then just in behind them, it is the Grigor on Yacht Honda Civic, which will be leading class.
Go again.
So Chris Dunn reporting from the caravan again. Looks like Warwick Mortimer has just walked his way over to the ambulance, so that's a really good sign for that team, that Warwick is genuinely all right. So never nice to see the ambulance out on track, but it's always good to see the drivers getting out of their cars.
Yeah, you're right, and especially if you're not racing with anybody, you get to this point, you're wanting to have a break, you tend to switch your brain off to that sort of thing. You really shouldn't, but you do.
Yeah. Yeah, but a long race, any break is probably good for the mind, so that come the restart, you're as fresh as you can be.
Well, that's it, So yeah, here we go. We're just waiting for a bit of a clearance there of,
Yeah, we're seeing some of the recovery vehicles are now heading back.
Yep.
So they'll be recovering the cars, and the driver, I believe, was coming in with the ambulance.
It might be the medical car, actually.
Might be medical car.
So just looking at them going past here, this chrome wrapping seems to be quite the thing these days, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know whether he's done that to try and intimidate the other drivers or stand out from the other drivers.
No, that's just Smeg's colours. So, okay, now there's the Goonan Hughes car. Now I'm picking, it's too early. It's been too early for any of these guys coming for a pit stop.
Yeah.
These guys are brave. Here he goes. Look at this car number 110. Let's give him a big shake up, because
he's probably still going race pace.
Yeah, that's
behind the safety car then.
That's Todd Forsyth and Nigel Griffiths in the Honda Integra SI, and that's they run that car. They've run that car in 2K Cup. They've run it in the Lemons. It's a 24-hour Lemons car. It was a $1,000 car, and here it is. It's racing against Audi R8s and BMW M3s.
Yeah, and I know exactly the sort of race they'll be playing. Having been in the same situation myself in some much slower cars, it's all about taking what you can get in terms of other people's problems. And when someone goes off, you're like, okay, how many laps can I make up? Can I make up 3 laps while they recover? Great, that's 3 laps they have to pass me again to get back to 0.
Yeah.
So it's all about making light of the people's situations.
Yes, it sure is. So, so there's some... I'm just looking around. I can see some famous people standing around. I can see Neville Finley down there from Zambezi. Oh, yeah, Neville. Don't you wish you were out there? Yep. So, Neville Finley, folks, Zambezi, one of the finest clothing brands in New Zealand. And he's the man responsible for that. Races a very, very quick Z3 BMW, good peddler himself. And...
Yeah, I was talking to Nick, who he also pedals the car with, and he's kind of kicking himself for saying, I really wish I was out here.
Yeah, Nick Gladius, Gladioli as we call him. Okay, down the pit straight comes our safety car, Tony Rutherford again. Tony leads a few races. And the Smeg Audi R8 in behind him. Now this is going to play into this comes into fuel economy now, James.
Yeah, well, every lap that they go around at this pace is probably half a litre they don't need to fill up on the pit stop. I'm guessing the bigger cars need more fuel, so they would have had longer pit stops, but same works for the cars that don't need so much. They don't need so much either. So
yeah,
it's an even playing field at the end of the day, given that all the teams will be on a one pit stop strategy, I believe.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it, it's it's only 1.5 hours. I mean, you can pump enough gas into these things to get them for an hour and a half racing. The tyres, especially they're running on the Super Tourer cars and the big hypercar, they'll do a 3-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, with those tyres, it's usually heat cycles rather than length of time. So if you're driving on one heat cycle, you're not looking at too much degradation. If there was a stop of if you're doing 8-lap races, that's when you see degradation and you want to chuck new sets on frequently.
So at the moment, although these tyres will be cooling down, they're not going to get cold, but they will cool down. It'll take them a few laps to get a couple of laps to get the pressure back up again, or the temperatures back up again, as they. I'm just waiting for. I think I can see. Just looking at the safety car at the moment. Are the lights gone out? No, the safety is still on now as it comes under the bridge. They'll still be recovering the BMW, I'm picking.
Yeah, it's always a bit awkward recovering a car when it's got the front damaged. Potentially you can't steer it, so it's a bit harder to get onto the trailer.
Yeah.
And it takes just that extra bit of time. Whereas if you can roll the car on and you can steer it in its full ability, it doesn't take too long to recover at all.
So, okay, under the bridge one more time comes the ITM the Dale ITM Porsche Cayenne safety car.
We can see the drivers getting a little bit more aggressive in their weaving, so they've probably made up their mind that it's going to be restarted on this lap.
Well, you've got to remember they've all got race radio on board, so race control would have probably given them a heads up, and the pits would have their pit would have come back to them and said, "Hey guys, we're going to go."
What's the other side, damage?
We're just trying to have a look there and see if we can see any damage to the Trace Family Motorsport BMW M6. Couldn't see any from that shot, but we'll try and get another shot as it heads the other way. So they're still rolling around under the safety car.
Back to live 2.
Okay, it looks we're still going to be behind the safety car for another lap or two, another lap at least, because they've got the BMW up on the flat deck and they are moving it away now. So, it'll be another lap behind it, because the safety car will reach it fairly soon, and it's got to be in pit lane and clear of the circuit before we can go. So just another call out to the drivers in the 1 hour. If you've got a rental transponder on board your car, could you please actually take it back to the timing shed? And also for anybody if you want a calendar knowing what's happening in the world of motorsport, in the New Zealand motorsport in the next 12 months, then head over to the other side of the track where if you're going over to get yourself a hamburger from Carousel Catering, you can pick one up from the timing shed, and they're a great calendar. Put them up on your wall. It tells you every event that's happening in the North Island, in New Zealand in the next 12 months. So it was for circuit racing anyway.
So you can see the Mortimer car coming into the pits now on the back of the flatbed. So just looking for the damage on that car. It doesn't look too bad. One wheel's going to Auckland, the other one's going to Invercargill, but apart from that, it's not too bad.
That's when you get out there, and the drifters spend a lot of time out there, and what happens is when you go wide around the outside on this corner, it's not a line that's used very often because it's such a high-speed corner. But if you are going to go, you're going to go out there. So there's very few cars go out there. That's why there's not as much. You see those different lines of rubber, because also when you're out there, you tend to be going slightly sideways.
Yeah, trying to get back across as much as possible, because if you leave it too late, you can end up just cutting turn two.
It's if you've got the.
So there's the Mortimer car there now, making its way back to the team garage. So we're expecting the lights to go out on the safety car this lap, and we should be back under racing conditions. So we've got nearly half an hour gone on the race. So
Safety car over the radio.
So under the Tony's really backing them up, and this is the experience of the man. He backs them up because he knows that queue will open right up. Although they've all got pretty good this time around, James. They're all pretty much within a car length of each other, even those guys at the back. So that's good driving from them.
Yeah, and we'll see. I suspect that the SMEG Audi R8 will be trying to hold up the field for now, but as soon as we start seeing him come up to the hill, it'll be bolting.
Well, that's right. Well, just as soon as we hear "go go go" on the radio, then they hear it as well. There we go. The chef just given the call, and he's bolted. Here he comes. He's over the top of the hill, and he's going for it. And now where's the Chester's car? Because he can't do anything until he gets the start line. Here they come down here. He's already come. Here he comes. The BMW's going with him. And so is the Audi R8 of the Foster car. Oh, look at the little Honda get straight in the way there. I tell you what, that was just not looking in the mirrors. That was not a clever piece of driving there. I don't know whether it was Paul or Shane in the car, but he just didn't look in his mirrors, and he nearly wore an Audi R8 in the boot lid.
To be fair, John, it was a car width for a Honda, but not a GT3 car.
Yeah, true. He gave him a car width. Unfortunately, it wasn't big enough car width. All right, down into the complex they go. Now, what has... there he goes down into the bottom there, young Rollinson. And where's the Chester's car? Is he up to third? No, he's right in behind the 9-spokes car, and he's got the BMW. Oh, and who's that turned around? We had somebody spun around at the hairpin.
that's the Neil Foster International Motorsport car. And another big accident at the complex. That is between the number 6 Zog car of David Grigger, Gavin York, and also looks like the 25 Trevor Strong, Noel Anderson car. So those cars won't be going anywhere. This will be another safety car, and it just comes back to the old attitude. Safety cars breed safety cars. So that's a real shame for those two cars. I'm sure they would have been right amongst it in the class.
Well, it's like the boys in the supercars say.
Can't see the safety car heading out, but now we've got the medical car going out again. So it will be a full course yellow again.
I suspect that's in the new part of the
track. Now that looks like the Grigor York car. Oh, okay, yeah, they have there. They've come together quite badly, haven't they? We can't see that now. We're actually picking up live feed off a cell phone here, folks. So anything we're seeing's happened about 40 seconds after the event, but they're right in the middle of the track. So
yeah, he's just sitting in the middle of the track. So something's rendered that car immobile. Because generally, the story is that if you have an accident, just get yourself off the track and out of the way.
Yeah, well, if you're stuck in the middle of the circuit, you obviously.
So while this is happening, it looks like the Neil Foster car is possibly stuck on the outfield at the hairpin. It hasn't moved since it spun off. I don't think it was involved with the dual Honda accident, but with the amount of rain we've had here at Pukekohe, I would suspect that car is stuck on the outfield, and that will be causing them massive headaches back in the pits.
Chester's car is a 105. But I know for a fact the car can do a 101 round here.
Oh, I think it's evident in the way it's taking turn one. It just looks way more comfortable than that GT3 car. So whether they've decided, we don't need to, we'll just keep in touch for most of the race and then push it.
Yep, that could well be the case.
What also comes with more horsepower is less reliability. So maybe there's that.
Yeah, well, they backed it out a bit. But I talked to Nick, and I said to him when they ran this car at the beginning of the season, I said, "Have you gone for a second spec motor? Because when they run in GT1, they're only doing 8 laps, and they've got those things wound up to the absolute max. I mean, when you look at some of the cars he's racing, it's a 1,000 horsepower Crawford Porsche, for example.
Yeah.
They have got that car wound up. But he said no. He said it's exactly as we ran it in the GT1. So he hasn't detuned it or anything like that, and. So he must have a lot of faith in the reliability of the car for a start. Now,
whatever they're doing is working for them because they're still in second place.
Well, I'll tell you what, that Audi being stuck in the grass over there, that's robbed us of something because, Johnny Reid, once he got behind the wheel of that thing, Neil was in contention there. He was actually sitting right on the tail there of the BMW as they went into that corner, and that position's gone away. So... and now here is... So it seems poor old Johnny ends up... he always seems to be the bridesmaid when it comes to endurance racing. So, and let's face it, he's one of our missing talents. One in A1GP in the Black Beauty, in the Formula... the A1GP cars when they were racing for Team New Zealand. Very talented driver, but now concentrating on family business, as he said, or his own business, I should say. So there we go. Well, I tell you what, John from Race Breaks.
Righto, so it looks like that accident's going to take a little while to clean up there, going through the complex. So we're just going to cut to a bit of a pre-recorded piece between the North Island Endurance Series coordinators, Dave Dovey and Cal McBeath, which was recorded a few days ago, obviously just before the race was postponed for a day because of the bad weather. So we'll cut to that and let's hear from those two guys who organised this great series.
I've got to say, it would have been a lot nicer if it had been sun and warm, but this year has certainly been consistently wet. And don't be fooled by that, because it doesn't last very long.
I have to say, though, Adam, that we've got really strong support this weekend again. So even after 2 wet meetings, there's 30 odd cars in the 3 hour and over 30 cars in the 1 hour. So that's fantastic. Obviously, there's been some attrition with some cars. People have been really busy fixing cars, mechanical woes, bit of panel damage. But most competitors are here, which for final round is fantastic.
Well, I haven't gotten my car yet. Fortunately, my son's been doing all the racing and the testing so far, because it's pretty damp and our tyres aren't that great. But how about you, Kel?
Yeah, so I've been for a skid out there today, and it was pretty wet and slippery, all right. But haven't had a flash season so far, but just enjoying it. Still puts a smile on the dial. So,
got any predictions for tomorrow in terms of what may happen?
There'll be a winner, and there'll be a second place, and there'll be a third place. Hey?
and I won't be one of them. We've had 2 DNFs so far, but we've had a really good fun, and our team all just pulls together, and that's what I believe endurance racing is all about.
But you're right, going into tomorrow, pretty exciting to have, 2 top cars that are vying, equal on points, and the same. There are battles all the way through the field. I notice in the Class 3-4, there are some people that have had some hard seasons that are doing really well this year. So we've got to remember there's a real spread across the field, and everyone's out there trying hard. So yeah, and that's the nature of the series, really.
Yep, and I can tell you that there's none of these places are set yet, and some of them there's only some of them is between 6 and 10 points between these guys. I know young Matt Griffin. He's on a mission this weekend because he wants to do really well, and he just needs to have a good weekend, and he could elevate himself from 4th, where he is at the moment, all the way to 2nd, because there's not that much in it.
Yeah, so he's going to be a competitor to watch in the future as well. So, and the great thing actually, we've got. I was talking to some people earlier on. 14-year-old son that Dad's brought along and wants to run with us, and it's fantastic. To see that progression, and there's some really hot young drivers that are coming through now. It's great.
So what do you make of Andre Heimgartner saying that this kind of racing is the future?
Well, naturally we would agree with him.
And I quite agree with him too. I mean, 5 years ago we could see that then, and what we wanted to do was to create a really social, still competitive environment which is focused on drivers, not just making money or bringing lots and lots of people or crowds. We wanted to focus on the drivers and get them to have a good time, and I think that we've been pretty successful in that, don't you?
Yeah, look, I was just talking to a new competitor this morning from Hastings, and he's joined us for the first time, and as he says, in one race he can get a whole season's racing, and he's never enjoyed motorsport so much. So, but again, the series is such a cross section of cars and drivers, and there's some really expensive cars, and then there are cars that are a lot more economical for people to run. So for us, it's really about providing that structure that allows people with limited budgets to still get out, get great value motorsport, but most of all, to enjoy themselves. So that's what we get a kick out of.
A failure in qualifying, but at Taupo they put Neil out there first, and he did a great job. But by his own admission, he's nowhere near in Johnny's league. Then when they put Johnny in the car, it was just, the thing came alive. He was just super fast. He was actually chasing the Smeg Audi and the Trass Ferrari, and he wasn't losing any ground to them. So that just goes to show the talent of Johnny Reid.
Yeah, definitely. And we were talking earlier about tyres and heat cycles. This will be a heat cycle going into those tyres. They'll be probably starting with cold tyres, depending on how long this recovery takes.
So it looks like the International Motorsport Audi has made its way back into the pit lane. So it'll be interesting to see what the team is doing to that, if anything. While we're on that little break, listening to Dave and Cal, all the cars have stopped on the circuit under red flag conditions while they clean up the mess at the complex.
Stand by.
So,
yeah, that's 5 wheel nuts per wheel as opposed to 1, and there's air jacks on the.
Yeah, and it's whether you just do the front left, because the front left is going to be driven very hard around this track with the coming over the hill and also the first turn. And just having one fresher tyre than the rest, even though it's not the best sometimes, because when you go around the other way, you're not got as much grip. But
yeah, well, there's really only 2 left turns on this track.
Yeah,
that's here at turn 2, and at turn. Actually, no, there's 3.
There'd also be
3.
off the back straight there. You're trail braking quite heavily into that right-hander.
Yeah. So it's. I must confess, I have not driven this track with that kink in the back straight. So I'm not really au fait with what's through. I think you've done a bit of racing on this.
I've done a couple of races around this track with the kink in the back, and I can tell you that first right-hander, the new right-hander, is fairly. You've got to have your brakes set up, because you're trying to turn as far right as possible for that next left-hander, and if you're too tight on that left-hander, it tends to sledge out of the corner.
Yeah. which puts you wide into the right hand and the left hander on the next side.
Yeah, it's just a domino effect of if you get the first one right, they all kind of fall in line. If you don't, you're constantly chasing your tail.
I mean, there's two different trains of thought with this track now, with that kink in the back. I mean, for the old school guys like me, you know, there ain't nothing like going down the back straight of Pukekohe, and it's straight all the way to the end, and it's how brave am I going to be under brakes when you reach the hairpin. I mean, okay, in a classic saloon car, we're only hitting around about 205 kilometres an hour, but when you're braking it, trying to brake it, you know, the 100-metre mark at that speed, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I think Ray was mentioning yesterday that he was getting up near 300 in his
GD2 car.
GD2 Porsche.
He was.
Now that's some serious speed.
Especially when you've got to stop at the end, you know. And I must admit, I remember the first couple of years the Aussie supercars came here before we had that kink. And, you know, I managed to get a ticket to the stand at the hairpin, and watching them come in there was like just, you know, these guys, they love this track. I mean, the Aussie supercar guys they reckon this is one of the best tracks they ever raced on. And it was due to the hairpin, and this turn one. You know, John Bow reckons this is the best corner of motorsport in Australasia. You know, and who am I to argue with Johnny Bow?
Yeah, so just another car full of officials.
Okay, there goes John Hume out there.
Normally they'd go out onto the track to inspect the facility and make any alterations that's been requested by the officials, but he's getting off at the exit of turn one, so it's good to see, because the last thing we want to see is he goes to where these cars are going off.
No, I think he's what's he doing?
He's picking something up.
No, he's rushing off to the... is he heading to the loo? I think he is, actually.
So we've just heard through from the race officials that there's a whole lot of oil on the circuit, which obviously we can see the cement that they're putting around from those cars. So that's why the race has been temporarily red flagged, is to give the marshals a chance to ensure that is very, very well cleaned up. We've already seen a couple of accidents at that spot on the circuit, so it's obviously quite a tricky corner anyway. So it's hugely important that the marshals take the time and make sure that oil is properly cleaned up. So you can see the cement dust that they're spreading around there now. Just waiting on the tow trucks to come back so that they can haul those two cars away. The tow truck's been really, really busy already in this race. We're only half an hour of race time in, approximately. So still a lot of action and a long way to go.
1 and 2 in the class, those two.
Yeah, well, that's one reason never to give up, depending on where you are in the championship. You never know what's going to happen during the race.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to take a bit of time to get a recovery. In fact, I think they're even getting a couple of extra flat decks organised to go out there. We've only got the one flat deck here at the moment. There's the two. Oops! In fact, they've got to charge the battery up in one of them. It's been sitting there. Flat battery on the tow truck.
To be fair, we've already had a recovery in this race, and it's probably tied up with the Mortimer car wherever that truck is. So you never expect
two in a row.
Two in a row.
Like I said earlier on, safety cars breed safety cars, and so for those of you out there on internet land, our apologies that you're only sort of getting coverage of what we can see, and you're seeing different stuff to us. To those here in the grandstand, we're sort of apologies that the commentary is a little bit disjointed, because we're trying to appeal to both groups of people.
Yeah. And we've got that dead silence again. I think we should call a special at Harvey Norman.
No, but you can talk about our sponsors. Go on, you talk about the sponsors.
I'll give us a shot at Eneos, our title or series sponsor, provide oil, and as I learned this morning in Japan, that it's one of basically the source of oil for a lot of OEM manufacturers, and a lot of cars come from Japan have Eneos oil in them. And so for this round, we also have
going pretty good. Lockie's out there driving at the moment, and he's we're currently in the championship in second place behind the guys in the CRX. So we need to beat them by about 5 places, and we're currently 9 places in front of them, so going good.
So it's our third and final round. How are the other two tracks compared to this one for your car?
I didn't hear that.
We've been to 3 different tracks now. How does this one for your car compare to the other 2?
Yeah, this is a bit of a horsepower track, so if you've got a bit of horsepower, you're all right. So the car is a cornering car, so it's quick in the corners, and so whatever track we go to, really, as long as there's some corners, we're good. So car's going well. So so we're in Class 2, which is basically any car that's under 3.4 litres. So we sort of get there by we're 1900 cc's with a turbo, and you times it by 1.4. So 1.4 gives you just under 3.4 litres, you know. So there's other cars that are with us that are actually 2.4 litre cars and things like that, so they can't race in Class 3. So yeah, going good.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time, and wish you the best of luck, and hopefully see you in Victory Lane.
No worries, thank you. Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, you need to get that mic right there, remember? And then, I'm doing that now. Thank you. So, and then also really concentrate on going between like this.
Okay.
Because what happens
He
is
puts his all in the motorsport, this
and
Chris.
then the noise comes and you don't get it, so it's really got to be back.
Hey, listen, folks, if you really want to know what's happening in the world of motorsport over the next 12 months, shoot over to the other side of the track to the timing hut. You can't miss it there. It's the little Parker garage beside the pit road entrance by the bridge entrance. Pick yourself up a calendar. It's a wall chart. It's great. It'll tell you everything that's happening in motorsport the next. So there's no excuse for you to miss an event. And it's sponsored by Juno. Now there's something we're going to have a bit of a chat about. Unfortunately, the car didn't arrive. The Juno F1000, new class of racing internationally they've developed, and you could be racing against one of these things this season.
I think I could be racing one. I don't know, but they talked it up as being as quick as an Atlantic, and not just any Atlantic, but a current day Atlantic. Which should be faster than what I've got. So I actually signed up to the test drive, and I plan to go out. I think they've mentioned it'll be ready in September. If you can't beat it, try it. So.
Hey everyone, we're down here at International Motorsports with the Audi and Neil Foster. So Neil, unfortunately, what's happened down here?
I think Johnny came into the hairpin, and I think he accidentally pulled first gear. And has turned it around and gone into the grass, unfortunately, so we had to be towed out. It's very wet down there. So we'll do a driver change now when the race comes back to green, and I'll get in and carry on.
Excellent. Well, it's been unfortunate. Of course, we missed out seeing you at Hampton as well with that pesky steering wheel. How long now till you get in the car?
A bit of bad luck, really. Johnny done well. He came back from 17th and got right up to 4th, and it was unfortunate. But I'll go out there for an hour and a quarter and see what we can do.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and wish you the best of luck once you get back out there.
Very good.
Cheers.
F4. So, how far down the ladder do they go? They are really special pieces of kit. They're carbon fibre, full ground effects, full aero, not full ground effects. And they reckon they are a fast car. I'm with you. I don't think they're going to be as quick as a Formula Atlantic.
Yeah, they've quoted lap times, but from what I've seen, it'll be a couple of seconds down the road. But that's why I want to give it a shot. I haven't driven a lot of single seaters. I've literally only driven my own one. But for me, it's about gaining experience and seeing if it's where I want to head.
Well, okay. So now I'm going to give myself or my series a plug, or our series a plug.
Chris Dunn here, back with you from the Fast Files studio. They're just cleaning up this mess now. They've got a couple of tow trucks there winching those cars on, so not too far away from this race getting underway. You will have seen that Lucy just did an interview with Neil Foster, and it looked like that team, under the red flag conditions, can't work on the car. So it looks like they're ready to change tyres or something like that. They had the incompressible jacks there to go under the air jacks, but under the red flag conditions, you're not allowed to work on your car, so they will be waiting for the safety car to head away again before they can make any changes to that car. So while we've got this little break, you're watching the Ineos North Island Endurance Series from Pukekohe Park, New Zealand. if you're interested in finding out more about this great series, you can either search the North Island Endurance Series, which is Nierdc, Nierdc.com. And we also have a South Island series, which is the Carter's Tyres South Island Endurance Series. Easiest place to find them is on Facebook under South Island Endurance Series. So 2 great series in the North Island, and as you'll see, we've got all sorts of weird and wonderful machinery racing out here, from those fabulous GT3 cars right through to these 2 little unfortunate Hondas that are going to end the series on the truck, and everything in between. We've seen the Chester's car at the start of the race just use its immense power to blast past those 2 GT3 cars that started on the front row, but then the GT3 cars have got the the better brakes and the better overall package. So a real mix and match for the endurance series here in New Zealand.
We're now running, this year we're going to run a 2 championship series like we did last year. We're going to run 3 rounds over the summer series. The first round will be at Manfield in November, which it's a best of 3. Or you count your best 3 results from the 4 rounds. So we're running with the sports cars at Manfield in November for the MG Classic, which is probably one of the biggest classic race meetings in the country. Then we've been invited to the Festival of Motor Racing at Hampton.
Hey everyone, we're down here at the Smeg Racing Garage with Simon Evans, currently leading the race. Now Simon, Jean got a bit of a ripper start out there, and it looks like it's going well for you.
Yeah, we were just starting to build a lead quite nicely, and then the safety car. So that's all right. It's all part of it. We knew that there was going to be a safety car at some point. So we'll just wait and see, and when the race gets started, and we'll keep pushing on and see if we can build a lead again. We've got the Nick Chester right behind us, and he's obviously quite quick as well. And the BMW is only another 2 cars back. So we'll just. Hopefully it's not too much longer, and then we'll start pushing on.
So with the red flag conditions, obviously the cars are sitting on track now. How does that affect your car going back out there?
Obviously, it's just getting the heat back into everything. Obviously, everything's cooling down. So, obviously just hearing now there's 3 minutes to go. So, it's hard in 1 lap to get brake temperature and tyre temperature back into it, but I'm sure Jean will be working overtime on this 1 lap until the safety car lights go up.
Thank you very much for your time, and wish you the best of luck, and hopefully see you in the winners lane.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Currently we're negotiating with the Formula Ford and the Formula First guys as well to see if we can get them along as well. So we're hoping that we're going to it'll be a totally dedicated single-seater meeting. It'll be something different. It's for the purists, and I'll tell you what, I bet you it'll bring the purists out as well. But I can't wait to see Kenny in the T332 up against his good mate Shane Higgins, Andrew Higgins, and who's running another T332. So those 2 are going to go out to Hammer and Tong, and then they're going to get out of that. They're going to get into a couple of Swift DB4s, and they're going to take you on. So that's going to be pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny's going to have a hard choice. How many races does he do? he definitely performed well at the festival. I think
he raced 4 classes.
Everyone was blown away with someone of his age could do that. I mean, and he didn't just do it. He won races time after time.
He won every single. He ran 14 races. He won every single one bar 1, and he finished second in that because he started out of pit lane.
Yeah, just incredible.
I mean, it's just, the man is amazing. But look, I tell you what, Kenny gets upset when people talk about his age. He said, racing the car, especially the Formula 5000, he says it's like sitting in an armchair. You just steer it. I mean, Max Stewart once said that the only reason they put a steering wheel on a Formula 5000 is to correct mistakes made by the throttle.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like we're going to start getting underway again soon.
So the safety car's rolling, and we'll see the field pull away. I think all those tyres are probably stone cold by now.
Oh, they will be,
unless they got warmers on. But
no, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to touch them. They're allowed to check tyre pressures, but they're not allowed to touch them. The driver can get out of the car. They can go and have a drink of water. They can go to take a rest walk. The mechanics can check the tyres on the car. They can check the oil and water, but they cannot do anything mechanical to the cars. So they're going to be underway now. What I'll do is once we've got underway and race control back online, I'll check with them to see if this is actually eaten into our 3-hour mark. In fact, I didn't need to even do that. I can actually check with our online.
So Chris Dunn back from the studio here. We just seen the Evolve Civic, which is the Trevor Strong, Noel Anderson car being towed back into the pits. It looks like it suffered a significant amount of damage to the front of that car, so I would say that is their day well and truly over, unfortunately. And I don't have the points in front of me, but I'm sure that they would have been right at the pointy end of their class. So that'll be a real shame for those guys. A couple of the elder gentlemen of this series, and also a couple of bloody real hard cases as well. So that's a real shame to see for those guys. So yeah, the cars are rolling now behind the safety car, as you can see, and with a bit of clear track in front of them, it'll be interesting to see how these cars.
Copy that.
How these cars go. You can see how much of the track's affected there by that oil slick. But with the Smeg car, the Chester's car, the 9-spoke car, and then that beautiful new BMW M6 at the front of the field, it's going to be like a complete restart of the race, I guess. And with no traffic involved, it will be super exciting to watch those 4 or 5 cars run head to head once we head back under racing conditions.
Well, I guess after that 1 hour race, it was quite interesting seeing a few of those guys who obviously aren't part of the front running group, but some of those Class 1 winners, and in particular Matt Griffin, it was quite neat to see him just absolutely stoked to finally win that title.
Didn't he do a great job?
Yeah, it was really neat because obviously we had our pseudo awards dinner last night. We didn't really, well, we were supposed to have the awards last night, but it didn't happen obviously. So we had a dinner, and Matt got up there to have a wee chat with me, and he was great. You know, he talked with passion about his sort of goals in life and what he wants to do in motorsport, and it was really cool because you could see he was a little bit nervous obviously, but came into this weekend leading the series of Class 1 obviously, and came away on top, so that was really cool. Personal friend of mine, Ollie Haycoop, he won Class 3, beating some of the Toyota 86s, so that was quite cool to watch too.
Yeah, no, Ollie's done a great job. All right, so okay, I think the safety car light will go out this time. And when they just check with race control, I think when we went red flag, I think that stops the timing on the race. So out of pit lane here comes the International Motorsport car, and I think we've got Johnny behind the wheel now.
Yeah, we've got Johnny in the car. I guess once you've done an hour, I think 1 hour is that your minimum time?
Yep.
Yeah, so he's obviously done an hour. We've just ticked over 1 hour now, so that means that Johnny Ree will be in the car, so he'll have a wee
But
fang.
unfortunately, he's a couple of laps down now, having Neil overcooked it to the hairpin. I mean, Neil was doing really well too. I mean, he was on the hammer on the tail of the BMW.
Yeah,
into the hairpin, awesome. And the next thing we know, unfortunately, he overcooked it in there and parked it in the grass. And with all that rain we've had in the last couple of days, it's that wet out there that once you're off the track, you're axle deep, and that's it. You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it is just one of those things when you get a track that is just that wet. As I think we see the lights are out on the safety car now. Simon Evans will back up the field, coming out of the hairpin. Is that Callum Quinn, I think, in second on the road?
He'll be second on the road. No, he won't be. It's Chester's right in behind Simon, so he's not going to run. He's not going to be able to run away.
Here we go. Evans comes over the top of the hill, coming down to the green flag. He's absolutely gapped the Chester's car here. Callum Quinn just sitting there in third on the road. The BMW sticks its nose out to go down the inside, but he can't quite get it into turn 1. Let's have a look. Dives right down the inside.
Okay,
Callum gives him the room. A little bit wide.
Okay, and this time now, Chester is not going to let the Audi run away like it has done in the past. We were talking about it earlier on, And the Chester car, we're watching it. The Chester car is sitting a lot better through this turn one than the GT3 cars. And he's, of course, he's got the horsepower. We're watching him go down the back straight here now. And this time the Smeg Audi has not been able to run away from it like he did earlier on. I think earlier in the race, they just decided they were going to let him run away and play. As long as they stayed in touch with him, they could dial him back later in the race, which is what they've done. So down they go, into the hairpin now. It is the Smeg Audi. And he leads the Chester's Bathroom Supplies Holden Hypercar under the Sanyong Bridge. Right in behind them, it is Trass Motorsport BMW M6. Well, unusual to say that, the Trass Motorsport BMW M6, but that's who's running it this weekend as they come over the top of the hill. And the BMW is not as quick as I thought it was going to be, but once again, they may be playing the same game. Across the stripe they come and into turn one, and it is, I'm picking, it won't be, I don't think Simon's in the car yet, is he?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we've quite had our first proper round of pit stops. Only just came over that 1 hour mark.
Well, that's right. You've got the hour and a half to go. So down here, we've got the Barrett and Frug. We've got a good scrap going on here for Class 1 because you've got Kent Bajan and the BMW M3 up the front there. And then right in behind them is the second place car in that class, and that is the Rick Cooper and Alexander Whitley Mustang, and then right in behind them the Barrett and Frug Mazda, and then the Dovey car in behind that, and then we go back to the Rickaby Orem Corvette, and that's so basically everybody's running on the road at the same time, although a lot of those guys are a little bit further back down the field. Now notice, actually, I'm just looking at the thing here. I hadn't seen this before, Simon. Kent Bajan's got Neil Allport in the passenger seat, in the co-driver's seat.
It's a bit of a surprise. I wonder why they've put him into the car.
Probably because Neil's a bloody quick driver.
That's true. That's true.
So, not to say that Simon's not. Simon is a good peddler, but you know, I think what it might be actually is because Kent's been having problems with the BMW. He might have got Neil in there to see if he can find out what the issues are with the car, because Neil is a very, very good engineer.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a BMW expert too, so that always helps.
Okay, down the front straight. Here comes Johnny Reed, and let's check the pace of this thing out. Although he's a few laps down, he's going to be going fairly quick, I'm picking. So
yeah, well, that's assuming that Johnny is in the car. We assume that he is, because we've elapsed that 1 hour mark.
We've just had one of the V8 Utes off the track, and he's had a wild ride off on the grass up there.
Look at the skid marks. Actually, I think he might have clouded the wall there.
Yeah, well, he was giving the wheel a shake as he was coming across the line to see everything was right. Okay, here comes the Audi into turn one, and just go around the outside of the little Honda. And they've not managed to get away from Chester like they did in the previous bit. Now, they've been slowed up a little bit there. Onto the back straight they go. And it will be Chester now will fire up the big V8, and he will thunder off down there after that Audi. And a good fight going on down here too, Simon, between the Hughes and Quinn and the two Super Tourists.
Yeah, and apologies if it seems a little bit weird. We don't actually have the feed to see what you're seeing at home, but at the track here, we're obviously seeing what's happening on track, and we can see it's Callum Quinn. His car is actually a Holden Commodore V8 Super Tourer, whereas the car behind is a TLX. As we see, the Hughes car dives down the inside to take that position away from Callum Quinn down at the complex. So interesting stuff at the moment here, John.
It certainly is, as we... You
just have a look there on the timing there. So if we scroll up to the top there, John, it'd be good to see. We'll do a run through the order for everyone here. So in the lead at the moment, we've got Simon Evans and Gene Rollinson in the Smeg Racing Audi R8 GT3, followed by Nick Chester. And who's in the car with him?
That is...
it's not Glenn Smith, is it?
No.
Cameron Jones.
Cam Jones
So Cam
is in
Jones
that car.
and Nick Chester currently sitting second. They lead GTB. And in GTA is Simon Evans, obviously, in the lead. In third, we've got Sam Fillmore and Danny Studdard in the BMW M6 GT3. In fourth, we've got Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan in the Holden Commodore TLX. Closely followed by Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in that Chevrolet Serini Engineering Camaro GT3. And then I think behind them, Callum Quinn, obviously, in the Holden Commodore Super Tourer. Kent Bajan currently 7th. Rick Cooper in 8th, Daryl Barrett in 9th, and Alan Rickaby in 10th.
Okay, so that was your top 10 there, and it's now here comes one of my favourite cars in the race. This is the Seat Leon Super Copa.
Cool livery, that.
And that is, I'll tell you the story behind that in a second. And they are currently, I'm just trying to pick up where they are on the field. They were running, they've actually dropped a little bit. They were a bit higher than that earlier on. Oh, hang on. So they are... I can't even...
So it looks like we've got another car stopped at the hairpin there. Got the yellow flag flying and also the debris flag, the red and yellow one. Just trying to pick up who that car is. There's quite a few black cars out there, unfortunately. It's the John DeVeth Glenn Smith Reiter Camaro. Not too sure how it's actually got there, but what that's done is that's caused another safety car. We've got the safety car heading out on track again. So that's a funny place for that car to be parked on the infield there, unless he's come out of the hairpin, gassed it up a little bit too early and spun round on himself. But again, the Pukekohe outfield is just so wet and treacherous that he's going to need his gumboots and someone to push him out of the mud. So once again with the North Island Series, the ITM safety car getting more laps than most. Yeah, I don't think we'll be too far away from starting the pit stop sequence, so it'll be interesting to keep an eye out here. Some of these guys may take this opportunity to come in and swap drivers. Although the amount of safety cars we've had already in this race, it suggests to me that there's going to be a few more still to come. You see the Pukekohe Park Sangyong ute there fitting in with the cars as they head down the back straight.
Because they had the Holden Commodore Super Tourer prototype out at the second round at Hampton Downs, but now they've finally been able to get the Camaro going, so hopefully it doesn't have too much damage. It's a great car, that. Those GT3 cars that we're getting over into the country are just epic now, and that Reiter engineering car is a bit of a weapon, actually. Perhaps one of the more cheaper GT3 cars that you can buy out there, and it's in some ways it's a bit of an entry-level car.
Yeah, but of course we haven't seen the other Camaro this year, the Inky Tulloch car from the South Island.
Yeah, I understand that Mark Gibson and John McIntyre were in line to compete in that car this season, but for whatever reason they've decided not to.
Yeah, it's I think realistically that car now is going to be outpaced.
Well, I don't know. You know, when they came here and they were competing couple of years ago, and they did the New Zealand Endurance Championship and they did the North Island Endurance Series, that was on par with that Audi R8, and you know they don't have the balance of performance to deal with either, so it's those cars are still quick. Once you've got a gun driver in one of those cars, you can still be pretty quick. And actually up in the commentary box, I don't know if you can see, John, but down by the Sangyong Bridge, I believe that is the Camaro that is being pulled away now from the hairpin, so that's a real shame that those guys might not be able to finish. There's a tinge of irony here in that we've finally got ourselves a really dry race and we just can't seem to shake the safety car, John.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? We've had more safety cars this event than we've had in any of the others previous.
Yeah, when it was.
So it looks like we've got one of the rescue vehicles heading back out on the track. So perhaps the Smith and DeVeth Camaro has suffered a mechanical malfunction or something, because they've looked to have towed it off the grass with the wee Sangyong ute, but now they're sending out one of the recovery trucks. So not really too sure what's going on there. As you can see it on your screen now. Looks like they've definitely moved that, but now they're sending out one of the flatbeds to pick it up. So a real shame for those guys. Those guys just obviously won the 1 hour race earlier on this morning in Johnny's Commodore. Some absolutely thrilling moves down the front straight from John. He was really driving well. So that's a real shame for those guys to be parked up in the 3 hour race, especially when they've only just fixed this car after a fairly nasty shunt at a wet Taupo in round 1. So hopefully it's not too bad and they can take their car back to the pits, sort out its little gremlins, and we can see it back out there this afternoon.
I saw actually down at turn 2, I think you commented on it earlier, that Seat Leon Super Copa had a massive lockup just offline trying to cover his position. So, you know, the track is probably green, and there's that element, and then there's obviously the element of the grass being quite wet and slippery, and if you get stuck in there, you're just going to get bogged, because it's about, maybe a centimetre or 2 higher than the actual tarmac. It's quite fluffy grass when you think about it. They actually dug a few trenches out at turn 1 to get some of that water out yesterday.
Yeah, well, we talked about that yesterday. I mean, and as I said, big hats off to John and the crew here at Pukekohe Park for not only shifting their calendar around to give us a second day, but for actually digging up his racetrack to get rid of the water that was here yesterday. I mean, that was a big call, and it just goes to show how far John Hume and the team here at Pukekohe go out of their way to provide a great venue.
Maybe we just need to put some permanent PVC piping down in some of these flooding areas.
Well, no, that's now before anybody starts jumping up and down about drainage and one thing and another. They are resealing this track. Right, the track is going to be resealed.
We hope.
And when they do that, they are putting full drainage in, because bearing in mind this was built in 1962. Right? It's only ever been resealed once in its life, and that was back in the 80s when we ran the Nissan Mobile series here. So, to redo it now, is a big investment. The investment's in place and it will be happening. But when they do that, then they're going to invest in putting the big drainage in as well. And because the other thing you've also got to remember with that Pukekohe is it's built on a peat swamp, which gives it that unevenness. So that's another thing here with Pukie.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if they do end up doing that resurface, whether they keep those bumps. I don't know in terms of how those bumps are formed, whether it is literally just an issue where the track gets old, or whether it is because we're on the swamp. But the bumps really give it some character. Drivers seem to love it or hate it. I don't know.
I love them. Yeah. I love the bumps.
It's great watching those cars come through turn 1 and they're just rocking and riding. Like I was down there actually a little bit earlier taking some photos, and it was interesting to watch the Smeg car. And you can actually watch it at Hampton Downs too when they do this. It's when it exits some of the corners and when it goes through the bumps especially, it tends to rock back and forth, whereas the Chester's car will sort of pivot on one of the corners. So you often see the front ends of the GT3 cars lifting up a lot, but it's quite symmetrical, whereas you'll see the right front corner of the Chester's car will pick up its front wheel. You'll see that with a lot of the older, sort of the Super Tourers and the TLXs and even the Mortimer GT3.
Well, that's how the cars that, especially with those GT1 cars, that is a GT1 car. It's
and
not,
they're stiff.
Yeah,
they're really stiff.
Oh yeah, they are set up here for and. I mean, whilst I don't travel the same speed as these guys, my car is actually set up for this track. And I've got photos of it goes through here, and it gets a slight bit of opposite lock on the front wheels, about 2 inches off the ground, and they sit there and they dance through the corner. And that's how you have to set your car up here. With those Super Tourers, supercars, and Super Tourers, they were built, designed to race on this track and tracks like it. The GT3 cars are designed for the European flat, super smooth circuits, and they don't like these bumps. It's as simple as that. They really just don't like the bumps. And I've said all week that, and I think we talked about this at Taupo, Simon, with when it comes to Taupo, the Chester's car was not going to be in the running. He said it, we knew it wouldn't happen because he wasn't going to be able to compete with those GT3 cars around Taupo. Hampton Downs might have closed the gap a bit, but so when they get to Pukekohe, watch the Chester's car and the Super Tourers, because they will be closer.
That's true, and the thing with those GT3 cars is that because they've got these massive wings and a lot of downforce, you really need to harness that. So tracks like Hampton Downs and Taupo, they're just perfect because you can really harness the fast sort of nature of those tracks. Like Turn 1 at Hampton Downs, those cars are going incredibly quick. They're hardly buttoning off heading into Turn 1.
Well, we're talking to Danny the other day about the BMW, the M6 GT, 550 kilos of downforce on that back wing, on that BMW.
Way.
550 kilos.
That's incredible.
That's huge.
And it's interesting, actually. You know, all these GT3 cars are sort of similarly paced, but if you actually look at the physical makeup of these cars, they're quite different. You look at the BMW, and we talk about the wing. That one's mounted from below, and it's got quite a wide wing, whereas the Audi's got its wing mounted from the top, and it's interesting to see sort of the aerodynamic advantages and disadvantages of that car, but you'd sort of wonder perhaps where the aerodynamic advantage is on that BMW, whether it's sort of spaced more evenly, or whether, you know, on the Audi it's got some really good rear downforce because they've got quite big diffusers on the back. Like the diffuser on that BMW is massive. It's huge.
Well, look at that, actually, and that's the other thing too. Now, just looking at those two cars from here, look at the Commodore, which is a four-door family saloon it's based on, and look at the size of that two-door coupe BMW behind it. It's bigger.
It's massive.
It's a huge car.
They're huge. And, you know, I was talking to Richard Moore about it a little bit earlier. He said the GT3 car looks a lot like the road car, and that is, in essence, what GT3 cars are. They're basically just the road cars. The engines are the same, but they're road cars, but these just massive wings on the back and a few flappy paddle gearboxes.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably a little bit in the suspension setup there.
Okay, yeah, there's a little bit more to that, but, you know, fundamentally, they're quite similar to the road cars.
Yeah, whereas that Chester's car was actually built, and I'm still I can never remember who it was that built the damn thing in Australia. It was a supercar, but it was never built as a supercar. It was built as a hypercar. It was built to be beyond supercar, and Nick got it a little bit later on, because remember Nick used to campaign that rapidly fast Mitsubishi Evo.
Definitely.
But I think he was saying that the engine rebuilds in it was something like about $35,000 a time.
As we see the lights go out on the safety car now, we're going to have Simon Evans come over the hill once more. Hopefully we can have some proper green running now. The green flag is out down on the front straight here. Simon Evans puts his foot to the floor. Let's see if he can maybe set out a gap against this Chester's car.
Okay, and across the line they come, and into turn 1. Now look how much tidier the Chester's car is through there than the Audi, Simon, and he's with him all the way. The Audi's a little bit quicker off that corner there, but onto the back straight here. Now this is where the hypercar will come back into its own.
Looks like that margin might actually be gapping out a little bit there, John.
Yeah, it's bearing in mind, you know, we've still got 1 and 3/4 hours to go in this, and I'm picking that they've just decided they're going to sit there and keep an eye on that Audi at the front. They're not going to let it get too far away. The BMW is sitting just in behind him, so I think these guys are playing a game. I think Gene will be. I'm pretty sure it's Gene behind the wheel of the Smeg car at the moment. He knows that he's got a real handful of a fight behind with those two cars sitting in behind him, and he's trying to open up as much gap as he possibly can.
Definitely, and the other two like Gene's getting that gap going now, and I think that Chester's car might be just falling into the clutches of the BMW.
No, I think that's probably a planned race move, to be honest with you. Down the front here. Because I'm watching the lap times that Chester's car is doing, and I can tell you now, it will go 3 seconds a lap faster than that. So
well, let's keep an eye on it after these first couple of laps after the safety cars finally come in. The track will rubber up as we go on, so the times in theory should come up.
Here comes the car that is currently running in 11th position, and the first effectively it's a Class 2 car. And that is the Seat Leon Super Copa of Daryl Barrett and Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes. And that car, that's the one you said has got a neat paint job on it.
Yeah, it's cool. Is it AP brakes on
AP Racing.
Yeah, it's
basically
really cool.
The car was brought into the country. There was about 8 or 9 of them brought into the country some years ago. And Andy Colpin from RaceFX bought that particular car because it was a very low K car. They hadn't. It had only done the Dubai 24-hour race, and it had done the 6-hour here at Pukekohe some years ago. The last time we had a 6-hour at Pukekohe. Bought the car, sat around for a long time, and then John from Race Brakes, who is Andy is an agent of Race Brakes, saw the car and thought, hey, we'll put this in the showroom, and so they put the AP Racing livery on it. And but if you go and look at that car, that is one trick piece of kit. That thing is effectively a European touring car spec machine, and it is very fast.
Well, I'm pretty sure they used to campaign those cars or something similar in the World Touring Car Championship, if I'm not wrong.
They did, but they called that. They also ran them in their own one-make series, and that's it was called the Super Cup. So hence Super Copa.
Yes.
Yeah. So
definitely. Now look at this. We've had like what, maybe 2 laps under green, and Simon Evans has already caught that old Honda Integra. Oh, is he going to go around the outside into turn 2? Gets him done easy. Now it's really interesting, John. Watching that BMW coming into turn 1, it's really scraping. It's scraping into turn 1 on those bumps, whereas the Audi is riding them a lot nicer. Now, Trask Family Motorsport, they only got the car maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. They've done a little bit of testing here at Pukekohe in the week leading up to it. But I sort of wonder whether they've got that car dialed in or not, because maybe it's just riding a little bit too low, because every time it's coming into turn 1, it's just skating, and you can really hear the underfloor of that car scratching on the floor. And you know, the Audi R8 isn't doing it. The International Motorsport Audi R8 isn't doing it, and that seems fine. But you know, those supercars and the Super Tourers and the TLXs, they're pretty used to it. So you know, don't be surprised if you see that. As we watch another lap, Simon Evans comes around, or actually might be Gene Rollinson in the car. Quite a big gap now to the Chester's Holden Commodore. BMW hasn't quite been able to get in here as we watch it coming into turn 1. Once again, that BMW is just really not handling those bumps really well. Coming onto the front straight here, we got the Lance Hughes Holden Commodore TLX NZ-V8 and the Callum Quinn Holden Commodore V8 Super Tourer. So those cars, on the outside, they look quite similar, but under the shell, they're quite different cars, built by different people. I believe the Super Tourer was built by Pace.
Hey everyone, we're down here with Glenn Smith, who's just brought the Camaro back in. So what actually happened to it out there?
Don't know, we had some sort of rear nut failure in the left rear of the car, and the wheels come off and coming into towards the hairpin. We had a bit of a scary moment, and luckily just parked on the grass.
Not the ideal thing you really want happening in this scenario.
Oh, that happened there, not up here. But yeah, so I don't know, just one of those things. I don't think might be a fault or something. They'll have to find out what it is. Hopefully they get it fixed and Johnny can go and have a skid.
So does it look like it's going to be fixable and we can get you back out there?
Oh, I'll just let the boys check it. But you know, we're not in the championship, so we're just having a bit of fun. So it'd be good for Johnny to get some laps. So we'll see.
Well, he's had a very busy day, and so have you already.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he wants to get more laps around here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So how it goes, isn't it?
Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we can get John back out there.
Okay.
We all love the Camaro. Yeah. Cheers.
Sam Barry and several others, about 5 of them all, in this massive battle down at Teretonga. And it was some of the greatest racing I've watched in a really long time. So anyone who says that there's not parity between those cars is probably lying.
Well, I am going to throw a spanner in your works on that one.
Go on.
Talking to Ken Smith, who ran Tom's the Tom Alexander car this year. So there is a kind of, with the Toyota, because it was running as lower diff ratio, it comes off the corner quicker. They've got identical horsepower because they're all tuned into identical horsepower. But as they come off the corner, the Toyota will open a gap of a car length or a half a car length, and when they will hit, and then the speed stays the same. So that Toyota just has got that little bit of advantage off the corner over the Super Tourers.
Yeah, and I think that's actually something that's across the category in general, because we've got the Ford, we've got the Holden, we've got the Nissan, and we've got the Toyota, obviously across.
So Chris Dunn from the Fast Files Studios again. It looks like we've got another car stopped on the back straight. On screen there you can see the Hayden Johnson Preston Johnson Honda S2000, which is currently leading the 0 to 2 litre class. They'll have a a good lead now with quite a few of those competitors in that class dropping out, including the Zog car and the LED lighting car, which were both involved in that little accident. So as we keep an eye on the GVI Honda S2000 at the moment, it'll be interesting to see what's happening with that car on the back straight and whether it's back under power or not.
And I tell you what, those two guys are just, oh, we don't believe this, where the safety car lights are on again. You know, so it is just, this is, we're just waiting for the call. And I see the race controllers are just waiting for the...
So it looks like the safety car's on standby. We can see it in pit lane, just creeping out, whether it's going to make its way out onto the track. And here it comes now. So yeah, we're under full course yellow again. And look out in the pit lane because things are going to get interesting. We've just seen a couple of cars heading in there. Now, was that the... No, I thought it might have been the Smeg car passing the safety car then, but it wasn't. It was the other Audi of Johnny Reid and Neil Foster. But as you can see in pit lane, things are going to get busy. So that's the Smeg team. All ready to go. Still haven't seen who that is stopped out there on the back straight. Not exactly a really dangerous position, apart from the fact that the cars are going past you at a gazillion miles an hour.
It's going to be chaos down here. It's going to be exciting. I'll try and keep it on for everything for you guys.
Yeah, we're watching.
So what you'll see here is the Smeg car looks like it's going to come into the pit lane this lap, and that will leave the number 302 Ford Falcon, which is going to be Alexandra Whitley and Rick Cooper, I would imagine, in the Mustang. They'll be the first car behind the safety car, but not necessarily leading the race. So, no, the Smeg car doesn't make... Actually, it was the wrong way around, Chris. The Smeg car carries on, and it's the Whitley Cooper Mustang into the pits. And the beautiful Corvette, number 62, which is Alan Rickaby and Gavin Oram as well. It looks like we've got the Trass team standing by as well. So we shoot live into the pits and we can see, looks like the wee CRX there as well that had that little bingle earlier on with the BMW M6, so that's taking a service. There's the Corvette pulling into its pit, and the Cooper's beautiful Mustang going by their helmets. That looks like Rick getting out of it and Alexandra Whitley about to get into it. Team go to work. Remembering that we can only have 6 people working on these cars at one time, so you do have to be careful not to exceed that number of people working on your car. No one wants to get penalised or disqualified from the race for that. And meantime, it looks like it is the Rosé BMW that's getting towed back to the pits. That's the one that stopped on the back straight. He's not on my entry list, so I unfortunately don't exactly know whose car that is. Oh, that's the Kent Bagent car, I've just been informed. What's... well, has the Mustang stalled, or team's having to push it away? As we well know, something like that can just cause you chaos in the race. So here's one of the race leading pit stops about to take place. Both the Smeg team and the Trass Family Motorsport team are sitting there ready to go. No one will want to come into the pit lane right now though, because that tow truck is coming into the pit lane really slowly, so that could hamper these guys that are pulling in now. And it looks like we've got the South Island RX-7 V8 and the Trask Family Motorsport car coming into the pits. So it'll be interesting to see if they get disadvantaged because of the pace of that tow truck coming through the narrow pit lane entry. So the rest of them come down the front straight now. Looks like it's still the SMEG cars out there, so not too sure what that team's waiting for. They don't want to wait too long before they make their pit stop, because if this race goes green in a hurry, which it will because the car that they've been pulling off the track is now in pit lane, they could be at a bit of a disadvantage here. This could be a really good move by the Trask Family Motorsport team as we watch the BMW come into the pits.
Standby 2.
We'll just keep our... I was hoping we could keep our eye on that pit stop for the Trask team. Here we go, we're back live with that. The wee 2K Cup Green Integra snipping past there in pit lane. Terry Marshall there taking some photos. Terry's a excellent photographer that follows the North Island and South Island Endurance Series. So it looks like a pretty good clean stop there. Looks like the BMW has stalled. He's stalled it. To fire it up again and away he goes.
Standby 1.
So they're not going to lose a lot of time with that stall, and a good move there to take that pit stop under safety car conditions. So that'll be their one and only stop, I would imagine, for the race. So we flip back to the Kent Bagent car in pit lane. There's one of the only South Island entrant that we've got this weekend, which is the RX-7 V8. And also the Camaro. Looks like they've got that car sorted as well now and back out on track, which is absolutely great to see. So let's just see what's going to happen here, because I've got a... So we're back racing again. So we'll put you back over to the course commentators who can take you from here for a bit.
Snail's pace.
Well, he can't accelerate. He's got to feed in where he can. On the back straight again. And I tell you where that Audi is getting it, Simon. It's off turn 4.
It's
GJ
quick.
Gardner.
It's very quick, and as we can see that the Audi's coming into the complex. The BMW is only just coming over the front straight now. He's just past the Honda Integra. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not allowed to pass the cars before the start line.
You are.
Now
there's a line at the top of the hill where you can go.
But I guess I don't know. I don't know what sort of the discrepancies are, but I think if you are too slow, you can let somebody past. But I don't know. I think that BMW might have jumped the gun a little bit.
The go line is actually the top of the hill.
Right, but did he get past him before then?
It was past him at the top of the hill.
I hope so.
Okay, so down the front straight here, and now this is where. Now let's look at them through here. Look how smooth that Commodore is through there. Whereas watching the BMW, it dances. In fact, when we look at the TLX car and the Super Tourer come through there, they're a little bit unsettled compared to the Chester's car.
Yeah, and that's supercar.
Where the Audi is making it is off of turn 4. Down the back straight, there's nothing in a straight line performance between the two of them. It's definitely coming off turn 4. He's launching off that corner a lot quicker, but Chester's quicker over the top of the hill and down here through turn 1. Looking at the lap times, a 1:03.140, Chester a 1:05.22. So he's basically 4.5 seconds off what he can run at. So under the bridge they come. Over the top of the hill comes the little Honda again, and the Audi's going to come past it one more time. Now has he
flashing the lights? Here he goes.
Hey everyone, we're down here at the Trask garage. Sam Fillmore. Now, Sam, I'm stating the obvious. It's a bit of a funny-looking Ferrari you've got out there at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's certainly not a Ferrari, but it's a bit of a banged-up BMW, unfortunately. You know, that traffic
guys have got to learn to look in their rear vision mirrors. It was so frustrating. All I can say is I'm really pissed off. It's something that shouldn't have happened, but guys don't look in their mirrors.
It's been a bit of an unfortunate race so far, the stopping, starting, and the red flagging of it. Did the red flag affect your car much?
Oh, well, it'll affect everyone the same, but it's almost, it comes down to a race around here, the way it's gone, one on traffic, whether you're willing to take a risk or whether someone doesn't pull in on you. So pretty frustrating. So we'll see what plays out in the second part of the race, but not much fun, I can tell you that.
Thank you very much for your time, and hopefully Danny's out there now and get the car up the front again.
Let's hope so. Cheers, guys.
Good luck.
Supercar come through turn 1, really smooth, nice and foot planted to the floor. As he comes over the curbs at turn 2, he's not taking a heck of a lot. He's only really using the first sort of third of that curb. Now, you watch the Lance Hughes car and the Callum Quinn car come through. They're absolutely monstering those curbs.
And I'll tell you what, Lance is not hanging around. He's just set the fastest lap of the race in 106.54. What's more important, he's in third place, and the BMW behind him is going slower.
Wow.
Not much, but it is going slower.
Now, bear in mind, though, that BMW will be on cold tyres, stuck in traffic.
And Danny's got to dial himself into the car.
Exactly. There's a lot of factors that we got to, that'll add up to a second or two.
Of course, then the next...
So as you can see there, folks, it looks like the Kent Bajent car's back in trouble again, and it's stopped on the circuit. So interesting to see how the course officials call that. It's not really on the track, but is it in a dangerous position or not? Can somebody get to it and remove that from there, or whether we are going to have some more laps behind that ITM safety car. So it'll just be interesting to see what course of action the officials take here. But that's obviously an ongoing problem for that car. They thought they'd sorted it, and then now it's stopped on track again, which is a real shame for those guys.
He said we are backing the revs off on it a bit. He said because when we're running GD1, we're absolutely hammering it. Now, bearing in mind, if he really wanted to open the taps on that thing, he'd do a 101 around here. So, he's got that in reserve if he needs it. But then again, I suppose he's got to anticipate whether he wants to risk that engine.
Well, that's true as well. And we've obviously got an hour and 20 minutes still to go. Oh, somebody was just Gene Rollinson getting balked by that Chevrolet Corvette 06. But yeah, I guess for those guys in second place, you just want to stay on the lead lap, and that's ultimately the most important thing. You can wind it up with, maybe 20 minutes to go if he's a safety car.
That's right. Here comes Lance across the stripe one more time. And let's have a look what time he did that run. He a little bit slow that time, got held up by a bit of traffic. A 108 that time through.
Now, what's really cool to see now is we've actually got the John DeVeth Glenn Smith car back out on the track. So that's really good news to see that Camaro back out there mixing up with some of those GT3 cars.
Well, they would have done their driver change as well. So let's see where they fit into the scheme of things. I think they're a little bit further down the
bit below Neil Foster, I think.
They can't have lost that much time, surely.
Well, you'd have to wonder when you're stuck in the bump.
Yeah, you have to. Look, there we go. They're
only 36 laps.
8 laps down.
That's a real shame.
So now that would have been Glenn that time, because we were talking about it earlier on. And
so we're just watching at the moment the Brian Symes and Lachlan Symes Seat Leon Super Copa. Now that's currently leading Class 2, which is 2 litre to 3.5 litre. These guys are relatively new to endurance racing, and it's great to see them having a good run. And they are currently leading their class. They're just in front of the number 52 Honda CRX, which is Paul Verrett and Shane Parsons. Now, we've seen them have a little bit of an altercation earlier on with that BMW, so they're doing really well to currently be in second in class.
Yellow and white.
As we watch a bit of a jostle, that's the second in class there at the back of that train, the white front and red back Honda CRX. But there we have that one, that car there on screen at the moment is currently leading Class 2, so doing a really good job. also looking at coming and racing in the South Island Endurance Series this year as well, which is obviously pleasing for me, being the South Island coordinator. So they're a really popular, purpose-built little race car. We've got about 3 or 4 of those running in the South Island.
Lead car heading for the stops.
So we'll just keep the camera on that car for a little bit. We're just hearing through the grapevine that the lead car is about to come and do its stop. So we will try and get our camera people to make sure they don't miss that one, because that will be an imperative stop in the outcome of this race. Meantime, I'll hand you back to our on-course commentators.
You guys have done theirs, so if we do a pit stop under green flag, then they could leapfrog them.
Did they stop under? No, they did theirs on a
safety car.
On a safety car, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I don't think it was only a short safety car, so I don't think they got much out of it.
That's still a lot of time for Jim Rollinson to spend basically at quarter speed.
Yeah, true. Okay, there's the Smeg Audi going through turn 4 now. Here comes, oh, look at this down here. This is going to get ugly.
Oh, that's really close at turn 1.
Alexander Whitley just drove across the bows of Nick Chester. And I tell you what, I bet that gave Nick the flutters.
Yeah, Alexander Willie is making that car as wide as possible. Nick Chester just can't quite get through the door.
So, well, there's one way of doing it.
Do it on the straight. Boom, he's gone straight past.
6.8 litre of bow
Oh, we've got Callum Quinn off the grass. He's skating through the gravel there.
He got that
Comes out the other
completely
side.
wrong.
Oh, I told you a little bit earlier before, he was really loose going through turn 1.
Yeah, look how much water he put back on the track when he came back on there.
Oh, man, that grill is going to be filthy.
His overalls won't be looking too flash either.
Smeg Audi's coming along the front straight now, and the BMW is only heading through turn 2 and 3.
Look at this there.
The last lap time there was a 1:04.8.
So we're just watching the 88 car there, which is Marty McCulloch and Ian Foster in their Class 3 Honda Integra. They got the rear bumper hanging off that car, so they've obviously had an altercation on the track with somebody else. So, oh, it's action all over the place. Looks possibly like the Mazda RX-8 there, just taken the... No, it wasn't. It looked like it was the Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan Super Tourer. So we're back with the watching the McCulloch car head down the back straight there. So it'll be interesting to see what the course officials do with that. They won't be happy with that bumper flapping in the wind. So they'll probably give that car the meatball flag, which is the black flag with the orange disc, which means that you must come in and sort out a mechanical issue. So let's just keep our eye on that as any updates come through, we'll let you know.
It's a great class of racing. I just wish they'd have run them with superchargers.
Nah, I think the cars as they are a really good platform. They give you a really good taste, for some good circuit racing. And it's interesting. I've talked to a lot of the drivers actually, and they say it's really cool.
So this is the Simon McLennan and Callum Quinn V8 Super Tourer coming in for their stop. Meanwhile, the Marty McCulloch car also comes in. That'll be to get that rear bumper fixed. 5 wheel studs still on these Super Tourers, so that just takes a little bit longer than the centre lock nuts that the factory GT3 cars have. And this year in this series, these cars have been separated in class. There's a new class for the GT3 cars, which is separate to the likes of the Super Tourers, but looks like a really good, clean stop there from the Callum Quinn Motorsport team.
Handed over to, is it Simon McLennan with him this weekend or John Penny?
No, it's Simon McLennan.
Okay, so Simon will be in the wheel there and behind the wheel there. Looks like they've given the front a little bit of a polish, but I think they missed the left-hand corner. It's still covered in mud.
Missed the spot.
Okay, and who have we got in pit lane now? That looks like, is that Jack Milligan there? No, he's not in this, is he?
No.
What is that coming down?
That's the Van Beers
oh, yes,
Ute.
That's right. Yeah, the Van Beers Ute. Tell you what, the Ute boys had a fantastic go in the 1 hour race.
Did you see that finish?
Yeah, they were
like 3 wide across the stripe. It was awesome.
Yeah, they had a great.
big spin there for the Corvette. That is the Rickaby Oram car. He had a big lose and has ended up backwards in the gravel trap, so I can't see him getting out of there in a hurry. That'll be definitely be a safety car period again during this race. So I would say that we will now definitely see the Smeg car come in and take its stop, because I've got a very sneaking suspicion that Corvette has got no chance of getting out of there under its own steam.
Front wheel, apparently.
Looks like apparently it's had a front wheel failure. You can see the marks where it's come off the grass onto the track and then launched itself into the sandpit. It's a real shame for those guys in that car. It's a new car for them this year. Meantime, the pit work is going on. This is the Hamilton Asphalt's car, normally driven with Andre Heimgartner, but this weekend Lance Hughes is racing with Elton Goonan, who looks after the Hampton Downs circuit. So this car's a real mix and match. It's part TLX, part Super Tourer, part hot rod. So I was talking to these guys on Friday, and they are going to do one more year of V8s with that car, and then they're going to centre lock wheel it, paddle shift it, and make it an absolute endurance weapon. So nice stop from that team. They're heading back out onto the track. Meantime, definitely looks like the Smeg car is coming into the pits this time round.
Where's that? Safety Copy that.
So we're following the safety car, and one of our other camera shots that we've got ready to come on board, the Smeg boys are 100% ready to go. The Smeg Audi's right up behind the safety car, there he is, getting a tow, saving some gas. So you've seen Lucy talk with Simon Evans before, so obviously Gene Rollinson in the car at the moment. He's going to jump out. Simon's ready to get in that car. This will be their one and only stop, and they will be searching for the end of the race. So our current leaders ready to come into the pits. This will be a hugely important stop for this team. So we will, as they head into the pits, we will stay with that and release from behind the safety car. He accelerates before he hits that yellow line there, which is the 40km/h line. Can't go any faster than 40 k's after that line. And once you've been doing 260 odd or 70 probably down the back straight, 40 k's is very slow for these guys. So let's watch this team in action. I've taken the tyre warmers off the wheels that are going on the car. Full set of slicks ready to go on.
Live on forward.
And let's just watch and see how slick this team is. As you see, there's really no rush with the wheels. They're done well before the fuel or the driver change. Gene slams the door and leaves Simon to it. They'll be giving that a full tank of juice. And did he might have had a wee stall as well. But yep, a good slick stop from the Smeg team.
Stand by camera 1.
So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out when they make it back out onto the track. So the Class 2 leading car we could just see in the background there of that was the wee Seat Leon of Symes and Symes. They've obviously done a stop as well. A lot of these teams will just be doing the single stop to get through the race. So I will hand you back to the course commentators for a little bit while the safety car circulates. It shouldn't be too long. I see the Kent Bagent car's going again. It's now in the lead behind the safety car, but we'll hand you back to the course commentators who'll give you a bit of an update.
GTA as well. Simon Evans and Gene Rollinson, they currently sit third. Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan currently sit fourth, also second in GTB.
And they're still on the track too.
That's
they
true.
haven't stopped either. Did they stop earlier? That's what I can't.
Oh, you'd have to wonder.
I'll have to look at the overalls as they come past.
That's true. So in fifth place we've got Callum Quinn and Simon McLean. I believe Simon McLean has just taken the reins of that
hang
car.
on, I think we might have just seen Chester's car come into pit lane. I'm not sure.
Maybe they heard us. Daryl Barrett currently in sixth. He leads Class 1. Look at that. That's a really good performance.
He has. He's pitted, but the Hughes Goonan car is still out.
That's true. In seven, we've got Neil Foster paired with Johnny Reid. In eighth, we've got Rick Cooper. And I believe he's with Alexandra Whitley as well. And they currently sit second in Class 1 as well. In ninth, we've got Brian Symes, who currently leads Class 2. And he's with Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes. And then rounding out the top 10, we've got the Dovey Duo.
The Davey Duo.
So they're in 10th, and they currently sit, I believe, about third in Class 1. So really good performance.
I didn't actually look into the windscreen of the Heimgartner Hughes car to see if I could see who was in it. Now there's okay. So there's going to be your effective race leader. Is going to be.
There's going to be two cars between them.
No, actually, it's not. It's still going to be.
Well, no. Look, Dennis.
Hey everyone, we're down here at the Smeg Racing team with Gene Rollinson, currently our race leader. Obviously it's been a bit of a stop-start race, the recovery truck's winning at the moment. How is that there for you?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think the safety cars led more laps than I have, but yeah, it was good. Obviously we had a pretty good stint early on and tried to push, get a bit of a gap, which we managed to. I think we had sort of 22 seconds, something like that. And then from there it was just safety car after safety car. And there's not much you can do about it. Do a little bit of fuel saving to try and make sure that the fuel stop when you come in is not so long. So and then warm up the tyres again and get onto it. So yeah, felt really, really comfortable. Traffic was really, really good. No dramas here. Obviously some other people are having dramas, but we were all pretty good. So yeah, Simon's in now. We just about got to the Tras BMW. Probably one or two more laps we would have got it, maybe lapped it, but hey, safety car fell and we're in, so Simon's in and bring it home.
Must be pretty unusual for you to be driving in not the rain. We've had a rain affected over the last few rounds, and obviously yesterday being cancelled. Haven't had much dry track time at all in the Audi. How is it?
Yeah, definitely a change, that's for sure. Pukekohe is never the nicest track in the wet, so we're definitely welcomed a dry session. And as you say, I mean, we haven't had any testing in the dry at all in this car. So we only came out here on Friday for the first time in the wet. So we've never turned a dry lap basically. So yeah, it was a bit of an experimentation, but yeah, got pretty comfortable straight away, and the car was fast. So yeah, hopefully push on and look for that number one spot at the end.
Well, you're sitting on equal points with the BMW at the moment. All going to play out shortly, so best of luck, and we look forward to seeing down victory lane.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks, guys.
S2000, man, that BMW is just getting balked, and Simon Evans has nowhere to go.
The two Audi R8s together with Johnny Reid behind the wheel of the International Motorsport in a straight line squirt. Let's see which one's got the most grunt, and don't tell me those cars are even in performance as the Smeg car just blows past it in a straight line.
Gone.
I've got a funny feeling the restrictors might be missing off that car.
Yeah, well, different throttle bodies, I believe. So here we go. There's the Nick Chester car coming through turn one.
I think that was a bad call on their part.
Well, they've dropped to third now, but clean air versus track position, I'm pretty sure you'd want to be up the
yeah, but he's still going to have to file his way through that lot, because those guys are going to get through there fairly quickly. They were only halfway down the pack.
The BMW's just coming around the second to last corner here, and Simon Evans is just he's a wee way back.
Listen to that thing go down the back straight. You can just hear it.
Awesome sound.
Now, let's have a look down in the windscreen of the... Yep, it is Elton. They have done their pit stop, because that's Elton Goonan behind the wheel of that car now. That's why the pace is coming on. So, that does not like that bump, does it? That Audi is just bottoming it every time it comes through there.
Sounds amazing, though, when it's just blipping the throttle heading through there. Look at the straight. Now, look down the back straight there, John. That BMW is not as quick as the Super Tourer. Those guys are pretty much on par.
They are. You're quite right, Simon. That's but that's
Well,
where
there we go.
that's
on
where
the brakes.
And they reckon that's where that 550 kilos comes into it. But talking of downforce, look at the size. We were talking about this earlier on about the aero on these cars. Look at the size of the wing on the back of the Chester car.
Yeah, wow,
it's bigger. It's bigger than what they've got on either the Audi or the BMW. It's a massive. In fact, I think they stole it off a 747. But you know, and under the bridge comes Elton Goonan now in the. Now he is currently 4th in the race, but he's going to go a lap down about here. Okay, we just had a call on the radio that we got a drive-through penalty for car 115. I'm just trying to pick up who that is.
That's Kent Bajan.
Oh.
That last. Dead last.
Why are they dead last? I don't understand why they're dead last.
Maybe their transponder's not working.
Either that or they've been pinged for something earlier in the race.
Look, that Chester's car has just mowed through about 7 cars coming down the front straight. Look at that. That is nuts. That car is so quick.
We got Cam Jones behind the wheel at the moment, and Cam's a pretty damn good peddler.
He's a good peddler.
Yeah, so...
There you go. We can see Simon Evans down the back end of the circuit there. I think he just made another pass. I think that might have been...
He just got past the Hughes car.
Here we go. The BMW. First on the track. Simon Evans. Second on the track. Look at this. Here we go. The margin is visible. Can Simon Evans narrow this margin? Let's have a look at the lap times.
Virtually identical lap times for the two of them that last lap round.
Just a 10th between them. Simon Evans is just a 10th faster than Danny Studdard over that last lap.
But he was in traffic.
Yeah, he had to
make that pass. He was in traffic as well. So, okay, down the back straight now. You watch the BMW and the Audi coming through there now. And I think it's, I'm really... I'm still perplexed about that pit stop strategy by this Chester's team.
Well, if anything, it might have been forced. You know, they've forced their hand. They had no other option. Obviously, Martin McCulloch just goes really wide through turn 1. But you know, the Chester's guys are running out of time. If they're pitted now, they'd be penalised. They'd be out of the race, disqualified.
That's right. Yeah. So
they had to pit
we're just under an hour left to run now, folks. So race time, it's 59. It's 4 minutes past 2, and we've got 59 minutes and 30 seconds left to run.
Let's have a look at the lap time now. Sam Fillmore, a 104.564, a 103.567. So it's a second faster by Simon Evans. He's catching Danny Studdard. How soon, though? We've got an hour to go. I reckon he's going to get him in the next few laps.
Well, it's kind of the old adage, Simon, getting to somebody is one thing. Getting past them is a whole different ballgame. Especially when you're driving something the size of the Battlestar Galactica, which that BMW is. It's massive. It's got extremely big elbows.
Yep.
You know.
And he will make that thing as wide as possible.
Here comes Cam, and I tell you what, Cam's flying. Let's have a look at his times. 104.593.
That's as fast as the leading BMW.
Yep.
Incredible. But he's apparently, according to timing, he's quite some time behind. Nearly a lap. Half a lap probably behind. As we can see, the Simon Evans car exits the hairpin. The Chester's car's heading down the back straight. So, yeah, about half a lap between those two. BMW's going to come over the hill. He's going to get balked by traffic.
It's actually showing a lap.
Oh, look at the gap here. Simon Evans is caught right up because of that traffic on that BMW. The margin is less than 5 car lengths heading into turn 1.
And look at the traffic coming up on the next one. This is going to be even harder for him.
We're going to see it.
So the Bajan car that we can see on screen, he's just coming in now. We just had word through from Race Radio that this car had a drive-through penalty and it hadn't been served. They were just about to give him the what's if, but looks like he's finally seen it. And as much trouble as that car's already been in during this race, he now has a tour through the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty.
Okay. Let's see who comes out the other side on top. It's Simon Evans in second. Danny Studdard currently leading as they head into the hairpin. Let's see if Danny Studdard can hold on. How long do you think he's going to hold on for?
So here's the pass for the lead, folks. As they head through the close your eyes part of the circuit. up over the hill. You'll see them come into sight in a minute.
Those are the two camera.
So Simon Evans has just taken the lead from Danny Stuttard. So that's the race not only for the race win for this weekend, but also for the championship. Whichever of those two cars finishes higher up in this race will win the Ineos North Island Endurance Series. The Smeg car looks like it's just got a little bit more poke coming out of the corners. So they blast past a couple of those Hondas. They're having their own little battle. So that was a pretty decisive move there. And Smeg has already pulled out probably a second over that lap from that BMW. So there will be a interesting battle to see whether it's strategy or straight out speed that wins this race. So it looks like we've got one of the, I'm not too sure whether it was a 2K Cup car or one of the Le Mans cars there, heading into the pit lane. Great to see those guys out here racing in this series. You know, it just shows that you don't have to have, you know, a very, very expensive machine to come out here, compete and have fun. And those guys, I guarantee they're having just as much fun as the guys that are currently leading this race. So that's really awesome to see. Meantime, I'll hand you back to our on-course commentators.
But no one's letting anything slip on how they're going in the race. I asked the Trass team, do you guys have the pace to match the Audi? And they said, of course we do. And I said, oh, so you must have gone quicker this week? Yep. Couldn't be more blunt.
That actually sounds like Robin talking there.
Yeah, you are correct. But yeah, everyone is pretty quiet, and with the number of safety cars, I don't really blame them. Because there hasn't really been an ability to get into a rhythm. They've all been just, no, safety car, we're stressing out, do we pit, do we not pit, do we pit? And now we're at the kind of stage where everyone's done the pit stop, so we will maybe see those pit crews let up a little bit. But yeah, everyone's getting into a rhythm. But I will be surprised to see if they can match the Audi, because the Audi isn't walking away.
No, they've just done identical lap times. So, but the one I can't understand is that Simon, I couldn't believe it was the Chester. Did you talk to the Chester team? Do you know what happened there?
No, I do not know what happened with the
They
Chester
did.
team.
I mean, they just didn't come in on that safety car. They stayed out and effectively gave the Smeg team half a lap. We can't figure it out, and because the pace of the car has got the pace to match these two at the front. And here he comes now, and he's virtually where's the two lead cars? They're going over into the complex now. No, they're not. Are they coming out? Where are they? Yeah, they are. They're just going into the hairpin, and he's going through GJ Gardner Holmes. So he's half a lap behind.
Yeah, well, maybe he's thinking he's happy. I'm guessing he's going to finish up. If we finish as is, he's going to be what, third in the championship?
Well, he was third anyway, but I mean, surely you would think he knows he's got the pace to run with these guys. Why wouldn't he be going for a race win?
Yeah, but who's in fourth position in the championship? We've got currently car 84, Lance Hughes.
Yeah, and they're
in fourth position.
Yeah, they're right behind him.
So, I mean, what we're probably seeing is maybe they're racing against them and not.
Only 10 points difference. Yeah. So
I mean, do you go for the first place and potentially risk the podium in the championship, or?
Well, if it was you, I'd say yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not one for race wins. I'd go for the championship.
No, we've seen that actually. Okay, so we'll. So where are we? We've got just on 53 minutes left to run. Let's run through the top 15 for you. Simon Evans and Gene Rollison in the Smeg Racing Audi R8 lead from Sam Fillmore and Danny Stuttard in the Trass Motorsport BMW M6 from Nick Chester and Cam Jones in the Chester's Bathroom Supplies Holden Commodore Hypercar in front of the Hamilton Ashfelt's car, Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan, with Elton behind the wheel at the moment. Then we go back to Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan in the 9 spokes sponsored car from Neil Foster and Johnny Reid, who have actually got themselves still 4 laps down now on the lead cars in the International Motorsport Audi R8. Then it's Daryl Barrett and Dave Frew in the Hamish Frew in the RX8 from the South Island. Then Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes in the Seat Leone Super Copa from Dave and Matt Dovey in the Falcon XR8 from Stefan Calcott. And that's probably the remaining Honda left running, actually. Everything else seems to have written itself off or destroyed itself. Then it's Rickaby and Oram in the Chevy Corvette from Hayden and Preston Johnson in the S2000. Paul Verright and Shane Jones in the Honda CRX from car number 88, which is Marty McCullough, and then we go back to the 15th car, Rob Williams and Scott Harrison. So that's how they are running at this point in time.
See the Camaro just go across the line. They were having some issues with what looked like the left rear. They kept on hitting the wheel nut with whatever they could find to free something up. I think they've got a ball bearing sort of mechanism that holds it in, and then the gun goes on and pushes it in. But yeah,
unbelievable, James, and we've got another safety car. What? Okay. Look, we were talking about this earlier on, James, and I made the comment because Simon couldn't believe why we're having so many safety cars. You know, considering that we didn't have this many, anywhere near this many in the previous 2 wet rounds. And I think what it was in the previous 2 wet rounds, everybody was driving a lot more conservatively.
So it looks like we're under another safety car period here, the Ineos North Island Endurance Series. That looks like the Hamilton Ausfeldt's car to me, parked in the sandpit at the end of the back straight. So again, with the really wet Pukekohe outfield, that car will certainly be bogged in. Probably just about need a tractor to get him out. That's a real shame for those guys. They were running really strongly. But yeah, he is well and truly stuck. Meantime, we can see in the pit lane that the International Motorsport team is getting ready for a pit stop. So we will try and here we go. So we'll
get the rattle gun on.
Just watch these boys.
We are getting the rattle gun.
You see the little booster seat go flying over the roof there. Difference in height between these 2 drivers. Sounds great with all the rattle guns going. Again, the tyres are done well before the driver change all of the fuel. Quick wipe of the windscreen. Again, quite slow to get away, you know. 2 seconds there, but a good stop from the very polished International Motorsport team. So the ITM safety car getting plenty of mileage again today.
Stand by 1.
And see them extracting that Hamilton Ausfeldt's car. I believe it was probably Elton Goonan at the wheel of that. I think Lance Hughes did the first stint of the race. On shot there is the black and green Mazda RX-7 V8 that's currently leading Class 1. That's the guys from the South Island, Daryl Barrett and Hamish Frew in that Chevy-powered Mazda RX-7.
Is that the green car?
It's Neil Foster there on screen at the moment. He's just come out of the pit, so you'll have a fresh set of tyres on that. So it's the Simon McLennan and Callum Quinn Super Tourer that we are watching currently, trundling down the back straight under safety car conditions.
Live on 2.
The organisers here at Pukekohe Park have definitely made the right decision by postponing the race yesterday so that we can have the race held today in nice, fine conditions. Pukekohe's a dangerous place at the best of times, let alone in the wet. So good decision there by the crews and the organisers, and obviously influenced by the crews because they had a drivers meeting yesterday. Just opening the gates here for a little bit to let the ambulance across the track while I've got the opportunity under safety car. Obviously one of the drivers from one of those incidents just heading for a bit more of a checkup. And that's the Smith and DeVeth Rata Camaro back into the pits. They've had a pretty troubled run this series and this race. So they're back in for a bit more love from the team. So again, we're going to get a good race when this goes green. The SMEG car at the front of the field, then the wee Honda S2000, which is class leading, followed by that BMW M6, which is currently second overall in the race. So they've let the ambulance across the track. They're still extracting that car out from the hairpin sand trap. So there might be another couple of laps maybe before we are back into the race. So I will take this opportunity just to remind everybody, if they're interested in coming endurance racing, it's certainly a great sport to be involved in, a great team sport, because obviously you can't do it by yourself. And there's a lot of teams camaraderie. We had a quasi prize giving last night, which was a really, really good event at the Pukekohe Cosmopolitan Club. About 200 people come along and we all sat around and drank fizzy drinks and talked lies and had a good old time. So if you want to become part of endurance racing, North Island and the South Island both have excellent series run under the same set of rules, so you know that if your car's eligible for one, it's eligible for the other. And to be fair, there's not that many cars that aren't eligible, because we have one of the most open rule books of any class in New Zealand. So look us up. NIERDC is the North Island Endurance Racing Drivers Club, and SIERDC is the South Island Endurance Racing Drivers Club. You have to go to the websites or the Facebook pages, get all the information that you need, all of the rules and regulations that we have. And as you can see from here, you know, we've got some of the best cars in the world racing here. The SMEG Audi and the Trace Family Motorsport BMW M6 are the current generation GT3 cars, and we've got that Honda Integra in there somewhere that's done the 24 hours of Le Mans race. So the diversity in these fields is awesome, and everybody's racing in their own class. We have up to 5 classes within the series. So the likes of the wee Hondas that are on screen right now, certainly not going to take a race win, but they're out there racing for their own battle and in their own class, and that's what endurance racing is all about. So once again, I will hand you back to our on-course commentators, and we can't be too far away from going green. The car has been extracted from the sand trap, currently in the pits getting a wee check over, so it wouldn't surprise me if we go racing this time. So I'll hand you back to our on-course commentators.
9, 10, 11 cars between Danny and Chester, and the lights are going to go out on the safety car this time round. So down into the hairpin they go. We have 42 minutes and 50 seconds left to run in the race. Race time is 2:21:25.
Track temperatures coming
here
in.
comes the Hughes. What's going on here? And it is sounding like a very sick puppy. That is the Hughes Goonan Commodore.
You know, it's going to happen. I hope he can get it around turn 1 because we've got a restart just about to happen. I wouldn't be surprised.
We have got a bit of a problem here. He can't get it going. It's got a throat full of fuel.
It sounds like it's almost stalling.
Okay, what's happened here? They're going to
green it. Yeah, he's out of turn 1. That's the danger.
Oh, he's
area.
Got it going. It's fired up.
Maybe he didn't take the limiter off. Pit lane limiter.
Yeah, well, it could have jammed on. I mean, it's an electronic device.
So on the restart, the Audi's got a slight jump.
Now
on
look
the
at Johnny Reid has managed to make hay while the sun shines here. He's got past Chester as they look at Reid go right round the outside of everybody there into turn. I tell you what, that boy's on fire. And through there he goes. He's right up on Cullum Quinn's tail now, but he's a few laps down. Are they? Yeah, he is. He's 2 laps down. But down the back straight he goes. Look at the Chester car. The speed of that thing in a straight line is immense as he powers through the pack. We're looking for our lead car. Where's they? He's coming out of the hairpin now, and boy, has he gapped the BMW. Or is the BMW still back? That can't be still back in 3rd position. Oh no, hang on. This is the Hughes car back in. So this is Elton Goonan across the line.
Definitely on song now.
Oh, it is. It just did not clear its throat coming out of it. Now we're going to see that the gloves come off. Oh yeah, that does sound a little bit angrier than it normally does. I think he might have started opening up the taps a little bit.
The key place to tell where how they're going is out of this corner in Railway, GK Gardner.
That's right.
The Audi seems to have the edge on the M6, but I'd say as the race has progressed, the M6 is not letting as much car length out of that corner as it has previously.
No, that's right. Okay, look, I'm watching Chester here, and he's got Johnny Reid in front of him in the International Motorsport Audi R8, and he just can't get past it at the moment. Straight lines, grunt, here we go. They might be able to do it this time. Down the back, look at the Sarani Camaro in behind him. He's got more grunt than everybody with 8 litres under the bonnet as they go down, and next got the job done on the Audi, but now the Audi and the Camaro are having at it, the two of them, arguing over real estate as they go into the complex, and they're fighting over the minor money way down the place. At the front here, we've got Elton Goonan on the road is in front, but he's several laps down as the Audi R8's coming up behind him, and Simon's flashing his lights furiously to Elton to get him going. Elton's going, no way, buddy, I've got this bit of road. You've got to work your way to get past me here. And he's not going to hold Simon up intentionally, but at those sort of speeds, you're not going to step aside, are you, James?
No, the last thing you want to do is change your line and end up in a wall. You've got to commit to your own corners.
Okay, now here's Nick Chester. Now, there is absolutely nothing now on the road between the BMW and the Chester Commodore except about 500 metres of racetrack. So there's no cars in between. So if we get another safety car, and I'm not betting that we won't, then Chester's going to be right back in the argument again.
Although we've heard of commentators' curse. So,
no, I don't do those very often. I've only done it 4 times today. Over the top of the hill they come, and it is the Smeg Audi with the BMW. And now the BMW's got the same problem with the Commodore that...
he's looking to get by, but no.
Elton tried to leave him some room, but at the end of the day, at those sort of speeds and those sort of cars, you just can't do that. Not on that part of the racetrack.
No, it's not like you can chuck your hand out the window and wave him by. You're 100% commitment.
Yeah. So let's have a look at some of the lap times that the Hughes car is doing. 1:07, so yeah, he's running a little bit slower than Lance had run it. He's running probably about a second lap slower. We were talking about this in pit lane, and when Elton was up here a little earlier on, he said, when you're the paid co-driver, all you want to do is bring it home nice and shiny. So he's certainly not going to take risks with it. Looking for our lead car again. Over the hill he comes, and let's have a look. What's the lap time this time across the line? 1:05.052. What's the BMW doing? We'll wait for it to come up. a 1:05.554, so just on 0.4 of a second slower for the BMW over the Audi that time round.
Yeah.
Here comes the Chester car. This is going to be an interesting time. 1:04.283. Quick.
So, looks like we've got another car wanting to play in the sandpit. That is the Kent Pageant car again, which is having no end of grief this weekend. So, the commentator's prediction there is that we're going to have another safety car while they dig that one out. And true to form, safety car lights go on. And out it goes onto the track. So big spin there for the Kent Pageant car. I'm not too sure who the other co-driver of that is. He's not on my entry list. But again, we will let this race subside a little bit while they dig that car out of the gravel pit.
Okay, once again, we have somebody over there. Oh, in fact, I can see there is a car there at the hairpin. It is off, just trying to figure out who it is and where it is. Can we see which car is it?
So just waiting for the picture to...
Okay. For some reason, the cameraman has decided that we'd much rather look at Tony Rutherford than whatever the car is.
Oh,
That's the Dovey car, isn't it?
It's the BMW.
Oh, is it the Kent Pageant Neil car.
BMW, yeah.
That is a bit of a shame.
So it hasn't really gone their way yet again.
No, they're having a bit of a nightmare, aren't they?
Yeah, and so they've called the safety car because he's stuck in the sand there. There's no way that the car will be able to drive out.
Okay. So we're just looking at... we're going to follow Chester's car here and just see... because I tell you what, we've got 35 minutes left to run. First, second, and third on the road are all just about together. There might be one or two cars in between the BMW and the Chester's hypercar. How many is there? Let's have a look. Oh, there's more than I thought there was, actually. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars, including the...
Yeah, but what Chester will be wanting is for the both the GT3 cars to slow each other down, which, when you're dogfighting, happens.
Yeah, well, the thing is it going to turn into a dogfight? I mean, as you said, everybody's pretty tight-lipped down in pit lane, so we really don't know who's got what. You know, I mean, we're only guessing here. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at raw race pace, the best lap time of the day was done in the Audi, the Smeg Audi at a 102.358, and then the BMW today is done a 104.5. So we're looking at, what, 2 seconds a lap?
And the Chester car's done a 409.7, so...
So on screen at the moment we have the black and green Mazda RX-7 V8 from Christchurch based. Daryl Barrett and Hamish Frew. Now they are currently 5th overall, first in class, and only running on 7 cylinders. So still got a fair bit of time to go in this race, so they'll be having their fingers crossed in the pit lane. One of the cars that come and do both the North and the South Island Endurance Series. You'll see Ineos on the front of that, and then the Carter's Tyre Service banner on the back from the South Island Series. They absolutely love Go Motor Racing and doing really, really well. That's another car, the car in front of them, that chrome and red Falcon is the Dave Dovey car, which is also racing in their class. And I think last time I looked, they were second in class, so the Frew and Barrett car must be coming to put in a lap over those guys. Actually, Dovey car heads towards the pits.
What's going on racing?
Frew and Barrett in the yoursection.nz sponsored RX-7 V8. Got 3 of those that race in the South Island, all built by Palmside Automotive, who anybody that follows rallying in New Zealand, especially classic rallying, will know the Palmside boys. So they've built a handful of those, and very, very successful in Class 1 of endurance racing. Class 1 is 3,500cc and above, but home built basically. So the likes of the Super Tourers, which are space framed, are in the next class up, and then the GT3 cars, the Audis, the BMW and bits and pieces are all another class up as that from that as well. So looks like the car we were just talking about that headed to pit lane, that's the Dovey car back into the pit garage. So once you get behind that yellow line, you can just see there, and you're in your pit garage, you can have as many people working on that car as you like. So anytime that there's a major repairs to do, you'll see the cars will actually go into the pit garage, and that gives them the freedom to have as many bodies under there as well. They've had some gearbox and diff issues with that car, so I'm just wondering whether that's the whether that's still the case with that. They are under the back of it, looking at various bits and pieces. Young Cam Royden will be up to his elbows in grease again, no doubt. He's one of their team members who absolutely loves his motor racing, young guy. Been working for Mark Pedersen for the last wee while. So it's going up onto their high stands. So it definitely looks like a diff or an axle issue on that car. So there's never a good time, but while the safety car's out there is the best time to be in the pits. You don't obviously lose as much time. So not too sure how many laps the safety car's done this weekend, or even this series. The North Island guys certainly seem to get their mileage out of the safety car. Whereas when we come down, we had the New Zealand Endurance Championships at Ruapuna in March, which is the top cars out of the North Island and the top cars out of the South Island. We have a one-off race for a New Zealand Championship, and we had a 1 hour race and a 3 hour race without a single safety car. So it just shows you the difference in tracks, the difference in conditions. There's the Agent car being extracted from the gravel and is heading into pit lane. They'll be pulling all the gravel out of the brake ducts and everything for that car.
Does anyone out there hear me? Copy.
So sending the rescue trucks back out to their positions in case there's any more cars that need scooping up.
Go back to the main commentary.
But while we're under the safety car conditions here, I'll hand you back to the main commentary team.
Consistent when you hit it, because you're like, okay, I got grip, and then you hit the mud
I've got
spot
no
on the
grip.
tyre, and then it goes away again. You can't gauge what's going on.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at young Caitlin.
We've got a fine signal from the Pukekohe Park people down there.
Yes, they're colourful people.
Yep.
So I just noticed young Caitlin Day, who runs our grid down there, she's leapt out onto the track to clear up some of the mud that was lying that Ken had dropped just by the pit crossing there. So just a call out to those two boys playing football on top of this building there. Can you make sure that you keep that ball nice and low, please? We don't want it bouncing over the wall onto the pit lane. Wouldn't be a good look. Thanks, boys. Don't mean to be a killjoy, but you really don't want a soccer ball landing on the racetrack as a car comes through.
Yeah, so we've got 27 minutes to go when we restart this race. We're going to be 25.
Okay,
23.
so I reckon now we're getting into bet time, James.
Yeah, well, this is the business end of the whole race, really.
So
last 20 minutes.
How many safety cars do you reckon we're going to have between now and the end of the race?
I reckon I'd actually say the risk is going to become less and less as people are going to find ways to get themselves back into the race if they go off track.
Yeah, you're dead right. So,
because the last thing you want to do is go off, cause a safety car, and get a no result.
Well, that's dead right.
Not that any driver plans to go off any time, but
it does happen.
But it does happen, yeah.
Yeah, so one of the most fun places to go off for is down here at Turn 1, as we saw Callum Quinn went off there before, and that really grabs your attention when you go off there, because you're pulling nigh on 200 and, well, in one of those things, 240 odd clicks as you're going into that corner. So you're going through there at probably 220, and to go off is and have a tour through the grass and then the gravel and then back through the grass and onto the tar seal is very attention grabbing.
Yeah, what we're probably all going to see as well is, I know at Turn 2 you can make up a lot of space by cutting that curb, but it does bounce you high up into the air, so you're potentially going to break the car every time you jump it on the Turn 2. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see them cut it more and more as we get close to the end of the race.
Well, that's right. And I mean, you do get... now, bearing in mind, if you're going to start hopping up on the curb there, I'd much rather be in Chester's car than one of the GT3 cars.
Definitely. The GT3 cars just going down the straights don't look too comfortable, whereas Chester's car just rides them perfectly. You can tell they've done a lot of laps here. Okay, so here we go.
So back here from the Fast Files studio, looks like we've got the marshals out there putting down some cement over a oil spill. So the track will be getting quite slippery now out there. That looks like it's heading into the complex. So we've had a fair bit of drama already today. The last thing that we need is more slippery surface in there. So the car's still trundling around under safety car.
Tell everyone here, mate. Live on two. Camera ops, we have 25 minutes left.
So we've got 25 minutes left of the race. First and second overall are first and second behind the safety car there, so looks like we're going to have a nice clean restart. No lap traffic or anything will be in the way, and we'll be watching these two go head to head, toe to toe for the race win and also the series win. Look at the amount of concrete dust that's there to suck up that oil. So while we're under safety car, I will hand you back to our on-course commentators.
Then don't forget, if you want one of those wall charts, grab one from the sign-up office on the other side of the track. And if you still feeling peckish or you want a nice cup of coffee, then there is our Carousel Catering team over there on the infield, and excellent coffee and fantastic hamburgers, hot dogs and chips. Once again, another tour. We're down the back straight there while we have a clean up down there at the hairpin. There's an oil line down there.
Yeah, it looks like the truck's coming into pit lane this lap, so I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a restart coming up.
Okay, I just had the call lights are going to go out on the safety car this lap. Now, where's Cam Jones in line to the other two? What's he got between him? He has got a V8 Ute, a Mazda RX-8, a Honda Civic, and Elton Goonan in the TLX car. So Elton's probably going to be the only car that's going to cause him any grief as far as getting past. And I think Elton will... depends on what part of the track he catches him on. But Elton then will be trying to get past those cars in front of him as well. So it could get a bit... could get a bit intense. Meanwhile, as you say, we've just got to wait for Danny and Simon to tie each other up. And we're hoping for a good three-way battle with just on 22 minutes left to run in the race, James.
Yeah, it's always good when you've got a battle at the end, especially when there's 3 in it and not just 2.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, let's face it, up until this point, we haven't... we have had a couple of good battles towards the end. The unfortunate thing about it is we've had a red flag on the finish of just about everything. I think we've only had one... We've only had one checkered flag finish to date.
Yeah, commentator's curse.
No.
And here comes Bajan back onto the track, dropping a little bit more dirt. Something seems to be riding a little bit lower than it should on that car, but I'm guessing...
No,
there goes some more chunks of dirt.
More junk coming out of the car. Well, no, that car is... you got to remember, that car is built and set up for the European circuits, not built for this track.
Right.
And... or New Zealand circuits. It's fine at Hampton Downs and Taupo. Here, it kind of doesn't really like it. Okay, over the top of the hill they come now. Look at Danny hanging on to the back of him now, and we're looking at Chester's car coming too.
Now, I don't want to jump to conclusion, but that M6 definitely looked like it had some more go on the restart.
I think it might have done.
Like he's gapping him there.
We'll watch him out of this corner here, because this is where the Audi is good out of this corner. You know, and you can just see he just grabs that little bit. It's just quicker off of that corner. I think if he gets past him. Now we'll look at this, looking for the Chester car, the Cam Jones car, as he goes down the back straight.
He's got him under brake, like not past him, but he's definitely gaining on him under brakes.
Yeah.
But there is that time when...
Oh, look at that. I tell you what, Elton was really kind to Cam there. He just stepped sideways and let Cam dive through on the inside. He knows that Cam's in this fight for the lead as they head down. Now we've got all three lead cars.
Right on his bumper.
Oh, out of here we go now. Watch this big BMW V8 come out of here now. Although, I tell you what, the Audi's quick off the slow corners.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's that extra weight in the rear. He's got a mid-engine car versus a front-engine car.
Yeah, but over the top of the hill here, look at the BMW. Look at the aero on that BMW is just bringing him right back in. Now he's flashing the... Oh, this is intimidation at the max. He's coming down here and he's flashing the lights. He's letting Simon know he's there. But then here comes Cam Jones. And I tell you what, Cam was a second faster than those two lead cars on that last lap.
And Chester's car is not far back at all.
No, I tell you what, at this rate, if these two keep tying each other up, that V8 Commodore is going to be right on the hammer as we get into the last 20 minutes of this race. I think we're up for a great finish here, James.
Yeah, I think I'm sitting in the best seat too.
Yeah. Do you want to come back next time? Okay, now you can see why I love sitting up here and not behind the wheel of race cars. It's cheaper. Down into the hairpin they go, and it is...
he hasn't closed up as much on the hairpin as last time. I think what happened was that he got a little bit too close and couldn't get on the gas soon enough.
No, so he's trying to get his launch off there. But coming up over the hill here, this is where he'll pull him back down this front straight. But look at Cam Jones. Boy, is he coming back into this big time. And I'm assuming it is Cam behind the wheel.
Yeah, so the gap was 3 seconds last time.
And once again, he's gone another second a lap faster. He's reeling these guys in. Through into the S as he goes. And I'll tell you what, but look at Johnny Reed. Although he's a couple of laps down, he's getting involved in the argument as well. This could get really interesting as the laps wear down. Elton Goonan's not too far back out there. We've also got the DeVeth Smith car in there, the big V8. Whilst these guys are all out of the money, they're all going to be racing for glory of who can get past who.
I would think this is a sprint race if it just turned up the way these guys are going.
Well, it has been a sprint race. There's been a whole series of them. So we've had that many safety cars. Oh, look here. Now, here's a battle over position down here. This is between the Barrett and Calcott and Symes car. Okay, up to the top of the hill they come again.
He's got a small gap on him, but still not much. And then we've got the hypercar. He's almost on his tail now.
This is good. Okay, that time 104.203 for Evans' car, 104.711 for the Fillmore car, and 104.161. Once again, the hypercar is the faster of that front three. Onto the back straight now. Here we go. Now watch this. 7 litres of Bowtie's best. Winds it up as he goes after the German BMW and the Audi, which has now managed to get a bit of a sprint on as they get away from them going down the back.
Now jumping in, if we looked at last time they went through turn 2, that hypercar is definitely cutting the corner a lot more than the other car. So he's taking the risk of, take some time off, but you're being a lot harder on the car at the same time.
Yeah, but we know that the car sits better through the corner, James, so he's got the ability to do it. Okay, down into the hairpin they go. And there's lights are blazing. Look at Jones now. He's right on the hammer of that BMW as they come up the hill. The Audi's got held up behind the... this is getting really cool. Down here they come now. We're going to get the Beijing BMW who's going to get in front of the other BMW. We've got a problem coming down here is Danny going to go around the outside? Has Kent seen him coming? No, he's going to sit there. He's taking his line, although he's not a lot slower through that corner than those guys. Onto the back straight they go. Now watch the hypercar. He's right under the back wing of the... I think he's just a little bit too close and has got stalled off that corner a bit. But look at the speed of that thing. He's just gobbling that BMW up like there's no tomorrow. And then we get to the braking area.
Yeah, he has to brake sooner than the GT3s. I'm guessing the GT3s are a lot more balanced under the brakes than the hypercar.
Yeah, that's true.
But there's nothing in a straight line. It's got it.
Oh, yeah. That's all out the window there. Okay, so now we're looking for our lead car. Now they're getting right into the traffic now. So this is where it's going to get really messy for these guys. I can see Simon there. He's threading his way through. They're probably going to, as they come to the top of the hill. Yep, there comes the Audi now, and the gap is closed up again. That traffic has done that. These guys hopefully are going to stick to the outside. And the Ute comes to the inside. Their little Seat goes to the outside, gives them enough room. Oh, look at that. And the Johnson car tries to take advantage of that and follow the Chester's car through on the Seat, but he's wise to that, saw that one coming. Onto the back straight they go now. That traffic has hurt the Cam Jones car, and the Audi has managed to bolt a little bit now.
You say bolt, but when we look at the lap times, they are limited somewhat. They're only doing 106, 107, which I say only. It's very quick, but they can go a lot quicker than that. So the traffic's obviously coming into it.
I think the traffic's causing all sorts of issues and grief for them. But how we go now down into let's try and pick them up into the hairpin. Right, there's the Audi now. I tell you what, he's opened up quite a bit of a gap. The Chester's cars come right back on top of the BMW. So it's really, I think the BMW's got it over the Chester's car. Oh, God, look at this across the top of the hill. It's the Barrett Frew car against the Shane Jones Parsons car.
So the Audi seems to be managing that traffic just a little bit better at this stage, although it's really, at the end of the day, luck.
And, Cam Jones will be spitting tacks in that car. That's the second time that Honda's got in his way through there. And you're right. Yeah, I think the Audi's just making better meets and better use of the traffic.
Well, the Audi seems to be coming across traffic, coming across the top of the hill, which is not really where you'd want to see it, but it means it gets a clean run into turn 1.
Yeah, and that's where the other two are getting held up because they're running into the traffic as they go into turn 1.
Yeah.
And...
So yet again, we'll see him coming up on traffic before the hill, and then he's got a clear run. But this time, there is a big gap once they get past this back marker.
Yeah, and but then I think, the BMW and the Audi, the BMW and the Holden have got to stop fighting each other and work together to get to him. Otherwise, he's just going to get away on them.
And yet again, we've got traffic in turn 1, although one's got past.
And the other one's, I tell you what, it seems to be every time we go through there, that Chester's car gets held up.
Yeah, every single time.
Yep, and I think so far I reckon he's lost about 5 or 6 seconds because of traffic on this entry to this corner. The BMW just manages to sneak through it, and the Holden gets held up. So And unfortunately, I think, hey, look, it's the same for everyone. Traffic's traffic, but I think it's what's robbing us really of a close finish at the moment. So, right, there's nothing really on the road in front of them now that's going to cause a problem, but they've spread out again, and that's the sad issue. Now, I don't think. I think the Audi's got something in reserve. Has the BMW?
Yeah, well, we've only got, how long have we got to go? We've got 12 minutes.
12 minutes, and I think that gap is just too big now.
So 10 laps, gaps at 2 seconds. Still, he only needs to make 0.2 a second on him to pull him back in.
And I tell you what, look who's just popped up into the rear vision mirrors of Chester, the other Audi R8. Now, I wonder who's behind the wheel of that. Johnny Reed, ladies and gentlemen, doing what Johnny Reed does best. And he's taken a car that really is not competitive with these two front cars, and all of a sudden he's putting in times that are extremely competitive. Like the last time around was a 1:05.835. At the moment, he's 1 lap down on the Callum Quinn car. That's the 9 spokes car. Here comes the Audi again, round turn 1. I tell you what, look at that car. Reed's 1:04.290. It's the fastest. In fact, it's his fastest lap of the race. He's just gone through here now. As has Callum Quinn. Sorry, as Cam Jones, a 1:03.999, second fastest lap of the race, James.
Yep, it's pretty impressive to do a second fastest lap, especially in the last 20 minutes of a 3-hour
But then
race.
Simon Evans has just put in a 1:02.926. So, yeah, it's starting to heat up now, but the BMW is... I think he's going to be the cork in the bottle as far as the supercar goes, or the hypercar goes.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got anything in reserve, I wouldn't expect it not to be shown by now.
I don't think they've... I think they might have been stonewalling you, James. I don't think they've got anything in reserve. I think it as good as they've got is as good as we've seen. However, look at Reed. He is absolute... Now, he's going to be a spoiler in this. Now the BMW finally gets... I'll tell you what, the BMW's braver in traffic. Look at this. Through he goes there. And I'll tell you what, this is going to get ugly as they go into... I'll tell you, hats off to Danny. That was a pretty impressive piece of driving and something that's so big.
Reed was the winner out of that. He actually pulled in a few more car lengths.
Yeah, but hang on. Chester's got back. Look at the speed difference now. Chester's just dragging that BMW back in.
Yeah,
but when we get into the braking area, of course, it's all over.
It's sort of like a ping pong ball.
Well, actually,
between
it's not. No, hell on. I'll tell you what. Cam Jones is actually... he has gone real late under brakes there. He knows he's got to get past the BMW if he's going to do anything about the Audi in front with only 9 minutes left to go. He's going to have to get past, and he's going to have to give that big 7-litre everything it's got in order to get him back. We know it's got the handling. We know it's got the straight line pace.
So there's a 9.5 second gap between first and second the last time round, and I think that's going to grow a little bit more this time.
Yeah, look, with 9 minutes, bang on 9 minutes left to run in the race, I think we've got a situation where all Simon Evans has to do now is basically maintain a reasonable pace, because the gap between him and the other one is just waiting for the thing to update itself. Just waiting for the lap times to come up.
Yeah, it looks like it's glitched this time around, so we'll get it next time.
It's saying that it's actually telling us...
Oh, no, there we go. So he's gone from 10-second gap to 11.5 from first to second.
So that's basically a second a lap over next 10 minutes.
Yeah. Whereas the hypercar in third's only half a second behind second place.
Okay, so are we going to see some... I tell you what, Reed has got the lights on that Audi R8, and he's absolutely trying to be as intimidating as possible. Now we're getting into it. Now look at Chester now. He's very close to the back of this BMW. As
He's looking up the inside even.
Oh, I tell you what, and he's quick through here. Look, he's right on the hammer of that BMW as they go through the turn 1 into 2, 3. And he's quick through this bit as well. The launch off here, and it's who's got the grunt off the corner. Has the hypercar got it? He's got a good run out there. Look at that, James. He's pulling him in.
It's about 4 car lengths, and he's about 3 back. So
he's coming for a grunt, and he's going down he's down the inside.
But he won't be able to pull up as good. See?
No. Oh, the BMW. Yeah, the BMW's gone back late, back under brakes again. But that was the first time we've seen a pass for second position on the road between the Audi and the Holden in the entire race. And we're getting into the tail end of it. I think Simon Evans and Gene Rollison are reasonably comfortable at the front. We're not going to say they're going to do it. They're reasonably comfortable at the front. But the battle is really on for second place, James.
Yeah, most definitely.
The top of the hill they come now, and they're in traffic now, and Johnny Reed's with them as well down
I
the
wouldn't
front.
be surprised if they get a run.
Look at this! He's right on him here into this corner now, and Reed's coming at him as well. Now, is Reed going to be a spoiler in this? As they come through, this is just fantastic racing into the turn 2. Through they go. That big Commodore's right on the boot lid of the German M6 coupe. Out of there he goes, and that time started, got a good run. But look at this now. This time the Chester's car has got the speed. As he's got to go to the outside this time. He's got to get clear around the front of him and pull across and shut the door. Can he do it? Has he held him? Has he held him? Yes, he has. He has done it. Good on you, Cam Jones. Well done, buddy. You have got past that BMW. Now all you've got to do is close down sort of 9 seconds worth of gap to the Audi at the front, who's just been held up coming up over the top of the hill. He's got himself caught up behind a couple of cars as they come down the front straight. The lights are flashing on the R8, and we're looking for our second place man. Where is he now? Has the BMW got back in front? No, he hasn't. It is the Chester hypercar in second position as they come across the hill, past the Jones-Parsons car as they come down the front straight, heading into the turn 1. 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to run. There's just not enough time for him to catch the Audi, James.
No, I think it's lights out for their championship hopes, or it's not quite. I mean, you can never say it's over until it's over.
No, that's right. So...
but it's not looking good.
No, I mean, look, hey, we're talking about a GT3 car here. It's not like it's liable to break down. So
no,
it's okay.
No.
And into the hairpin they go. Is the Evans Rollison Smeg Racing Audi R8 leads the Chester's hypercar. So quick top 10 for you folks as we get into the last few minutes. It is Evans from Chester, from the Chester's car, from the BMW, and then we go back to Callum Quinn and McLennan in the 9-spokes Super Tourer. They're in 4th position. Then it's Foster and Reed in the Audi R8 in 5th. Barrett and Frew in the RX-8, and then Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan in the TLX Commodore in 8th.
And the Audi's got a run up the back straight there on the GT6, the side by side. Reed on the inside, I believe, and then the GT6 on the outside, or the GT6. Sorry, the M6 has just got the legs on it.
Oh yeah, okay. So we can see. Looking for our leaders one more time. How far away are we? We'll listen for last lap boards soon. Can't be too far away.
So
4 minutes left to run.
So probably about 4 laps to go.
Three laps. 4 laps to run. So it and across the start-finish stripe comes the Audi R8 now. Smeg Racing Audi R8. Smeg team do a fantastic job. Here comes our second place man. And what's the gap? We'll wait until our timing system catches up. It's gone a little bit sleep on us today. We seem to be having all sorts of problems with communications and electronics today. So we just, once again, to everybody out there in the internet world, we do apologise for the fact the commentary is very disjointed to what you're seeing on screen, but unfortunately we have no live feed up here in the commentary box. We've had some technical issues, and we've had to do this all by as a line of sight.
So he's coming into pit lane with a couple of minutes to go. That's a bit unusual. One of the Hondas.
Okay, so the difference on track,
RX-8.
difference on road as they went past the start-finish time last time was 8.2 seconds between the Audi and the Commodore. Okay, last lap board is going to come out next time they go past. So basically he's got 3 laps in which to catch that Audi and pass it. What do you reckon, James? I don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Audi driven by Reed potentially past the M6.
Well, it'll be a nothing pass because he's about 2 laps down. So, in fact, I'll tell you who Reed's after. He's after Callum Quinn in front of him there, right? That's the 9-spokes car. The pass is just happening. Now, is he on the same lap? Let's have a look.
He's a lap down.
Oh, he is a lap down, yeah. So, okay, that's probably not going to happen either. Okay, so the last car's out of the hairpin now. Last lap board is going to come out fairly soon as they come to the top of the hill here. Here he comes. So they'll be seeing the last lap board as they come across the start-finish stripe now. So, and here comes Cam Jones, the next chest. Look at the Audi now, right around the outside, and he's, oh, look at this, side by side down the front straight, the Audi and the BMW. Who's got the biggest ones? And it is Danny's managed to hold him off as they go into turn 1.
Doesn't seem to have the legs that BMW has, but definitely has the commitment in the corners to make it happen.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Just look at the drive out of that GJ Gardner.
In all fairness, I mean, Danny Stutter's a great driver, but you've got Johnny Reed in the other car. I mean, realistically, you know, I think even Danny would admit that he's not in Johnny's league. So Johnny's fighting with one hand tied behind his back. That Audi is just not in the same league as that BMW.
No. Well, that's not far out either, to be fair.
Okay, over to the top of the hill they come. And it will be checkered flag for the Smeg Audi Racing R8 as he comes across the start-finish line now. He'll be one happy boy because he was pretty miserable at Hampton Downs. So Simon Evans takes the checkered flag for Smeg Racing, and Cam Jones comes across the line, and I'm pretty sure it is Cam Jones behind the line. I hope it is, as they come across the start-finish stripe. And then it is the Trash Motorsport BMW M6 GT comes through there. Callum Quinn takes a very deserved 4th position. Callum Quinn and Simon McLennan, they had really deserved that position. They had a horrible luck at Hampton Downs when they stuck it in the sand and lost a lot of time. Then we go back to Neil Foster and Johnny Reed. And Johnny Reed was my driver of the day for just the performance he put on there. And he came in, they came in 5th position from Darryl Barrett and Hamish Frew in the RX-8, who topped out Class 1. And then we went back to Lance Hughes and Elton Goonan, who finished in 7th position from Brian Symes and Lachlan Fitzgerald Symes, once again in that fantastic giant-killing Seat Leon Super Copa. And the AP Racing colours that was supplied there by John from AP Racing Bakes, who I can see wandering along the front of the grandstand there. Had a great day, John? Enjoyed yourself? You did too. Don't forget, folks, go to Race Brakes if you actually want some decent brakes for your road car. Those guys will help you out. Anyway, back to who was doing what on track. Stephen Calcott and Robert Young in the Honda took out the baby class from Alan Rickaby and Gavin Oram in the Chevy Corvette. Then we go back to Paul Verright and Shane Parsons in the Honda, who finished 2nd in Class 2, just in front of Hayden Johnson and Preston Johnson in the SS2000, who was 2nd in the bottom class, from Matthew McCullough and Liam Foster in the Porsche. from Rob Williams and Scott Harrison, who set their fastest lap on the last lap, believe it or not, 17 laps in arrears in 15th position. Sean Van Beers and Scott Smith in the XR8 Falcon, from Glenn Smith and John DeVeth in the V8 Saroni Camaro. Dave Dovey and Matt Dovey in 19th. Todd Forsyth and Nigel Griffiths in that Honda finished in 20th in front of David Grigor, although those guys didn't finish. So, look, great racing, James. It was actually a good event, wasn't it?
Yeah, to have 3 cars on the lead lap, and not just the lead lap. What's that? The difference of 15 seconds between the top 3. It's a bloody good show.
It really was. And I mean, realistically, I think it was the traffic, I think, played a major part of it in the last bit there, because both Evans and the Chester's cars showed that they could do it. So
probably got the pit lane celebrations going on now, and whatnot. So
yep, okay. So we'll
say winners are grinners, as they say.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Obviously, we're coming out of the pit stop in second, so I knew I probably only had one chance at getting Danny, so I had to be a little bit brave, but it paid off in the ends, and then I could just maintain it from there. So I was pretty happy.
So earlier on the race things, there's a lot of safety cars and everything. So talk us through that. Gene, you're at the wheel, yeah?
Yeah, it looked like the safety car, I think, led more laps than I did, but look, everyone was the same, so we just tried to push at the start, get a bit of a gap, and then obviously the safety car came and other people were having some issues. So we just really tried to push. It was just one of those things that you had to deal with. And unfortunately, that last safety car, when we had the pit, we just passed pit entry when the safety car was called, so we just lost a bit of time there. That's why we fell behind. But we had the pace to get the win today, so I was pretty happy.
So you kind of gapped it right there at the end.
Yeah, well, I was just maintaining it, looking after tyres and whatnot, and then I put a couple of, semi-hard laps in the middle there, and then just, maintained again. So I just really wanted to get a nice breather between the traffic, because, hey, if you get to a bunch of guys who are having their own battle, you can lose quite a bit of time, and hey, it's not their fault, because at the end of the day, they're having their own race for their own class. So, yeah, really happy to North Island title and another title.
Choice. And traffic?
Oh, it's part of this game, so you just got to try maintain it when you can. But hey, you always feel like you're catching people in the wrong place, but I suppose it's the same for everyone.
Choice. All right. We're going to go down now, and we're going to find the second in the championship, third today. Let's go talk to them. All right, boys. Obviously, not the result you wanted, but I mean, second in the championship, third today. Talk us through that. The last stint was pretty full on out there with 3 of you guys all battling it out.
Yeah, it was interesting. Each safety car stop made it more and more interesting, to be honest. So I didn't realise, I knew I was racing the SMEG, but I didn't realise Chester's and everyone was all over me as well. So the last couple of laps, or the last 15 minutes was full on. So it was good fun. I mean, the Audis and the boys did a great job, and they deserved the win. It was a really quick car. So the Beamer, we did the best we can, and Sam did an awesome job in his first stint, and it was just a matter of bringing it home the best I could. I mean, I think we were in the lead at one stage, but it was pretty quick, that SMEG. Yeah.
And so talk us through sort of the track conditions and stuff, because obviously there's a lot of cars went off today, and there's a bit of concrete and stuff out there with oil slips.
Well, particularly at last session, oil, through 5, 6, 7, and that made it interesting on the restart. And a fair bit of dirt all over the track, plenty of guys going off and bringing dirt back on it. So it was interesting. It took about half a lap to get your tyres back up to heat after the restart every lap. So it was quite hairy into 1 and 2, 3. But track conditions were okay. The car was good, and once you got into the rhythm of it, you just drove to the grip. So yeah, no, it wasn't an issue.
So one thing I've realised is our background at the moment, it's not the car. So let's switch around here so we can actually see the car behind us. So Sam, obviously, things didn't quite go to the plan, but second overall, I mean, how are you feeling?
Oh, mate, it's really good. You always want to try and get first, but hey, we've had a neat 3 days here. We've had lots of fun, lots of laughs. So yeah, but it was a difficult race, and with so many safety cars, and I think Pukekohe with the slower cars was probably the tougher track with the slower cars, because you had limited passing space, and so it was a different sort of race. But hey, congratulations to SMEG boys, they did a wonderful job.
Choice. All right, well let's go down and talk to the guys that came in third place today. All right, come over, come and have a chat. We'll let them do a hug first. Come on in. Come on in front of the car. So you were having a good ding-dong battle out there, weren't you?
Yeah, mate, that was great fun to turn up here and Nick to give us the opportunity to have a skid. The boys have put an awesome car together, mate. It's been reliable. We've started developing it now, so the thing's getting quicker and quicker, so maybe it'll be a GT3 Commodore one day.
So talk us through that last sort of 10 laps. It was pretty amazing to watch.
Yeah, the traffic played a part a little bit, and we actually gave him a bit of a push down the straight on one of the laps because we were half throttling it, so got up the inside of him on the straight, mate, had to block a bit, and away we went. So the car was awesome, so we were able to do that, which is mint.
Did you just say half throttle?
Yeah, down the straight, yeah.
Insane. So talk us through the early part of the race.
Oh, the car was brilliant. I mean, we're trying a new setup on the car. Didn't really know how it was going to go, but the car was phenomenal. Just didn't miss a beat, stopped, turned, did everything you wanted to do. Really happy. I was pretty happy to get into the turn one off the start. I thought I might be able to hold out the Audi, but no. So.
Choice. All right, well, have a good day. I mean, obviously, you weren't in the points for the overall, but you are.
Yeah, we got third overall, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, there we go. So I got it wrong. Third overall. Congratulations. Cut, start again. So you guys got third overall. How's that?
Oh, pretty good on this, mate. We've done GD1 and stuff in New Zealand, which is New Zealand's fastest car. So to come here and do this is quite different, and it's hard for us to know. 10-lap sprint racing is quite a bit different, and how to look after the car and how fast to go. So we're getting better.
Oh, and the car's going brilliantly as well. It's great to see on track, and amongst the different machinery, it's amazing as well because you would see where the GT3 cars were quicker and where you guys were quicker as well. So can you talk us through how that felt from your perspective?
Yeah, pretty good. It's just, I think behind him with the aero, we get a little bit of understeer as well. So we haven't had that before because we haven't been close enough. So it's a learning curve for us. And I'm sure once Nick's boys play off it a little bit more, it might not be too much of an issue. He might have to start behind us in the good races, eh?
Choice. So what's next for you guys?
Well, we're talking about going to the South Island, so yeah, we'll see what happens. See how the car looks. Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Well, you heard it here first. They're going to the South Island, but unconfirmed they're going to the South Island. So what we need to do now is we want to go try and find some of the class winners. So Dave Dovey's over here, and he's got a list of results. So just bear with us.
Class winners? I'm about to announce them all now.
Okay. All right. You're announcing them.
I'm announcing them all now.
Hey guys! Hey!
You get the shot. So hold on, we'll get a shot of these guys with their cups and stuff while he sorts his thing out. So grab a shot.
Okay. Hi everybody. I hope you all think, did we make the right decision?
So come around and get this.
Good, marvellous. I'm pleased. So a few too many safety cars, but certainly kept the top guys guessing, didn't they? That was a fairly intense race, I would say. Good job, good job. So anyway, at least the weather held out. There was a threat for a couple of spots of rain, but it didn't eventuate, thank God for that. Right, so the first thing is this guy's got to run off to catch airplanes and everything else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the overall first, the overall winner of the North Island Endurance Series. I'm going to give you trophies and cups and everything else like that. So, third overall, the North Island, the Ineos North Island Endurance Series was Nick and Cameron. Hey!
There we go. So we got some cups coming out here. So grab the shot of the cup. Go the cup.
Excellent. Well done.
Come down here so we can get a better shot of the cars behind us.
So second overall in the Ineos North Island Endurance Series is Sam and Danny.
Hey. There they go. We got a cup coming for this.
So, first overall, the winners of the Ineos North Island Endurance Series is David Dovey? No. Simon and Jean. Hey, well done.
Let's get a shot in front of the car. Get a shot in front of the car.
Excellent.
Okay, can we have first? Can we do a group shot for first, second, and third?
So just bear with us here, guys. They're just doing a photography, and then we're going to get through to the winners of each class. So we'll just get a nice shot. There might even be some champagne, so stand by for the champagne. Go that. You
Karen. Hey, here we go. Oh, hide it. Good job. Good job. Well done, Karen. Hey guys, we'll carry on now. So we're just going to start backwards for a minute. So this is the overall series in Class 3. Karen? So we're just going to get the trophies in the right place. Class 3, good. What was that son? Hayden, Preston and Damien Johnson's text. Okay, sorry. So, Class 3, third place, Hayden, Preston and Damien. Three. Top. Well done. So that's third. So give the third trophy. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done. What a hell of a fight, eh? Good job. Well done. Thank you. Oh, good. Excellent. Okay.
So here we are again.
Keep moving on.
We talked at the beginning of it, and you guys were leading, and you lead at the end.
Yes, we had we've had a couple of driver changes. We brought in our international pro driver from Japan just in case. We wanted to secure it. But it's been a great series, and we've had a lot of fun. Had a DNF at Hampton, which was unfortunate. That was driver error rather than mechanical errors, but we've sorted that and come back and had a great day today. So great finish to it.
So I do believe yesterday you said you weren't coming.
Yes, I did. Well, I probably, unlike everyone else, I couldn't talk for my team, so I wanted to be honest and say, look, hey, if the team could come, then we can come, because without them, we don't race. So, but they all sort of talked to the wives and other important people in their lives and made it out for us. So that was great. So the only reason we were here is because of them. So, and obviously because of the marshals and the volunteers. So no, it's been a fantastic day.
Awesome. Well, I better start talking to some of the other guys. But very quickly, how was the end of the race for you?
Yeah, it was quite challenging. It was a lot of cars sit out there. The GT car's much quicker. So
we want to do a quick photo here.
Okay. We'll get all of these guys. Sorry about that. Stefan, Rob, you gotta come talk now. Here we are. Rob, where you going? Get over here, mate.
Thank you. I'm not going to let you throw them under the bus again.
So some reluctant stars here, but talk us through the season for you. I mean, 3 rounds and you're winning.
So first round was wet for everybody. We had a bit of an average run there, but the second round was better, and we ran in the wet as well. So we were pretty happy with that. We finished second, I think, at Hampton, didn't we? So we had a good day today, though. There's a couple of guys dropped out, but we had a pretty good day today, so we're happy.
Sure. And so what's next for you guys?
We'll probably put her in the shed until the New Zealand title in March, which I think's up here somewhere, so we'll just probably put her in the shed until then.
Choice. All right, well, I better go keep talking to people, so congratulations. Well done.
Thanks.
Choice. Okay, now we've got the next classes coming up.
Another father and son team.
Come over here, guys. So tell us, what have you won today?
The Cup.
And how did you do that?
Mainly Lockie, actually. Out there ripping it for us. So, yeah, did well out there for about 2 hours. So, yeah.
It's all full team sport, though. Like, pit crew, big part of it. Pit stop, you can win and lose the race just in that. So, that's a big part of it. I'd like to thank Dad, Mum, and all the pit crew for doing a good job. So.
Just
because boys in the pits are all Lockie's mates. They've been his mates since like 5 years of age. So it's quite cool coming out, And so And one of the other reasons we did this is my oldest boy died last year, so it's just something for Lockie and I to come out and do together, so it's pretty cool. So you'll see our car, it's got Hope Walk all over it for suicide prevention, so pretty cool.
Yeah, awesome, great story. And just because the guys that are watching may not have seen Put Your Face to the Car, just tell us the class and the car number for us.
We're number 26, which is Braden's birthday. It's the Seat Super Cuppa, yellow and white car.
Class 2.
Class 2.
Choice. All right, well, enjoy the cup in the evening. Cool, thank you. All right, let's move on down. Get the photo. Another photo here, so we'll just grab this. And come back this way. So next up we've got the Class 1 winners coming forward, so as soon as they get their cups we'll get an interview with them as well. Get this shot. Excuse me, Cup. So that was third place, Class 1. That's second place in Class 1. Oh. So first place in Class 1 coming forward now. So,
Our South Island boys.
so just for camera, can you say who was that won first in Class 1?
Daryl and Hamish. Okay. Daryl and Hamish first. Thanks, Dave. Well done. Congratulations, guys. Well done.
Daryl and Hamish, come over here. Daryl, Hamish, just come over here. I'll get a photograph of you.
Choice.
Hey.
All right.
Sorry about that bad advice I gave you before the race.
We'll get an interview with these guys in a minute. They're just having a bit of a photo, and then we'll find out quite an interesting story with these boys.
Oh yeah, get in there.
All right, all four of you in here, come on.
Excellent.
Here's the Class 1 first and second place. So you boys, where did you end up overall?
I think it was sixth today on the track. Yep. Pretty happy with that. Real happy.
And so winning the class, talk us through how the 3 rounds have gone.
3 really strange races. Today was just unreal, stop and start, lots of carnage. We just had to watch out. We had to give these guys over here some advice to throw it for us. And then we just kept in there, hanging in there, ran on about 7 cylinders for most of the race when Daryl was in the car. And just brought it home like we try and do most weeks. It's great.
Joyce, and how are you feeling? You're a bit wet.
Just a bit of champagne, but that's about it. So a bit of bubbles. No, it was good. A few safety cars, so it made it easy to have a wee bit of a break in between. But yeah, we ran on. Went well for Hamish. I did half a lap when I got in, and it dropped to 7 cylinders. So, but it ran for the rest of the race. So I mean, we're a bit lucky today with these guys crashing out,
and these guys over here,
and these guys,
not
crashing out, but breaking down. So yeah, that was. But you know, we're pretty happy. So.
And next for you guys?
Invercargill in September. Chris Dunn's series down there. We'll be try and win that one down there as well, hopefully.
Joyce, all right. Let's talk to the Mortimers here.
Boys.
So I mean, didn't go to plan today, but you got second.
We got second, and congratulations to the winners and to the third place guys. Hey, we were there, but there's a little bit of a problem with my driving. I think that Andre didn't get a second chance. That's right. That's but great. hey, It's all good. It was great. It was great, and congratulations to everyone. A great series.
Cool, choice. And what are you guys up to next?
We're going to spend a lot more money.
There you go. You heard it here first. All right. Let's go see what's happening with the other classes as well. Choice. All right. I think that's us. I've just got the. Let's round this thing up, eh? Everyone's been watching all day, so why don't we? Carl, where are you going? You're the president.
Where am I
We're just finishing off. This is the end of the year.
Brilliant.
Lucy, come over.
We've got, okay, move forward. We've
Come
just
over.
got,
Oh, you got more prizes?
We've just got the round one wins, but that's all right.
Okay.
We can do a really quick roundup.
Cool,
What
sweet
would
as.
you like to know?
All right, let's just all come in. Well, it's the end of the series.
Oh my God.
So,
It doesn't feel that way. It'll sink in later on.
Oh yeah.
Another busy day.
really? So I mean, you guys have got to be happy. It's been a good turnout for the whole 3 rounds, and today, after it was pretty difficult yesterday, you decided to change the day. So a good result.
It was one of those conundrums really, and thankfully, a mature decision was made by the drivers. We had a great day today. Sadly, there were a couple of incidents and a couple of people that a little bit worse to wear, but could have been a lot worse if we'd run yesterday. So really happy. Yeah, it's worked out.
So I guess to finish off, you should thank some people.
We should. We'd like to obviously thank all of our sponsors, certainly Ineos for their support, all of our other sponsors, and especially thank all of the officials that have helped us out. Not easy for them to come back on the second day when they had other plans, and obviously all of our members and competitors.
Cool, all right, choice. Well, I guess you guys need to go and give out the final prizes for the day, so they're giving out the final prizes for people that won the round rather than their classes. So I think we'll sign off the round. But Lucy, come in here and you can do the final sign off.
It's all yours.
It's all mine, yay, winning! Well, thank you everyone for joining us across these 3 rounds. We've had some fantastic racing. Great to have a close battle at the end. So from everyone here at the Fast Files and Pukekohe, thank you very much for watching, and we shall see you again soon.